Last time, Blake had just survived that brutal rogue attack. And in the hospital room, she and Caden discovered the electric sparks. They were fated mates all along. The chapter ended with them finally surrendering to that unstoppable passion and completing their bond in the most beautiful, intense way possible.
Chapter 30. Blake's POV. Caden, I asked as I rolled over. I sighed as he wrapped his other arm around me. I blushed as I noticed I wasn't wearing anything, and last night came back to me. I'm right here, B. He kissed my temple lightly, and I had the weirdest thoughts. Something about blushing, something about fitting just right. Beautiful was a thought that kept going on a loop, and a lot of thoughts about last night. I looked up at Caden, and he had a weird half-smile. I realized they were his thoughts. I felt bad for intruding. Was I intruding? How do I know what he doesn't mind me knowing or what he wants kept separate? If we were chosen mates, we wouldn't get all the thoughts, but I had unlimited access since we were fated mates. Should I be sorry for intruding? He kissed my shoulder before turning me to look at him. Don't apologize, you're not intruding. And you can listen to every thought I have if you want to, my beautiful mate. He ran his lips lightly over my shoulders, planting countless kisses sporadically. I looked down. What if you don't want me to know something? Like what? I'm not hiding anything. Ever. Well, maybe surprises, he said as he moved me closer to him. My body was all tingles, and they were stronger now that we made it. How would I know? I never asked these questions because regular mates don't get the entire thoughts of their mates. They get some, but not all. There are ways of hiding it, but honestly, B, you can know everything I'm thinking. I'm not hiding anything either, Caden. He didn't respond. He just kept looking over my face, and his thought was absolutely beautiful, over and over, and I looked down, trying not to blush. How do you feel? My wolf was happy, and I couldn't be any more at ease. Amazing. Yourself? I laughed when his thoughts went in another direction, and he kissed my shoulder. How can you act like you're deprived? I'm a guy, he said in defense. And even better, I am a guy who can keep on going. He wiggled his eyebrows, and I rolled my eyes, but he kissed me passionately. I bet you can. Do you actually want to bet? This is something I will gladly lose. I looked up at him. We just talked. Mentally. That wasn't the pack link, I said slowly. Nope, it's our link, like us fated mates have, I laughed. I would be in the pack link now, too. I love the sound of that. He laughed and brought me closer. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden. Are you sore? He asked worriedly. Not really. In fact, my wolf wanted to go again. I blushed, and his eyes grew darker. Oh, great. He can read my thoughts, so he knows I want to. Darn. Or it's a good thing I blushed even more, and he kissed me as he pinned me against the bed as he lay between my legs. You're such a guy, I said, and he went to get up, but I pulled him back down to me. But you're my guy. All mine. He growled into my neck, and I already wanted him to take me. You're mine. I shivered, and he smirked. Are you sure, B? He asked, looking into my eyes, and I smiled. I loved that he cared enough to ask, even though it would hurt him to stop. Yes, Caden, love me, I told him, and his eyes became black as mine turned emerald. Yes, ma'am. He smirked, and his hands had my body on fire not a moment later. We didn't make it out of the bedroom until after dinner, and most of the pack was in their own rooms or keeping to themselves with those that they love. I found out that there weren't many casualties in our pack overall, although one is too many. Way more of the rogue army was injured or defeated, mostly defeated, than ours. Needless to say, I was proud of our pack. And the girl and her mother, whom I helped, both survived. The mother took a few days to recover, but she was back to her regular self now. I found out she had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, and her mate had been off fighting. He was one of the newest recruits, but had made it back, and she told me he couldn't be more thankful for what I did for him. She said he fell apart when he saw her lying there, and he had come and thanked Caden multiple times since I was unconscious. Well, after she thanked me for saving her daughter's life about 18 times. I had just hugged her and let her cry until she was crying tears of joy, and then hugged her children before they went for a picnic with their father, Connor. There was a lot of good in the week I was out. Caden filled me in on just about everything, and I couldn't be happier that he kept me in the loop. I've done some of the pack recovery with him, more of the people side, as he deals with the council and fighters and such. It was a good system. Unfortunately, since we've been busy, we haven't talked much, but I enjoy seeing him morning and night. Plus, he sneaks away for a few hours once in a while to sit with me. Even that makes me more sure of him. The fact that, with everything going on, he still finds time for me couldn't make me happier. I had spoken to my family, and my father had gotten a few injuries but seemed to be recovering quickly. The doctor was kind of worried, but with him getting snapped at by his patient and his alpha, especially my father, I don't blame him for being worried. Mom never said it was anything to worry about, and Dana and Ben were moving on, so I put it to the back of my mind. "Hey, beautiful, busy?" Caden asked, and I smiled as his arms went around my waist, holding me to him. "Not anymore." He chuckled, kissing my neck and up to my jaw. "I miss you. We had breakfast this morning, Cade." "Not enough time," he said as if he couldn't breathe, and I laughed as I turned in his arms. "So deprived. Your mate shouldn't do that to someone as needy as you, sexy." The amusement in his eyes made me smile, and he smirked. "So should my mate let me take her upstairs and have my way with her?" "I don't know," I trailed off, pretending to debate it. His hand on my lower back pressed me closer to him as his lips trailed over my neck. "Depends on how amazing your mate is." He laughed. "I have the most amazing mate I could ever hope for. Amazing in every way possible." I laughed. "Then maybe she won't stop you." He picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. "Maybe? Just maybe, B?" "Definitely." He carried me up the stairs, and I put my head on his shoulder. He was so warm and safe. I couldn't imagine ever having this much luck. How he fell for me is still not in my understanding, but thank God he did. I had my hand under his shirt as I ran them up his back, and he sucked in a breath before he tossed me gently on our bed. He hovered over me, and I took off his tight black shirt as I let my hands roam over his chiseled chest and abdomen. He was staring down at me, and I let my eyes follow my hands over his skin. "Your hands are like velvet, beautiful." His voice was low and hoarse and made me need him that much more. He grabbed my wrists as they neared his face again and gently kissed my palms. So soft. I melted into him, and his hands slowly went under my shirt before Daniel's businesslike voice came through, stopping us immediately. "You have visitors. They need to speak to you. Immediately." "Thanks, Dan," Caden replied and collapsed with half his weight on me. "Tell me you didn't hear that." "No, Caden, Daniel has never told both of us to do something immediately. This is important." "I know you're right, but if he had given us an hour, I wouldn't complain." I grabbed his shirt, and he put it back on after sitting up. I kissed him quickly. "Come on, sexy." He kissed my shoulder before lifting me out of the bed and hugging me tightly, but quickly, to him. I had that weird feeling again. Something was coming, good and bad. I just have no idea why it felt longer this time. And not so much bad, but I don't know. "Babe, what's wrong?" I knew he felt it through me. It was so overbearing. Remember that feeling I had? Before the meeting? Almost like a hunch, except it's so intense and overwhelming. You have that feeling now? That's what that is. I nodded. I didn't know how to describe it either. "Hey," he tilted my face up and looked right at me. "Last time it all worked out. Look where we are. Better than ever. We'll get through this too." "Thank you, Cade." He just smiled and put his hand around my shoulders, and I held his hand before we walked down. "You're not alone, babe. We're a team. The best team. I love you." "I love you too, B." We got to the bottom, and I thought we would be meeting these visitors in the office. Apparently, these were personal visitors, though, because we met them in a small living room off the foyer. We walked in the door, and I grew worried when I saw who my visitors were. Caden let me go but stayed close. I hugged Dana, and Mom, and then Benjamin. Chapter 31. What are you guys doing here? I thought you said we could visit any time? Dana said with false happiness. There was something about her tone that let me know that this wasn't a personal meeting. "Mom, what's going on?" Once I looked at her, I knew what she was going to say. She was thinner, paler, and had bags under her eyes. That could only mean one thing. Her wolf was fading. Don't jump to conclusions, B. You don't know that. Caden pulled me closer. I've gotten used to him reading my thoughts and commenting on them. It was comforting. Just hear her out, babe. And if anything happened, we'll deal with it. I love you, B. You're not alone. I love you too, Caden. Thank you. Don't thank me, babe. You'd do the same. It's your father, Mom said, breaking us out of our conversation. I felt Caden hold me closer to him and place his lips on my temple, but he just stayed quiet. His thoughts let me know he was worried about me, and I squeezed his hand gently to let him know I was fine. I thought we weren't supposed to worry, I said, almost accusingly. You didn't need the extra stress. I didn't need the lies. Mom, this isn't just about him. We all knew what I meant. If he died, my mother would slowly pass away. The mating does that. Some wolves were stronger, and they lasted quite a few years, but most who were strong were strongest with their mate, and after they passed, it didn't end well. I'm sorry, Mom. No, you're right. I always forget how strong you are, Blake. I'm sorry. No, I shouldn't have said that. I'm just worried, Mom. I hugged her, and a few seconds after we let go, I was back in Caden's hold. I love this man. I don't know what I would ever do without him. Don't be. My wolf accepted a long time ago that her mate was gone. Mom, we both know. Blake, trust me. I'm fine. The man I married and the man who passed had no similarities except in appearance. They were two different men. Mom, have you been sleeping? You don't look healthy. It has nothing to do with my wolf going rogue, Blake. It's just because I've dealt with the council and made arrangements. It's just a lack of sleep. I swear, honey. She looked me dead in the eye, and I knew she wasn't lying. Caden's thoughts were on the alliance. Mine too. That means that our allied pack, my old pack, had no Alpha or Luna. There was no power couple. There was no one to run the pack. My father was far from invincible and never had a backup plan. My mom didn't know anything about the pack. He had made sure of that. I believe you, Mom. I hugged her again before I motioned for her to follow me. Caden didn't ask questions, just held my hand and walked beside me to the kitchen. How about we talk over coffee and coffee cake? Dana sat in a chair. Thank goodness, I'm starving. Ditto, Benji said, and I laughed. I turned to make the coffee when Caden wrapped his arms around my waist. Relax, babe, I'll get it. Talk to your family. I knew this made him think of his own parents and father. Caden, are you okay? Yeah, B, I got you. I will always be perfectly fine if I have you. Caden, you know what I mean. I don't want to upset you, but I know you're thinking of your parents, I said as I held his face in my hands. He gave a small smile. You aren't upsetting me. I love that you care. I am fine though. My parents are looking down from above and wondering what I did to get as lucky as I am to have you. They're staring down in awe and wonderment because they can't believe how perfect you are either. I know you care, B, and it means the world to me. But you've made me realize that everything happens for a reason. And they passed so that I had two angels guiding me. I held back a tear and pulled him to me. I love you so much, Caden. I just wish I had an angel guiding me. Lord knows my father wasn't it. Sorry, guiding us. My parents are looking out for you, B. They love you, I know it. I'm glad he understood my father and didn't try to convince me that he cared. We both know he didn't. I love them too, you know. The love shining in his eyes told me everything. And his thoughts only proved to me how right I was. What did I do to deserve him? A few minutes later, we were all seated at the table, and Caden came over with the pot he had made and cups. He poured mine before adding milk and handing it to me. Thank you, Cade. No problem, Angel. I met his eyes, and he winked at me. You're my angel on earth. I smiled, and he looked over to Mom. What do you take in your coffee, Mrs. Miranda? Will you call me Andy? He smiled, and he was so happy that she said that. I never said anything, but I know he was nervous that my mother would think he didn't deserve me because my father placed him here, but she liked him. I knew it. Of course, Andy. Then I take 2 milk. I'm glad she gave me support and let me show her how much Caden loved me. She never compared him to my father. She knew he was the real thing. A true alpha to his Luna. She didn't know we were fated, though. Nobody but us did. He poured everyone's coffee, and we started talking about the future. I held Caden's hand the whole time and couldn't stop smiling as he talked to my family as if they were his family. 3 hours later, I was sitting on Caden's lap on the outside patio chair, and he was running his fingers through my hair as I curled up into his chest. My family and I had decided that Caden and I would call the council tomorrow. Since we were allied, Caden and I technically were in control of my old pack until someone was appointed or asked by the council to take over as Alpha. The only problem was that I knew they would ask Benji and/or Dana, and Dana straight out said that she wouldn't accept it. She had no alpha blood and knew that I would run it rightfully as Grandpa did. We didn't ask Benji, but I had a feeling he wouldn't accept it either. I wanted him to, though. Caden mated with me, but he shouldn't have to go through running another pack because of me. Especially one that is so broken. It would take months for the wolves to accept that Caden was going to be Alpha. I knew some people there, and I know a few who wanted me to fight my father for the position, but I doubt they want me running it now. I left. And I never looked back. I couldn't make Caden pick up and restart an entire pack. It wasn't fair to him. If there were some way that I could deny this from the council after both my siblings do, then I would do it. I have always dreamed of rebuilding that pack, but I couldn't make Caden do that. Our pack is still recovering from the loss of fallen wolves, and I couldn't make him divide his attention between the two. Could you really deny running that pack? He said, breaking my train of thought. I looked down in shame. Caden, I'm a coward. I left. I'm sure they don't want me back. They probably think I would run it like my father. Well, I wouldn't be running it, but you know. Plus, you're still helping this pack get over those who passed in the war, and my father destroyed that pack. He destroyed everything my grandfather believed in. He drained the life out of that pack the moment he accepted the title. I can't accept it knowing that you'll have to balance between both packs and you're not a coward. He growled and kissed me roughly. He had me straddling him as he kissed me passionately. He pulled away, holding my face in 2 hands as he looked me right in the eyes. You're not a coward. You care so much about me that you would give up your childhood dreams so that I'm not too busy. You are willing to sacrifice so much for me in the blink of an eye. That does not make you a coward. Amusement came into his eyes, and I knew the moment his smirk grew that the seriousness he had for the last minute was gone. And you didn't run away. You fell in love with the sexiest, fiercest alpha there was, who happened to be your fated mate. No one can blame you for that, Angel. I laughed and kissed him. Once it died down and fell quiet, I looked up at him. Are you sure you want to run another pack, though? These packs are nothing alike. My old one is isolated and does nothing together, whereas ours eats dinner together and talks to everyone as if they're family. So our pack will be a role model for your mother's pack. Blake, if it comes to it and they both say no, I will gladly help you run both. Well, you would be running both. No, we would run both. Blake, you do just as much or more for this pack than I ever could. I may teach them how to fight and physically survive, but if they were shattered and torn inside, then it would all be for nothing. You give them a reason to fight, the will to fight. Without you, I would be meaningless. Cad. Don't try to argue. I told you way back when, with you by my side, we could run 4 packs. Let's just be happy that it's only 2. Chapter 32. The 6 of us were sitting in the office. I was on Caden's lap behind his desk. I knew it wasn't helping him focus, but his hand on my hip was not going to let me change anything. So here I sat. Dana, Benjamin, and Mom were on the couch, and Daniel was sitting in the chair. Originally, it was just Caden and me looking at pack territories, but then Daniel came in, and we asked him to stay when the other 3 came in. Caden didn't want him to be left out, which I completely agreed with. He was as much a part of this decision as the rest of us. So, Dana, you said they called? Caden asked, referring to the council. They did. They asked if our father ever mentioned who he wanted to pass the title down to, since his will included Blake not being an option. This wasn't a shock to me, so I didn't even flinch, but I felt Caden growl. He hated my father. I knew he disliked him, but I now know it was way more than that. He hates everything my father stood for, and the way he treated me topped it off. Caden didn't have an ounce of respect for him. And I didn't blame him. Did you know that, B? Yes. Caden, it's not really shocking. What did he say? Just told you that you were never going to be what you were meant to be? He didn't want me, Alpha. Or Luna. Not even close. He told me I was part of his will a few years ago, and I asked why. I asked why he would include a useless prick of a daughter, and he said that that was why he had to. He had to make sure that after he passed, I couldn't steal his pack and destroy it. Well, he got one thing right. You couldn't destroy it. He did that himself. I hate that he did this, though, Angel. I hate how he treated you. Caden, it's fine. Because he hated me, I realized how skewed he was. He's the one that taught me to stand for what I believe in. He taught me to make the best out of every situation. He could have done that differently. I intend to teach our pups that. But no way in heck it's happening because I hate them. Good. Because I didn't want to mess up that perfectly shaped butt when I beat it. He coughed to cover up his laugh. God, I love you, Angel. I love you too. I was about to kiss him when I turned away and noticed everyone was staring at us. Oh, right. Haven't you told them? No. Was I supposed to? I'm sorry. I'm actually glad you haven't. Sorry. She's distracting with her pretty little thoughts running through my mind. He said casually before running his lips over my neck and pressing them gently to my jaw. Caden, don't start what you can't finish in front of my family. I'm sure your mother would excuse us if we promised her grandkids. Caden, I said, turning bright red, and he just laughed quietly. How many thoughts does she have going through her head? Well, many, but it's more her comments. My mom looked at him skeptically, and I laughed when Daniel's eyes grew to twice their size. Blake, Dana asked. Yes. Comments? I nodded. We have our own link, I said, barely containing the enthusiasm. But only fated mates have that. Blake, my mom cut in, and Caden laughed. Bingo, he said, chuckling. All four of them looked shocked before failing at a recovery. You two are fated mates? I nodded. We found out after I was out for a week. Grandpa used to tell me that after near-death experiences, you would find out who your fated mate was. When I woke up, Caden and I had the tingles and a few thoughts. But we weren't mated yet. Everything was already stronger. Then after we mated, well, yeah. We have our own link, feel emotions, no thoughts, everything. Blake, here is my fated mate, Caden said happily before kissing my jaw again as tingles exploded, and I wanted to rip his clothes off. Go ahead, babe. Nobody would stop you. You wouldn't stop me, but hopefully they would leave first. I can arrange that. Caden. He laughed, and I let out a small grin. He really was amazing. So it's no wonder he's the only guy to ever get your attention, Dana said, like everything just clicked. I shrugged. I didn't know how to tell you guys. Well, if anything that huge ever happens again, I want to know sooner, sister. Dana said, and I laughed. No promises. You never did spill everything. I shrugged. Congratulations, Blakey, Benji said, and I scowled playfully at him. Thanks, Benji. He scowled back, and Daniel cut in. Cupcake. I knew you were like a sister the first time I met you. Now it makes sense. I laughed a bit, but it was at Caden. He really doesn't like that Daniel calls me Cupcake. I guess it does. It quieted down as everyone absorbed the news. Then Caden spoke up. You don't know how happy I am that my angel and I were chosen by fate, but we need to talk about the future of your pack. Of course, Mom said, and I noticed that she needed sleep. So what else did the council say, Danes? She smiled at her nickname before responding. They asked if I knew why he didn't want his eldest to have the position. I may have been an ass, but I told them that they should ask Blake or Mom. That's fine. I'm sure they'll ask Mom. No, they said they would call both. So don't hate me when the council calls. It's fine. B will tell them the truth and clear it up. Caden said as if I had everything figured out. He had so much blind faith in me. Not my fault. You shine so bright I'm blinded and can't see anything else. That was so corny. But true. I laughed, and he just smiled triumphantly. Dana raised an eyebrow, and I shook my head. Anyways. Blake, they asked if I would accept the title. I told them no. I'm not meant to be Alpha. I nodded. It wasn't shocking. She already said that. Benji, did they call you? Yeah, that's why I came. Can we talk, Blakey? Just the two of us. 3. But sure. Benjamin nodded to Caden, and the 3 of us walked out of the room, not stopping until Caden had me in his grip inside a room nicely outside of hearing distance. You turned it down? Why? I asked once he looked at me. What? Blake, how did you? You didn't want to say it in front of Mom because you didn't want to disappoint her. I should have known you would know. You always know. Mom won't be disappointed in you. She didn't want you to have the extra stress, and I know I shouldn't give you extra stress, but Grandpa ran the pack better than any other Alpha. And I know you're the only one who could surpass him. Your pack here is already better than when it started. I know that you need to run the other pack to bring it back. You're the only hope, Blake. We all know it. The pack needs help. And you and Caden are the strongest couple there is. Especially today, this is meant to be. As corny as that sounds. B, you know he's right. Plus, it's only 2, not 4. Caden, if you don't want to. He suddenly turned to me and looked right into my eyes. Look at my face. I would be president if that were your dream. You're doing this because it was my dream? Yes, but also because I know this pack needs you, and I know we will have no problem running 2 packs. Fate did this. There's nothing we can't do. I hugged him and turned to Benji. Yes, we'll do it. Thank goodness. I couldn't watch someone else take over and destroy it even more. We headed back, and I panicked. What if the council won't let me? It was my father's dying wish that I not get the position, and by me, I mean us. They will. How do you know? Because I think they know why he said that and who your grandfather was. I hope so. We walked back into the office, and Caden pulled me down on his lap in the chair behind his desk as Benjamin sat back down. So, Dana asked, and I looked to Ben. I told her I turned it down. I saw him glance at my mom, only to find a smile. Mom, we all know she doesn't need the extra stress, but watching them run this pack, she faded off before looking up to us. Everyone can see that it's not stressful to watch them run a pack. It's just what they do. They were born leaders, and watching them as a couple, we should have known it was fate. You two are and will be amazing. Your grandpa would be proud, Blake. Very proud. Thanks, Mom. So when they call. And the phone rang. Caden kissed my lips quickly before smirking at me cockily. We got this. 2 out of 4. I laughed before pecking him on the lips and picking up the phone. Hello. Blake speaking. Chapter 33. Caden's POV. Hello. Blake speaking, she said as she picked up the phone. Her thoughts were already on her father, that waste of a man. Even though her eyebrows were pulled together in confusion and she looked almost afraid, the news was good. I would be worried if I didn't know that she was relieved. Her most obvious thought was on me. I know she doesn't want to stress me out, but I almost laughed when she said it out loud. If we ran 2 packs, she would have to face all the problems her father had made. Everyone will be confused and going through a drastic change, all of which she'll be looked to for the answers, and she's worried about me. God, she's amazing. The fact that, in all of this, she would turn down her childhood dream so that I wasn't too busy just proved to me how lucky I am. Of course, sir. She paused, and I knew she was getting frustrated, maybe even angry. Her emotions were always bundled. She didn't just feel one thing, she felt 3. Or 700. No, sir, she was cut off, and her anger only rose. It was weird because I've never really seen her mad. But I have to admit that she looked so attractive and insanely adorable at the same time. The way she licked her lips and bit it as if to keep from snapping at them. And the way she had her fingers digging into my leg gently made my thoughts go crazy. I was trying to focus them on her so that she wouldn't be distracted, but damn if I could bring her upstairs and... Caden, please. I stopped my thoughts, and she breathed in relief. I'm sorry, babe. Sir. If I could correct you in saying that, she was cut off again, and her fingers dug a little deeper into my thigh. I slipped my fingers through hers and, with my other hand, stroked her hair out of her face and behind her ear. I know that, sir. In fact, I was just saying that. She clenched her jaw before continuing. You cannot talk about him like that. Who? Her father? They could talk about him in any way. He was a waste of a man. A serious disappointment to the human race. And to everyone else that called themselves a father. He was unworthy of that title. Yes, sir. In fact, I spent every minute possible with him. Her grandfather. His pack was the best-run pack on Earth, and especially in North America. You couldn't ask for a better alpha, and his pack knew that. They went to cut her off, and her hand grasped mine tighter before she interrupted them first. He gave everything he had to his pack, and yet still made time to be the best husband there ever was. Not to mention the best father, and even better grandfather. He taught me everything I know. From swimming to life lessons, I didn't even know he taught me until I was old enough to understand. He taught me the meaning of life. He taught me true love and how to be a better person. But overall, he taught me how a pack should be. I only wish my father had listened to something he had said because he destroyed everything Grandpa lived for. She wasn't quite yelling, but I knew if they said anything else bad about him, she would be. No one disrespected her grandfather. That much was obvious. Suddenly, her grip relaxed, and she brought the phone away from her ear and exhaled loudly. I said little nothings in her ear as I brought her back towards me. She gave me a look before smiling, and I gave a small nod to the phone. She brought it back to her ear and spoke calmly. Sir, if you ever need the truth from me again, you should just talk to me. I would never lie to you. In fact, my grandfather's biggest thing was that the truth always works best. I live by that piece of advice, which you would have known if you had asked. And in case you're wondering, my father never said such a thing. She paused, and I heard something about, why is that? Or something similar. Because he didn't take a minute out of his day to speak to anyone who should have mattered the most. In my whole life, I saw him talk to my mom maybe twice. That was more than 5 words, and I don't remember a conversation I had with him outside of his office. And we weren't discussing how a pack should be run, needless to say. They seemed to accept that, and I thought the conversation was done, but B snorted with no humor. No, sir. He should never have been given the title. Pause. Yes, even if it meant it wouldn't be passed down to his children. Pause. Because he was unworthy of the title. Well, I agreed with that statement. That jerk. Yes, sir. Pause. Her thoughts turned to me, and I saw memory after memory of us run through that pretty little head of hers as she turned to me with a smile. I guess I lied to you then. I was confused until she spoke calmly and happily, because Caden is the best mate I could ask for. And the best alpha someone could imagine. My grandfather included. I sat there in shock. Did she just say she thought I was a better alpha than her grandfather? There's no way. As much as I'd like to say I was, or even my parents were, everyone in miles around knew her grandfather by name. He made sure to know them all and catch up every once in a while. It's just who he was. I had even spoken to him a few times when my father gave me the phone. I talked to him twice, and yet he remembered my name. Crazy. That man was the definition of alpha. It was like he wrote the book. You could tell Blake admired him because she ran things much like him, in my opinion, better in most cases. Never worse. Like a Luna should be treated. Although sometimes I think he takes that just a touch too far. I didn't even know what to do. She thought that highly of me? I didn't deserve her. Not at all. And it terrified me that one day she might realize that. Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. She hung up the phone and turned towards her family. They asked Caden and me to go there tomorrow. 4. Dana asked, and Benji sat in suspense. So he can accept the title of Alpha for Grandpa's pack. The first thought in my head was still her thinking that I was a better alpha than her grandfather. That was just crazy. I might have thought that she was just saying it, but her thoughts let me know that she actually thought that. My second thought was that Blake was now going to get to live her dream. Well, part of it. She still has our pack, which I hope she's okay with. Something told me that she wouldn't change any of it for all the money in the world. And goddamn if I could love her any more than I do. Caden? Sorry. I looked up to find Benji staring at me. Congratulations, man. Thanks, Ben. They all gave us their congratulations before her MO, Andy, decided it was time for us to be alone. Thank goodness for that, and they left. Dan? I asked when the three of them drove off. Yeah, bro. Do you want to be beta of both, or do you think you could share that name? Blake gave me a weird look, but I let it go. Caden? Why can't he still be beta? I think he deserves it. He's been more than supportive. All of which was true. Actually, I was going to talk to you guys about that. B gave him a look to continue, and he sighed. Sam wants to mate, which I am all for, obviously. B rolled her eyes, and I fought back my laugh, anyways. I was wondering if there was a beta from the other pack that could remain in his position because I want to have time to be with my girl. I mean, I know that's selfish, but I'm not an alpha, nor do I have the blood. My multitasking is way down, and I can't. He started to ramble, and I cut him off. Dan, I was actually hoping you wouldn't mind sharing it. Trust me, if I had more time with my girl, we would have more time too. Caden. B interrupted, and I coughed. Accomplish things. I corrected myself. I noticed Dan nodded slowly. He definitely knew where I was going. She doesn't appreciate me mentioning all the things I want to, and do, to her. Either way, I was going to ask if Ben wanted to be beta as well. I think he has good knowledge of his territory, and then at least the pack members can talk to a familiar face other than B's if they need a familiar male to discuss something with. Dan nodded. Thanks. I was worried you would regret. Don't. Dan, without you, I would be a totally different man. Starters, those first couple of years, I would have failed. But most importantly, I wouldn't have B's trust or love. Not to sound soft, but seriously, Dan. I have never once regretted choosing you, and I never will. Thanks, bro. He walked further away and glanced back. Sorry, thanks, softy. I made him chase after him, and he ran as he laughed. I wrapped my arm around Blake's waist. Blake and I were looking through the last of the territory maps, probably the most recent. I was blown away by the amount of land she knew like the back of her hand. She told me all the places she used to run and bike, and I was astounded. She knew the lay of the land, the lakes, rivers, hills, valleys, neutral lands, pack borders, and even where some varieties of trees grew. She was so amazing. Every day she re-amazed me. I didn't know it was possible. After we finished going through it, we decided on where we would build a new pack house and Alpha/Luna house before closing the book. She decided that we would keep both of them, but those who wanted to could live in the new one, which would have both pack members in one, so that we could slowly merge them into one pack. And it would be central to both packs, which would help us be closer to everyone. She stood up, and I placed the books in a pile before looking up at her. Why was she worried? B? Caden, what's wrong? You've been quiet all day. It's not too late if you don't want to run too. Forget that it was my dream. Forget it all. If you're doubting it. I grabbed her face as I stood and kissed her. I wish she would stop doubting me on this. I knew it was only because she cared, but still. I backed her to the wall and only pulled away when she needed more air. I kissed along her jaw and down her neck. Don't doubt me, Angel. We're going to run these two packs better than anyone ever has before. As long as you're by my side, we can do anything. She went to speak, but I put my lips on hers and kissed her passionately. When my tongue met hers, she moaned and melted into me. The moment she tugged my hair, I groaned, which only made her lean into me. God B, you're going to kill me. She pressed into me gently, only proving my point, and I grabbed her hips, holding her against me fully. Caden, she moaned lightly, and I let out a growl. I've never been one to be brought down to my knees, but the way she says my name does it in a heartbeat. I am so taken. And yet I wouldn't change it for anything. Ever. She has complete control of me. Entirely. I'm hers. You're mine. She smiled against my lips, and I lifted her. Her legs wrapped around me, and I pressed her into the wall, still holding her hips. Mine. All yours. She moaned, and I pulled away to smirk at her. Her eyes were so beautifully emerald. So beautiful, B. So beautiful. She went to speak, but it came out as a moan when my teeth marked her. Mine. I licked it sealed, and she tried to control her breathing. I loved that it didn't matter how many times I did it, she was left breathless and panting. Her head lolled back and hit the wall as she struggled to breathe. This happened every time. I would think she's hurt, except that I knew all she was feeling was pleasure. Why? I knew she was going to ask why I was quiet all day then, but I was happy to know that she was still reeling in too much pleasure to think clearly. You're a perfect angel. So incredibly perfect. She shook her head, and I smirked. Nope. I'm too stubborn for you to change my mind. I don't know how she didn't see it herself, but I would keep telling her until I couldn't breathe. Because she needed to know the truth. She was so much more than perfect. I love you, sexy. Her voice was still a notch lower and a bit raspy, and it only turned me on more. Not to mention the fact that hearing her call me sexy just drives me wild. I love you too, beautiful. When we both calmed down, she tried to get me to put her down, but I simply carried her to the kitchen and placed her on the counter. Hey Alpha, are you two eating dinner with us? Megan asked hopefully. I really wanted to carry my angel back upstairs and be alone with her, especially after that kiss, but be cut in, we would love to. I gave her a playful scowl, and she slapped my backside as she walked by with a wink. Don't worry. Council isn't until after lunch tomorrow. Tonight and tomorrow morning, I'm all yours. Promise? I asked, and she nodded. I promise, Cade. I'm going to hold you to that, babe. Although you might be too tired to go to the council once I'm finished with you. Blake turned bright red as she looked at me, and I smirked. Your idea is beautiful. I'm just a man taking advantage of an incredibly beautiful woman giving me an irresistible opportunity. What if I told you I crossed my fingers when I made that promise? I'd tell you I didn't care, as long as you keep those long, sexy legs uncrossed. I said with a smirk, and her jaw dropped as she turned bright red, and I laughed before pulling out her chair in the dining room. She sat, and I bent over whispering in her ear, and even then, it wouldn't stop me. You can try all you want, babe, but I'm going to have you all night and morning. I hope you slept well last night because you're not getting a moment of sleep tonight. I left a feather-light kiss on her jaw, and she sucked in a breath as I sat down beside her. All of dinner, Bea and I talked with the pack members, and everyone had a great time laughing and chatting with us. I've always loved that they accepted me as another person. Yes, they showed me respect and knew I had authority. But they were calm and relaxed around me as if we'd all been friends since birth. And seeing my angel talking with them all like friends was the only reason I hadn't corrected her earlier and taken her upstairs. She made real friends here, and I couldn't be happier that she was happy running our pack. She looked over at me, and I kissed her on the lips before returning to my meal. I knew she thought it was out of the blue, but I could kiss her any time. I dropped my hand and intertwined our fingers before resting them on her thigh. She gave my hand a small squeeze, and I lifted her hand, placing a kiss on the back of her hand before returning it to her thigh. As promised, Bea hadn't gotten much sleep and hadn't left our bed since she climbed in last night. She slowly opened her eyes after I kissed her temple and pulled her closer. Caden, I'm too tired to see council. Tell them tomorrow. I won't lie, it was tempting to stay with her and only tire her out more, but it probably wasn't a wise choice. I laughed lightly before rolling her over onto my chest. No way, babe. They're lucky I'm not keeping you all day. She shook her head with a small smile, and I tilted her chin up with my finger. What are you thinking about, Angel? It sounds like a stupid question, but sometimes she has too many for me to keep track of. It's like her emotions. Why were you quiet yesterday? I looked down and ran my hand down her side before tracing patterns on her bare back. What you said yesterday on the phone, I trailed off. How do I tell her she's wrong about me without her seeing me as a failure? Caden, look at me. I paused before looking up to see her eyebrows pulled together in confusion and worry. Is it something I did? What? No. Be assured that nothing you've done has upset me. Nothing you'd ever do could upset me. She was relieved for a minute before looking more confused. But you got quiet after I accepted it for us. Her thoughts ran over everything she did yesterday, and I kissed her. It was the most effective way of stopping her thoughts, not that I was complaining. B, you said to the council that I was a great alpha and I stopped and looked at her. I paused before deciding to just tell her, I'm not the alpha you told the council about. I don't want you to be disappointed when you realize that. She froze for a second before laughing. She laughed at me. I wasn't mad at her. I just wasn't expecting it. At all. Caden, you're so much more of an alpha than I told them. Everyone in our pack talks to you like another buddy of theirs. They treat you like a friend. A true friend. One they would confide in. You fixed everything after the war in just a few days after I woke. And you still find time to surprise me and include me in everything. I couldn't ask for a better mate. I knew you would be good when you told me about your life and expectations, but I had no idea you would be this incredible. That doesn't even cover it. She still had an amused look in her eye. Be serious. I have more flaws than you can imagine. But you use them to your advantage. You consider it a flaw that you don't have parents to look to for support, but you use it by asking those closest to you for ideas. You ask the pack. Even my grandfather didn't ask his pack. And my grandfather was a good man, but he had flaws. I never acknowledged them because he's passed, but he had flaws. What do you mean, B? Well, things like how Grandpa always just let Grandma read him, for lack of a better word, rather than talking to her. Almost like how you were when we first met. But I asked you to open up, and you do. You had to ask, though. I should've. She cut me off with a small smile. You don't open up naturally. The fact that you do now is more than amazing. I can't thank you enough for that. Even now, I ask what's wrong, and you answer truthfully. You tell me how it is and let me help you. Grandpa never did that. He would answer in a few words and leave, or just avoid it. He did it with everyone. That was the biggest flaw about him, and you've already changed it for me. I'm still closed off to the pack. Caden, you let them in more than you think. You are the best alpha I've ever known, and the fact that I have the privilege to not only be your mate, but be treated as your equal by you has got to be the best thing ever. How can she possibly be this perfect? I should start buying lottery tickets, because she's proof that I am one lucky guy. The luckiest. I love you, B. But you don't believe me that you're an awesome alpha. No, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't be anything without you. You know when you say that I look good. Flawless. Beautiful. Drop-dead gorgeous. Sexy as hell. Breathtaking. The list goes on forever, but I would never say you look good. Good describes an object. You look nothing but beautiful, Angel. Anyways, when you compliment me, and I shake my head or deny it, I nodded. Which I wish you would stop doing, I mumbled, and she gave me a look to shut up, and I did. Well, you do the same thing. Every time I say how amazing you are, you shake it off, but I mean it, Caden. Our pack loves you, not as much as I do, but they do. And they know they're lucky to have you. Even Daniel admits that he couldn't imagine a better alpha. I didn't know your parents, but I know that they're so proud of you. She continued on a less serious note, and I bet your mom is bragging to everyone up there that you're her son. I laughed lightly. I've never been able to talk about my parents. For a while, I hated that they were torn away from this world so early. They had so much of life to live still. And then I had to step up to the plate and be alpha, and never really mention them because I buried it. But B mentions them, and I don't feel pain. Not even a little hurt. I wish she had gotten to meet them, but sometimes I think she knew them. She's so right about them with every comment, and it makes me love her so much more that she thinks about them. I'm sure they're bragging about me, but Dad is probably mentioning it because of you, babe. She rolled her eyes, and I kissed her, saying how extremely gorgeous you are. I kissed her again. How amazing you look in everything you wear. I kissed her again and smirked. Or in nothing. She blushed, and I kissed her again. I hope your dad isn't commenting on me wearing nothing. Okay, so that's all me. But I know he would think you look amazing, B. Because you truly are flawless. I kissed her again before rolling us over. Caden, we have to get ready to go, she said, but I saw her giving in. So we should shower, right? She rolled her eyes. It never turns into an efficient shower when we're both in there. But I'm so thorough when I run soap over every inch of your skin, babe. Don't you think? Still, Caden. And if I don't recall, you were much more awake after I pinned you against the wall and... Caden. I laughed. Come on, Angel. You said you were mine until noon anyway. I have 20 minutes, I said as I sucked on her mark. I knew it wasn't fair because she can't say no when I do, but after last night, I wouldn't mind having my hands all over her beautiful body. Again. You had them everywhere last night. That was practice. Practice? Since when do you need to practice? I would always practice if possible. Practice makes perfect, Angel. It felt pretty perfect. Then perfect practice makes perfection. She rolled her eyes, but I scooped her up in my arms and had her standing in the bathroom before she could say anything else. So, 20 minutes? I can do a lot in 20 minutes, beautiful. Don't I know it, she said, and I took her hand before stepping in. Chapter 34. We pulled up to the building, and the gate opened slowly, closing after we pulled through. It looked like a shabby building that was falling apart. The gate looked like you could snap it with a punch, and the roof looked like it was about to fall in. But the moment you get past the intense amount of security, you realize the maintenance is as good as it can be. Possibly better. The first time I came here, I thought my father was playing a cruel trick on me. I had begged him to take me along with him to a celebration for the Alphas and their families. Clearly, he wasn't going to bring any of us, like every other year, but eventually, he had nodded towards the car with a warning growl. I had almost decided to stay back at that point, but instead bit my tongue and climbed in with the most minimal smile possible. He pulled up, and I was so angry that he had brought me to an abandoned building because he hated me that much, but it turns out he hadn't. This was the right place. They keep it like this on purpose. It's for the same reason that the building resides in the sketchiest part of town on the outskirts of the city. No one wanders around here and goes poking about. It's happened once or twice that I've heard of, but it's generally just humans that think they're going to hide out here. No one suspects it, which helps too. A man came up to the car and Caden looked over at me. You ready, beautiful? I nodded. As long as you are. Of course. This is just the second, remember. I laughed lightly. And let's hope the last. He smiled and opened his door. Before I even got unbuckled, he had handed the valet the keys and opened my door. He took my hand and I stepped out. What a gentleman, I said in my best, proper voice. He winked and led me to the building. He walked so calmly and easily that you would think he was going to see an old friend rather than accepting the title of Alpha to a pack he had never even met before. If it weren't for the fact that I knew he was slightly affected by his emotions, then I would be fooled. B? He asked, slightly concerned. Yes? Are you nervous? They already told us it was our pack. Not nervous, more like excited. And maybe a bit shocked. I knew he didn't really understand why, but he did know it was my dream. Caden, I never thought I would see the day when my fated mate and I walked into the council's building to accept the title of being the Alpha and Luna of my father's old pack. It's surreal. I felt him squeeze my hand, and he paused before going into the room where all the council members were waiting. He turned to me. He put his finger under my chin, still holding my hand, and met my eyes with his brightly lit ones. Believe it, babe, this is real. He kissed me lightly. So incredibly real. I smiled. I love you, Caden. I couldn't do any of this without you. I wouldn't want to. The smile that lit his whole face up told me everything, and I moved closer as he wrapped his arm around my waist and opened the door for me. Nor would I. We walked in to find 12 council members sitting in raised chairs across the front of the room. One thing about the council is that when dealing with matters, they look down on you, and we look up at them. Always. We stood about 4 or 5 meters away. Caden still had his arm around my waist and stood comfortably. Hello, sirs, he said calmly. Your names? For the record. Blake and Caden. Can she speak for herself? Caden didn't like that comment. Not that I blamed him at all. Yes, sir. My name is Blake, I said as calmly and politely as possible. You've made it, the middle one said. He's been counsel the longest. Werewolves live much longer than humans since we age more slowly, but he still had purely white hair, meaning that he must be about double the age of the average human lifespan. Council members are chosen by retired alphas with experience. They're actually really decent people that I've met outside of this building, and they're like a distant uncle. They're friendly, happy, and you know just by talking to them that they've lived a long time, seen many things, and generally just love life. But inside this building, they are all business. Yes, sir, we most definitely did, Caden said with just a bit too much cheeriness in his voice. Before the war? No, sir, Caden said, and I knew he was happier about the events because I chose him rather than being forced to mate with him. So the young lady chose to mate with you? I'm assuming she was aware of our involvement with the rogues. Caden held back a growl, and his next words were eerily calm. Of course, sir. She was made aware of the situation, as it was told to me. When I arrived home, we discussed it. His voice almost had a chill in it. It was so businesslike. So the young lady was in no way forced to be with you? She was told she could leave, and you made the opportunity available. Yes, sir. From the young lady, please. Caden took a large breath, and I gently squeezed his hand, immediately calming him. My mate came home. His thoughts were on me coming out of the room and holding his hand as he sat still. They ran through everything that night, and I noticed he flinched. If you could use his name for the record, one of them near the end interrupted. My apologies. Caden came home after the meeting and sat in the hall outside our room. I joined him and asked about it before he filled me in on the news. He said the council was going to help by building an army consisting of many packs. The majority from my old pack and our pack. Caden said that since the council was helping, I had nothing keeping me in his pack, since the alliance was no longer necessary. I was free to go. He offered to drive me home either at the moment or the next morning. He said all of my belongings would be sent as well. So you were allowed to leave? Yes, sir. Caden made it clear. He would take me or let me drive myself. He also said you were all informed of the marking and that it could be removed or undone. They all slowly nodded as if remembering. And you stayed. Caden's emotions were on overdrive. It was like I was telling him I would stay all over again. I can't tell you how that made me feel, B. That moment changed my life. All for the best. He agreed before I responded to the council. Yes, sir. So you made it after the war? Yes, sir, Caden said with that cheeriness again. How long after it ended? 6 days. So not right away. Why not? Caden stiffened, and I responded as calmly as possible. Before Caden and the fighters returned, I was harmed by a rogue, and the result was that I spent 6 days in a hospital bed unconscious. All of their eyes widened briefly before they returned to their blank stares. Were you near death, young lady? I had little under 60% chance of survival, sirs. They exchanged glances before he looked at us again. I knew what was coming. What happened when you awoke? Caden was by my side, and we experienced symptoms most would experience after the mating was complete. I already knew they knew we were fated mates by the looks on their faces. Young man, what happened next? I asked sorry, Blake, if she noticed anything different. We both agreed that everything was stronger. After a minute, she remembered what her grandfather used to tell her. Which was, yep, they knew. That after near-death experiences, some of us find our fated mates. So you mated because you were fated mates? Caden seemed to panic for a second, but I smiled a bit and responded before he said anything. No, sir. We mated because I realized I could never live without him, and he felt the same. After 6 days of lying there unconscious, I realized it could have been the end. I can't imagine losing Caden, and we decided to make it official. And you felt the same, young man? Yes, sir. I knew I couldn't live without Blake before the war happened. However, we hadn't discussed the future at that time. Is discussion a problem? No, sir. In fact, Caden and I, especially with the separate link, discuss almost everything. Communication has never been a problem. Rarely, I corrected in my head. Almost everything? With all due respect, sirs, we are mates, not two halves of one brain. I'm sure every couple has some things that aren't discussed. By the looks they all wore, I'm assuming I was right. Yes, young lady, speaking from personal experience, I must say you are right, he said with a slight laugh. His playful side left as he continued, "What roles do you play in the organization of your pack now?" "I'm asking, assuming you both actively participate in running the pack, am I right?" "Of course, sir." Blake is amazing with. Caden discussed what both of us did and how. I think he exaggerated my part, but he seems to do that with me, so I let it go. An hour later, they finished up their questions, and 3 of them came down. The center 3. The eldest led us to a raised platform. Facing each other, repeat after me. I underscore 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 name, except that through the alliance made between my mate. Underscore 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 name and I to be underscore 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 Alpha/Luna of the Blackthorn Pack. I agree to be faithful in every way to my pack and council. My pack comes before others, but their priorities are my own. This alliance was made without influence and was a free choice my mate and I made. All decisions dealing with the pack will be made with only the best decisions and as a joint agreement between my mate and me. He nodded once. I underscore 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 name hereby accept all responsibilities. He turned to Caden. Repeat after me. I, Caden of the Blue Lake Pack, terminate my old agreement so I can successfully run this allied pack. Caden repeated it and gave me a wink. Still feel surreal? Definitely. I wanted to ask about the old agreement, but decided it wasn't the time. We returned to where we were standing and they returned to their raised seats. After a moment of silence as they signed papers, the eldest looked back up at us. Have you decided on housing and arrangements? I understand the territories are connected at each of the ends, and you have intentions of running them as one. We do, and if possible, want to build a new pack house central to both packs, as well as build more family homes more central to the packs. And the alpha couple's house? If possible, but if we live in the pack house, Blake and I will happily oblige. You plan on having pups, yes? Caden got a weird emotion come over him. He went to reply, but they interrupted him. Honestly, I don't know what Caden would say. We hadn't discussed pups. It wasn't that we avoided it. It just hadn't come up. From the young lady, please. Again, I squeezed his hand to calm him. Yes, sir. We have no intention of planning anything, but when and if it happens, we will be ecstatic. I actually wasn't quite sure if Caden would be, and his thoughts were all over the place. They jumped from the territories to my brother and Daniel as betas, and so on. It never ended, but I didn't mind. It made him a great alpha so that he could multitask so efficiently. And you would pass the title down to them. I didn't hesitate. Yes, sir. Why was your father against it? I never understood my father. He led his pack with skewed priorities. Meaning, my mother had no involvement, not by choice. My siblings and I were disregarded, and he rarely, if ever, left his office. He had no care for matters involving pack members, strictly fighters and patrol. And you differ from those young men? In every way. Without Blake, we may not have recovered from the effects of the war. My pups will be included in both of our lives, as they should be. Family is more than important. It is a pack unto itself. And although fighting and patrol are some of our main priorities, without people, they wouldn't matter. There is no point in protecting a non-existent pack. Well said, young man. I smiled at Caden. He was so professional, it astounded me how calm and easy he spoke. Do you need anything from us? Not at this time, sirs. We would like to meet with those involved in building management in about a week or so, since we have not consulted with our betas. And we would like to ask permission to have 2 active betas at all times. 2 at all times? Why? Blake and I feel that although the pack will be treated as one, having a familiar beta with each pack could be beneficial to pack members. A familiar face is always welcome. How long would you like them both active? We were thinking until one of their children took control. The strongest one? Whichever would be more beneficial. We have not discussed lineage with the betas. That's happening tomorrow afternoon. Then you should expect a call tomorrow evening. Yes, sir. You may go. Yes, sir. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs, I said, repeating Caden, and we turned to go as he grabbed my hand again. I heard my name from someone much closer and turned back. Yes, sir. Congratulations, Blake. Not just with the alliance, but with the mating, fated mating. Your grandfather was a very close friend of mine. He would be proud of you and everything you believe in. You remind me a lot of him, you too young man. Blake did not exaggerate when she said you were the best. Thank you, sir, he said calmly with an appreciative smile, and I took a step closer. I was going to shake his hand, but he grabbed me for a hug. I've never met a better man than your grandfather. He spoke highly of you, and now I know why. Thank you, S.I. Paul. Thank you, Paul. You don't know what that means to me. He nodded and opened the door for us. I trust you with all of this. I do not worry about the two of you. Congratulations again on everything. And he closed the door, leaving us in the lobby. He's wrong, Caden. No, B, he's right. Your grandfather would be so proud. I hope so. But he said my grandfather was the best man he's ever met. He was an amazing man, B. But Paul's met you. He went to argue, but I kissed him and walked outside. I heard him sigh but knew he was wearing a smile, even before he mumbled, "You're amazing, B." So absolutely perfect. He met me outside, and the valet had my door open for me, handing Caden the keys. We took off in silence, but he held my hand on my thigh. About halfway home, he glanced at me. Again. Probably for the millionth time. What are you thinking about, B? Do you actually want kids? You've mentioned them a few times, but... Yes, B. I would raise 100 kids with you. I can't wait to see your stomach swollen with our pup inside. Beauty as you have is given, and the love you have for family couldn't be stronger. Of course I want pups. He said, can't wait, as if it was going to happen. And a little you running around would be the next best thing to cloning you. But when he mentioned them, you stiffened. Why? Because I realized something I've been too distracted to see. I should have noticed days ago. What? So you didn't know either? He sounded relieved. Know what? Caden, I'm so confused. He parked the car in the garage and didn't respond as he came around and opened my door. He took my hand and hugged me gently. Caden, you're pregnant. I froze. Nobody could miss the happiness in his voice. It was like a kid on Christmas. The fact that he wanted this made me happy. I could picture him teaching our pup anything and everything, from being alpha to throwing a football, to riding a bike and sprinting between trees. B? He asked, pulling away but still holding my hips. How didn't I notice? Now that he said it, you couldn't miss the changes. Part of being a werewolf is smell. When you mate, your scents mingle, and when you're pregnant, your scent changes slightly. Also, yesterday on the phone, I got worked up way too easily. It usually takes a while for me to get that mad. We've both been busy, B. Our minds are preoccupied. You just noticed at the meeting? He nodded. The other morning, I knew something was different, but put it to the back of my brain, and this morning I noticed that you smell sweeter. It's a good smell. It suits you, not that your regular one doesn't. And you have a bigger glow lately. You're beautiful. I rolled my eyes, and before I knew it, I was in his arms, and he was spinning in circles. I couldn't help but smile and laugh. We were going to be parents, was Caden's main thought, and I realized how true it was. We were having a baby. Are you okay with this? Now my smile won't leave. I couldn't be any happier, just picturing Caden holding our pup. Of course. But with just being mated? Do you want to get married? We're not human, Cade. The celebration isn't the same for us anyway. Why? Do you want to? Well, in town we'll be seen as a couple with a child. I don't want your reputation ruined. Caden, I don't care about my reputation with humans. We don't have to get married. We're mated, I'll always have you, and that's all that matters. He smiled, but I know he wasn't convinced. I was never one to dream about my wedding day. I wanted to have that faithful mate and live a happy life. I didn't care about one day with a white dress and music. I wanted all the days after the wedding, the marriage, the married life. I have never cared about the actual wedding day. But if Caden wants it, I would go through with it. But no way I'm planning it. Would you be opposed to it? Caden, if you want to get married, we'll get married. It's your reputation too. But honestly, marriage is a mindset like mating. If you live the life, what's the difference? We don't believe in the religion. To us, it isn't a sacrament. If you want to, I will wear a white dress, heels, makeup, and walk down the aisle to you, but as long as we're mated, I'm happy. He nodded and held up a finger. Will you wait a moment? I laughed a bit. Of course. But where are you? Just a moment, Angel. And he jogged out of the garage. Chapter 35. I had been in the garage for a minute or so when Sam came bursting through the door excitedly. Why she was excited, I have no idea, but I know I was excited to see her. Sam, it's been way too long, I said, hugging her. I wasn't sure if you would recognize me still, she said playfully. I know it's been a long couple of weeks, but I figured I would say hi. Caden said you were waiting in here. Yeah, any idea what he's doing? Talking with Danny. About? I pressed. I had no idea why he randomly took off after we got here, but it would be nice to know. She shrugged. Sorry. Alpha's rules. My lips are sealed. I pouted, but she didn't budge. I sighed in defeat and changed the subject. So, what's been happening lately? Daniel and I are really thinking about mating. At first, I thought he was crazy, but the more time I spend with him, the more I realized that spending my whole life with him would be a dream. Although, can I ask you something? Anything. It doesn't matter what's happening, Sam, you're my friend. I'm terrible because I don't make time as I should, but seriously, if you ever need anything, I'll be there. Ditto. She hugged me. Thanks, Blake. I nodded and encouraged her to ask me. So, what was the question? I love Daniel more than anyone ever. He's a true friend, a great guy, and I'm never nervous around him. It doesn't matter who else is there. If he's around, I'm fine. And I don't want to lose him. Blake, I really don't. She trailed off, and I grew a little worried. But I pressed gently. But he's beta. Anne, the pack thinks I'm promiscuous. I don't want to ruin his image or bring him down in any way because of who I was before you straightened me out. You won't, Sam. And trust me, Daniel doesn't care. I've never seen anyone smile as much as Daniel when he's around you. He loves you, Sam. His being beta doesn't change anything. He doesn't care about his reputation, what people say, or what people think of him. That's why he's so awesome. And I know for a fact that if anyone says anything about you, he's going to put them in their place. You have him wrapped around your finger. If your past bothered him, you would know about it by now. She hugged me, and I slowly hugged her back. Thanks, Blake. What about this new pack? I know he has responsibilities, but will I get to see him? I mean, I wouldn't leave him because of that, but... I cut off her rambling. He's a step ahead of you. He asked Caden if there was some way he could, and I quote, see his girl more, and Caden agreed. It worked out well since Caden asked my brother if the two of them could both be active betas. Really? Danny asked me. Yes, Sam. Why does that shock you? She shrugged. He thinks of everything long before I do. He's good that way. It's because he only ever thinks of you. Trust me, his brother is the same way. Yeah, how is that going? Honestly, I came here completely against him. But I truly do love him, Sam. I love everything about him. In fact, it was fate. What? After I woke up, we found out we were fated mates. She squealed and hugged me excitedly, and I laughed, hugging her back. Congratulations, girl. I'm so happy for you. I haven't even told you half of it. Since when are we so out of touch? I laughed. Everything seems to be happening so quickly. So what's the rest? She asked hurriedly. Well, you know that we're now Alpha and Luna of 2 packs. Oh yeah, that's exciting. But just today, Caden noticed something we've both been too wound up to notice. Which is... I laughed and subconsciously rubbed a hand over my flat stomach. I'm pregnant. Caden and I are having a pup. It still seems surreal. Sam squealed so loudly and squeezed me tightly, not letting me go. She was saying, well, screaming, all kinds of congratulations in my ear when a low voice, smooth as silk, interrupted her, sending chills down my spine. Caden. Please, Sam, my angel is carrying precious cargo. If you could not damage her, I would more than appreciate it. What? Bro, you didn't tell me Cupcake was prego. I heard Daniel say happily, but with a layer of mock hurt as he socked his brother in the shoulder playfully. I laughed at Daniel as Sam jumped back, still completely excited. I'm not fragile, Caden. Well, you're not invincible, so I'm going to treat you like glass. I rolled my eyes, and he brought me close against him. I love that you're glowing, B. You're so incredibly beautiful, he whispered in my ear so only I could hear. When did you two find out, and why was your favorite brother not told? Today, Dan. Hence my favor. Caden said open-endedly. What was that about? Something clicked since it seemed like he had an epiphany, and he smiled cheekily. Don't worry, bro Sammy, and I will handle everything. Won't we, babe? She smiled and grinned, and I gave her a knowing look. She nodded and looked to me. Thank him for me? I nodded, and Caden turned slightly, giving them the hint that he wanted them to leave. Bye, Blake, she said more than cheerily. I didn't get to say goodbye since they were already gone. Where are we going? It's a surprise. What? Caden, that's not fair. Why? I asked Dan to look after everything tonight, in exchange for a night the other way. We're getting some alone time, Angel. Why tonight? You have the meeting tomorrow afternoon, and we should look over the plan once more before we speak to the council. And I was thinking that we could spend a few nights every week at the other pack house until the joint one is built. Oh, and I also thought that we could have a celebration merging party. I figured everyone from both packs could get to know each other a bit, and Caden held my face as he kissed me gently but hungrily. You're so cute when you ramble. I couldn't resist. Caden, I'm serious. We have a million things going on. I would love to have a night with you, but we could go somewhere once everything settles. There you go again. How many kisses are you looking for, beautiful? You can just ask, he said with a slight smirk. The love in his eyes astounded me. How did I get so unbelievably lucky? I scowled at him playfully, and he laughed. That is why we're taking a night and going somewhere alone. We need a night to ourselves. Caden, we had all night last night and this morning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but our shower actually lasted an extra 10 minutes. Well, after 20 minutes in the shower, I figured you actually wanted to wash up. I rolled my eyes, and he smirked. We could shower again, though. I'm always game for that, babe. I know. I realized he was holding a duffel bag and raised an eyebrow. You packed my clothes for overnight? He nodded, and I noticed he had amusement in his eyes. Did you know that this was the first time I have ever gone through your underwear drawer? I turned bright red, only making him laugh. Don't worry, babe. I figured you wouldn't need them anyway and decided to just skip them entirely. Caden, I said, reluctantly climbing in the car after he opened the door. I really wanted to go back in and grab underclothes. I'm only kidding. I brought extra pairs since I have every intention of taking yours off. I just don't know what shape they'll end up in. I was bright red again, and he only laughed harder. I don't understand why you blush when it's just the two of us, Angel. I hate you. I bet I could change your mind. He paused, looking me over. I'll even bet that it would only take me a minute if I used my... Caden. Stop right now, or I will cut it off. I knew he was mentally laughing to the point where he wasn't breathing, but I appreciated the fact that he was holding back to a light laugh. The car ride had been fun. It was only half an hour through the woods towards the end of Blue Lake Pack territory, but I don't think Caden knew that I knew where we were. My geography is better than his. We had been talking about minor conversations that weren't important overall, and I enjoyed letting all of the events leave my brain for a while. He was right, this was needed. Well, beautiful? Yes. Do you know where we are? When I nodded, he had a slight frown. I actually thought you might. You've never been here, though, right? I had been in the area, but never specifically here. It wasn't my pack until a few months ago. Nope. Why? It's a surprise. I found this place a few years back and thought it would be perfect for tonight. Caden, I wouldn't care where you took me. I like that you care enough to let us both just relax for a night, even if it's only for a few hours into the morning tomorrow. Well, one of these days I am going to actually take you away, but that might have to be postponed for a while. Maybe we can get a babysitter, like Sam or Dana, and we'll steal a week away then. The fact that he has already been mentally planning for our child makes me even more excited for the bundle of joy. Caden would be a great father. I already knew it. Caden, stop thinking about the future. I don't need a vacation, we're living a dream. Yes, we are, but I still like having you to myself in a deserted location where nobody can stop us or see us as I prove how much I love you. I rolled my eyes and undid my seatbelt as he walked around and opened the door. Either way, thank you. We walked up a gravel path and around the corner sat a small log cabin cottage. It had a wraparound porch and patio chairs. It reminded me of those small getaway places. I loved it. It looked like it had a maximum of 3 rooms, 1 story tall. It was magnificent. It was like a home away from home. I hugged Caden, and he smiled. You haven't even seen it yet, he said with a slight laugh. It's perfect. He chuckled. I'm glad you think so, babe. I know so. He wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed my temple before grabbing the duffel bag. We walked to the house in silence, a very comfortable silence. I already knew that if I could live in any house, I would want it to resemble this one. It was so comfortable and homey. I always lived in the pack house, but this was personal. Our own little home, even if it was just for the night. He gave me a tour of the house. There was a kitchen/living area, a bedroom, and a decent-sized washroom. It had an old-fashioned bathtub with legs, knobby taps, and everything. He led us back to the kitchen and started pulling things out of the fridge. How can I help, sexy? I asked, wrapping my arms around his waist. Sit and look pretty. Caden, let me help. I ran my hands up under his shirt and placed light kisses on his shoulder. Please, he moaned, and I smiled in victory as he nodded. But only because I then get to take your delectable body into the tub sooner. I rolled my eyes and started cutting up spices for the chicken sauce. Hours after dinner, we had taken a bath and were sitting on the couch, tangled up, when he started kissing my neck and jaw. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden, I said softly as his lips left a trail of fire in their wake. I love the effect I have on you. My head lolled to one side, and I only moaned in response, which he smiled at. I had no idea what was on the TV, and I couldn't care less. I love that you're carrying my pup. I let out the slightest moan as his teeth nibbled my ear. I love all of you. Caden, I said, sighing quietly as his hands trailed up the sides of my stomach lightly under my shirt. I love that sound you make when I do that. Caden. I gasped as his teeth sank into my neck. Pleasure coursed through me in huge waves, and I fell against him breathless as his tongue sealed the mark for the millionth time. Darn, that's the best sound you make, he said in a growl against my neck, and I tried to regain my breath. I knew his eyes would be more wolf than anything. I love everything about you, B. Everything. I always will. His voice was getting more serious, and I slowly sat up. He stood up, pulling me up with him, and I narrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Honestly, B, I love everything about you. From the way you are with people to the way you're so open and honest with me, to how amazing you are as a Luna, to the way you sit outside, letting the wind blow through your hair. I never want to go a day without you. I would lose my mind. I know we've made it, and I couldn't be happier, but would you do me the honor of marrying me? Will you be my wife? At some point in his speech, he had gotten down on one knee and taken a box out of his pocket. It was now open, and the light was bouncing off the many small diamonds across the ring and almost blinding me as it refracted off the large center diamond. I know my jaw was hanging open, but this was so unexpected. We talked about marriage briefly today, but I didn't think he even had time to go get the ring, not to mention. B, he asked, worried, breaking my train of thought, and I laughed before pulling him up to me, hugging him tightly to me. So that's... Yes, Caden. I will happily marry you. I thought maybe, since you said earlier that you were happy with just being mated, that you might say no. I know a lot is going on and... It was my turn to stop his ramblings. I sighed. Shut up and kiss me, my sexy fiancé. He beamed before lifting me. I wrapped my legs around his waist before he kissed my lips passionately. I didn't notice we had moved until my back was gently placed on the bed. So demanding, he said in a growl. Caden stayed on top of me, only pulling away once to look down at me lovingly. That was the hottest thing you've ever said, babe. Can we come back? I asked the next morning. It was already 11:30 since I had delayed leaving, which I don't think Caden even thought about arguing about, especially when I ran a bath for the two of us. Of course, Angel. Whenever you want. Really? Of course. Why would I say no? It's only half an hour away. Further from where the new pack house will be, which means we will have to stay longer to make the drive worth it. I laughed. I like your thinking, sexy. He held my hand, and we drove back in silence. We walked in and got right to work. Ben had accepted being beta, and Daniel was happy about the arrangement, which was good. They decided to sort through the smaller details in private as Caden, and I awaited the council's call. Caden. Yes, Angel? He asked, placing me on top of the desk in front of him. How did you get the ring so quickly yesterday? He chuckled. All I had to do was grab it from the dresser. What? I bought the ring for you almost a month ago, he said as if it was obvious. Why? Because I want you to be mine in every sense. Marriage is how humans see it, and mating is how we see it. You're mine. I want everyone to know it. Human and werewolf. You planned on asking me before yesterday? Yeah, but with the war and everything, it got put on hold. When did you want the ceremony to take place? I haven't thought about it. Do you have any preferences for your dream wedding? I shook my head and he studied my face. No? Have you never pictured your dream wedding? Doesn't every girl have the smallest detail already planned out? No, I said with a small laugh and then got serious. Caden, I really don't want to plan it. As long as I walk up the aisle and we both say I do, I couldn't care less. Whether it happens in the backyard or in a garden, I really don't care. We can both wear jeans and runners if you want. He seemed to think for a moment. You don't want to plan any part of it? I thought about it before shaking my head. Do you want your sister too? Or Sam? I shrugged. That's a lot of work for them. We could just do something small. I'll get a simple dress and... Nope. We're going to do this the right way. I'll plan everything. All you have to do is show up. I'll arrange it all. Now I felt bad. Sorry, Caden. That was rude of me. You want a wedding and the whole thing. The least I can do is participate. I'll do. Nope, he said happily. Actually, I have an idea. You leave it up to me, Angel. I'm not saying it will be fantastic and every girl's dream, but we will both say I do, and you will be wearing my wedding ring at the end of the day. I'm sure it would be perfect. Caden is too creative sometimes. Caden, seriously. I'll help. It's not fair for you to have to do it all. Trust me, Angel. I'll take care of everything. It fell silent, and he hesitantly asked, Who do you want to walk you down the aisle? I had to think for a moment. Even if my father were alive, I wouldn't have asked him. I love Ben, but honestly, if I ever needed to talk to someone about Caden, I wouldn't turn to him. No one. What? I don't have anyone, Caden. I wouldn't ask my father if he was still alive, and my brother and I aren't that close. So who else is there? This is just a suggestion, and if you don't want to, just say no. Be completely honest, but would you be opposed to Dan walking you down the aisle? I know he's not really even related to you, but... Yes, Blake. Yes. I'll ask him tomorrow. You're a genius. He's the one who made me second-guess my attitude towards you. He's the reason I spent time with you and the first friend I made here. I would be honored if you would walk me down the aisle. I hope you don't mind, but I asked him yesterday, just in case you were okay with it, and he said he would if you were. But again, if you don't. Thank you. I hugged him and ended up straddling his lap. Oh, and I wasn't sure who you wanted me to ask for approval, so I asked your mother, Dana, Benjamin, and Sam. You asked all of them? I said, bewildered. He didn't have to ask anyone. If anyone knew my mother, the fact that he asked them all showed me how much thought he had already put into it. He nodded. I asked Sam before she talked to you yesterday, your mom a while ago, and Dana and Ben a week or so ago. No wonder Sam was so excited yesterday when she entered the garage. You're amazing. No, I kissed him. Yes, you are. The phone rang, stopping him from replying, and he put it on speaker. A half hour later, the council was fine with all of our plans for betas, and we made an arrangement to meet with the building/land management area a week from now, so we had time to finalize everything. I was glad everything was working out. It seemed like life was coming together. Caden and I were mated, running an allied pack, with a child on the way, and we were getting married, for the human side of the world. I couldn't imagine anything better than this. Me neither, Angel. You're my dream come true. I nodded, and he hugged me when we heard the doorknob. We'll get it, Caden told the pack. I like that he still takes time to answer the pack house door. He's always done it, and I love that about him. It shows everyone how humble he is. He treats every task like an important one that nobody is too good for, even the Alpha. He wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed me gently before we walked to the door. When we got close, Caden stiffened, and I looked up at him. What's wrong? Something isn't right. This can't be right. What? Caden, what's not right? That smell. I haven't smelt it in over a decade. He moved me behind him slightly, and I heard him call Daniel through the link. Daniel came walking into the room slowly and worriedly. Bro? He stopped and sniffed the air. Dan, do you recognize that smell? Daniel turned pale and nodded. Caden, that can't be right. I never thought. He stopped himself and I grabbed his face, making him look at me. Caden? Who is behind that door? What is that smell? His thoughts and emotions were everywhere. I couldn't even decipher one of them. His face was ghostly white, and he was still stiff. The only movement was a slight shake. My parents. Chapter 35. I had been in the garage for a minute or so when Sam came bursting through the door excitedly. Why she was excited, I have no idea, but I know I was excited to see her. Sam. It's been way too long, I said, hugging her. I wasn't sure if you would recognize me still, she said playfully. I know it's been a long couple of weeks, but I figured I would say hi. Caden said you were waiting in here. Yeah, any idea what he's doing? Talking with Danny. About? I pressed. I had no idea why he randomly took off after we got here, but it would be nice to know. She shrugged. Sorry. Alpha's rules. My lips are sealed. I pouted, but she didn't budge. I sighed in defeat and changed the subject. So, what's been happening lately? Daniel and I are really thinking about mating. At first, I thought he was crazy, but the more time I spend with him, the more I realized that spending my whole life with him would be a dream. Although, can I ask you something? Anything. It doesn't matter what's happening, Sam, you're my friend. I'm terrible because I don't make time as I should, but seriously, if you ever need anything, I'll be there. Ditto. She hugged me. Thanks, Blake. I nodded and encouraged her to ask me. So, what was the question? I love Daniel more than anyone ever. He's a true friend, a great guy, and I'm never nervous around him. It doesn't matter who else is there. If he's around, I'm fine. And I don't want to lose him. Blake, I really don't. She trailed off, and I grew a little worried. But I pressed gently. But he's beta. Anne, the pack thinks I'm promiscuous. I don't want to ruin his image or bring him down in any way because of who I was before you straightened me out. You won't, Sam. And trust me, Daniel doesn't care. I've never seen anyone smile as much as Daniel when he's around you. He loves you, Sam. His being beta doesn't change anything. He doesn't care about his reputation, what people say, or what people think of him. That's why he's so awesome. And I know for a fact that if anyone says anything about you, he's going to put them in their place. You have him wrapped around your finger. If your past bothered him, you would know about it by now. She hugged me, and I slowly hugged her back. Thanks, Blake. What about this new pack? I know he has responsibilities, but will I get to see him? I mean, I wouldn't leave him because of that, but... I cut off her rambling. He's a step ahead of you. He asked Caden if there was some way he could, and I quote, see his girl more, and Caden agreed. It worked out well since Caden asked my brother if the two of them could both be active betas. Really? Danny asked me. Yes, Sam. Why does that shock you? She shrugged. He thinks of everything long before I do. He's good that way. It's because he only ever thinks of you. Trust me, his brother is the same way. Yeah, how is that going? Honestly, I came here completely against him. But I truly do love him, Sam. I love everything about him. In fact, it was fate. What? After I woke up, we found out we were fated mates. She squealed and hugged me excitedly, and I laughed, hugging her back. Congratulations, girl. I'm so happy for you. I haven't even told you half of it. Since when are we so out of touch? I laughed. Everything seems to be happening so quickly. So what's the rest? She asked hurriedly. Well, you know that we're now Alpha and Luna of 2 packs. Oh yeah, that's exciting. But just today, Caden noticed something we've both been too wound up to notice. Which is... I laughed and subconsciously rubbed a hand over my flat stomach. I'm pregnant. Caden and I are having a pup. It still seems surreal. Sam squealed so loudly and squeezed me tightly, not letting me go. She was saying, well, screaming, all kinds of congratulations in my ear when a low voice, smooth as silk, interrupted her, sending chills down my spine. Caden. Please, Sam, my angel is carrying precious cargo. If you could not damage her, I would more than appreciate it. What? Bro, you didn't tell me Cupcake was pregnant. I heard Daniel say happily, but with a layer of mock hurt as he socked his brother in the shoulder playfully. I laughed at Daniel as Sam jumped back, still completely excited. I'm not fragile, Caden. Well, you're not invincible, so I'm going to treat you like glass. I rolled my eyes, and he brought me close against him. I love that you're glowing, B. You're so incredibly beautiful, he whispered in my ear so only I could hear. When did you two find out, and why was your favorite brother not told? Today, Dan. Hence my favor. Caden said open-endedly. What was that about? Something clicked since it seemed like he had an epiphany, and he smiled cheekily. Don't worry, bro Sammy, and I will handle everything. Won't we, babe? She smiled and grinned, and I gave her a knowing look. She nodded and looked to me. Thank him for me? I nodded, and Caden turned slightly, giving them the hint that he wanted them to leave. Bye, Blake, she said more than cheerily. I didn't get to say goodbye since they were already gone. Where are we going? It's a surprise. What? Caden, that's not fair. Why? I asked Dan to look after everything tonight, in exchange for a night the other way. We're getting some alone time, Angel. Why tonight? You have the meeting tomorrow afternoon, and we should look over the plan once more before we speak to the council. And I was thinking that we could spend a few nights every week at the other pack house until the joint one is built. Oh, and I also thought that we could have a celebration merging party. I figured everyone from both packs could get to know each other a bit, and Caden held my face as he kissed me gently but hungrily. You're so cute when you ramble. I couldn't resist. Caden, I'm serious. We have a million things going on. I would love to have a night with you, but we could go somewhere once everything settles. There you go again. How many kisses are you looking for, beautiful? You can just ask, he said with a slight smirk. The love in his eyes astounded me. How did I get so unbelievably lucky? I scowled at him playfully, and he laughed. That is why we're taking a night and going somewhere alone. We need a night to ourselves. Caden, we had all night last night and this morning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but our shower actually lasted an extra 10 minutes. Well, after 20 minutes in the shower, I figured you actually wanted to wash up. I rolled my eyes, and he smirked. We could shower again, though. I'm always game for that, babe. I know. I realized he was holding a duffel bag and raised an eyebrow. You packed my clothes for overnight? He nodded, and I noticed he had amusement in his eyes. Did you know that this was the first time I have ever gone through your underwear drawer? I turned bright red, only making him laugh. Don't worry, babe. I figured you wouldn't need them anyway and decided to just skip them entirely. Caden, I said, reluctantly climbing in the car after he opened the door. I really wanted to go back in and grab undergarments. I'm only kidding. I brought extra pairs since I have every intention of taking yours off. I just don't know what shape they'll end up in. I was bright red again, and he only laughed harder. I don't understand why you blush when it's just the two of us, Angel. I hate you. I bet I could change your mind. He paused, looking me over. I'll even bet that it would only take me a minute if I used my... Caden, stop right now or I will cut it off. I knew he was mentally laughing to the point where he wasn't breathing, but I appreciated the fact that he was holding back to a light laugh. The car ride had been fun. It was only half an hour through the woods towards the end of Blue Lake Pack territory, but I don't think Caden knew that I knew where we were. My geography is better than his. We had been talking about minor conversations that weren't important overall, and I enjoyed letting all of the events leave my brain for a while. He was right, this was needed. Well, beautiful? Yes. Do you know where we are? When I nodded, he had a slight frown. I actually thought you might. You've never been here, though, right? I had been in the area, but never specifically here. It wasn't my pack until a few months ago. Nope. Why? It's a surprise. I found this place a few years back and thought it would be perfect for tonight. Caden, I wouldn't care where you took me. I like that you care enough to let us both just relax for a night, even if it's only for a few hours into the morning tomorrow. Well, one of these days I am going to actually take you away, but that might have to be postponed for a while. Maybe we can get a babysitter, like Sam or Dana, and we'll steal a week away then. The fact that he has already been mentally planning for our child makes me even more excited for the bundle of joy. Caden would be a great father. I already knew it. Caden, stop thinking about the future. I don't need a vacation, we're living a dream. Yes, we are, but I still like having you to myself in a deserted location where nobody can stop us or see us as I prove how much I love you. I rolled my eyes and undid my seatbelt as he walked around and opened the door. Either way, thank you. We walked up a gravel path and around the corner sat a small log cabin cottage. It had a wraparound porch and patio chairs. It reminded me of those small getaway places. I loved it. It looked like it had a maximum of 3 rooms, 1 story tall. It was magnificent. It was like a home away from home. I hugged Caden, and he smiled. You haven't even seen it yet, he said with a slight laugh. It's perfect. He chuckled. I'm glad you think so, babe. I know so. He wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed my temple before grabbing the duffel bag. We walked to the house in silence, a very comfortable silence. I already knew that if I could live in any house, I would want it to resemble this one. It was so comfortable and homey. I always lived in the pack house, but this was personal. Our own little home, even if it was just for the night. He gave me a tour of the house. There was a kitchen/living area, a bedroom, and a decent-sized washroom. It had an old-fashioned bathtub with legs, knobby taps, and everything. He led us back to the kitchen and started pulling things out of the fridge. How can I help, sexy? I asked, wrapping my arms around his waist. Sit and look pretty. Caden, let me help. I ran my hands up under his shirt and placed light kisses on his shoulder. Please. He sighed, and I smiled in victory as he nodded. But only because I then get to take you into the tub sooner. I rolled my eyes and started cutting up spices for the chicken sauce. Hours after dinner, we had taken a bath and were sitting on the couch, tangled up, when he started kissing my neck and jaw. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden, I said softly as his lips left a trail of fire in their wake. I love the effect I have on you. My head lolled to one side, and I only moaned in response, which he smiled at. I had no idea what was on the TV, and I couldn't care less. I love that you're carrying my pup. I let out the slightest sigh as his teeth nibbled my ear. I love all of you. Caden, I said, sighing quietly as his hands trailed up the sides of my stomach lightly under my shirt. I love that sound you make when I do that. Caden, I gasped as his teeth grazed my neck. Warmth coursed through me in huge waves, and I fell against him breathless as he kissed the mark for the millionth time. Darn, that's the best sound you make, he said in a growl against my neck, and I tried to regain my breath. I knew his eyes would be more wolf than anything. I love everything about you, B. Everything. I always will. His voice was getting more serious, and I slowly sat up. He stood up, pulling me up with him, and I narrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Honestly, B, I love everything about you. From the way you are with people to the way you're so open and honest with me, to how amazing you are as a Luna, to the way you sit outside, letting the wind blow through your hair. I never want to go a day without you. I would lose my mind. I know we've made it, and I couldn't be happier, but would you do me the honor of marrying me? Will you be my wife? At some point in his speech, he had gotten down on one knee and taken a box out of his pocket. It was now open, and the light was bouncing off the many small diamonds across the ring and almost blinding me as it refracted off the large center diamond. I know my jaw was hanging open, but this was so unexpected. We talked about marriage briefly today, but I didn't think he even had time to go get the ring, not to mention. B? He asked, worried, breaking my train of thought, and I laughed before pulling him up to me, hugging him tightly to me. So that's... Yes, Caden. I will happily marry you. I thought maybe, since you said earlier that you were happy with just being mated, that you might say no. I know a lot is going on and... It was my turn to stop his ramblings. I sighed. Shut up and kiss me, my sexy fiancé. He beamed before lifting me. I wrapped my legs around his waist before he kissed my lips passionately. I didn't notice we had moved until my back was gently placed on the bed. So demanding, he said in a growl. Caden stayed on top of me, only pulling away once to look down at me lovingly. That was the hottest thing you've ever said, babe. Can we come back? I asked the next morning. It was already 11:30 since I had delayed leaving, which I don't think Caden even thought about arguing about, especially when I ran a bath for the two of us. Of course, Angel. Whenever you want. Really? Of course. Why would I say no? It's only half an hour away, further from where the new pack house will be, which means we will have to stay longer to make the drive worth it. I laughed. I like your thinking, sexy. He held my hand, and we drove back in silence. We walked in and got right to work. Ben had accepted being beta, and Daniel was happy about the arrangement, which was good. They decided to sort through the smaller details in private as Caden, and I awaited the council's call. Caden. Yes, Angel, he asked, placing me on top of the desk in front of him. How did you get the ring so quickly yesterday? He chuckled. All I had to do was grab it from the dresser. What? I bought the ring for you almost a month ago, he said as if it was obvious. Why? Because I want you to be mine in every sense. Marriage is how humans see it, and mating is how we see it. You're mine. I want everyone to know it. Human and werewolf. You planned on asking me before yesterday? Yeah, but with the war and everything, it got put on hold. When did you want the ceremony to take place? I haven't thought about it. Do you have any preferences for your dream wedding? I shook my head and he studied my face. No? Have you never pictured your dream wedding? Doesn't every girl have the smallest detail already planned out? No, I said with a small laugh and then got serious. Caden, I really don't want to plan it. As long as I walk up the aisle and we both say, I do, I couldn't care less. Whether it happens in the backyard or in a garden, I really don't care. We can both wear jeans and runners if you want. He seemed to think for a moment. You don't want to plan any part of it? I thought about it before shaking my head. Do you want your sister too? Or Sam? I shrugged. That's a lot of work for them. We could just do something small. I'll get a simple dress and... Nope. We're going to do this the right way. I'll plan everything. All you have to do is show up. I'll arrange it all. Now I felt bad. Sorry, Caden. That was rude of me. You want a wedding and the whole thing. The least I can do is participate. I'll do. Nope, he said happily. Actually, I have an idea. You leave it up to me, Angel. I'm not saying it will be fantastic and every girl's dream, but we will both say, I do, and you will be wearing my wedding ring at the end of the day. I'm sure it would be perfect. Caden is too creative sometimes. Caden, seriously. I'll help. It's not fair for you to have to do it all. Trust me, Angel. I'll take care of everything. It fell silent, and he hesitantly asked, Who do you want to walk you down the aisle? I had to think for a moment. Even if my father were alive, I wouldn't have asked him. I love Ben, but honestly, if I ever needed to talk to someone about Caden, I wouldn't turn to him. No one. What? I don't have anyone, Caden. I wouldn't ask my father if he was still alive, and my brother and I aren't that close. So who else is there? This is just a suggestion, and if you don't want to, just say no. Be completely honest, B, but would you be opposed to Dan walking you down the aisle? I know he's not really even related to you, but... Yes, Blake. Yes. I'll ask him tomorrow. You're a genius. He's the one who made me second-guess my attitude towards you. He's the reason I spent time with you and the first friend I made here. I would be honored if you would walk me down the aisle. I hope you don't mind, but I asked him yesterday, just in case you were okay with it, and he said he would if you were. But again, if you don't. Thank you. I hugged him and ended up straddling his lap. Oh, and I wasn't sure who you wanted me to ask for approval, so I asked your mother, Dana, Benjamin, and Sam. You asked all of them? I said, bewildered. He didn't have to ask anyone. If anyone knew my mother, the fact that he asked them all showed me how much thought he had already put into it. He nodded. I asked Sam before she talked to you yesterday, your mom a while ago, and Dana and Ben a week or so ago. No wonder Sam was so excited yesterday when she entered the garage. You're amazing. No, I kissed him. Yes, you are. The phone rang, stopping him from replying, and he put it on speaker. A half hour later, the council was fine with all of our plans for betas, and we made an arrangement to meet with the building/land management area a week from now, so we had time to finalize everything. I was glad everything was working out. It seemed like life was coming together. Caden and I were mated, running an allied pack, with a child on the way, and we were getting married, for the human side of the world. I couldn't imagine anything better than this. Me neither, Angel. You're my dream come true. I nodded, and he hugged me when we heard the doorknob. We'll get it, Caden told the pack. I like that he still takes time to answer the pack house door. He's always done it, and I love that about him. It shows everyone how humble he is. He treats every task like an important one that nobody is too good for, even the Alpha. He wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed me gently before we walked to the door. When we got close, Caden stiffened, and I looked up at him. What's wrong? Something isn't right. This can't be right. What? Caden, what's not right? That smell. I haven't smelt it in over a decade. He moved me behind him slightly, and I heard him call Daniel through the link. Daniel came walking into the room slowly and worriedly. Bro? He stopped and sniffed the air. Dan, do you recognize that smell? Daniel turned pale and nodded. Caden, that can't be right. I never thought. He stopped himself and I grabbed his face, making him look at me. Caden? Who is behind that door? What is that smell? His thoughts and emotions were everywhere. I couldn't even decipher one of them. His face was ghostly white, and he was still stiff. The only movement was a slight shake. My parents. Chapter 36. I wasn't even sure what to do. At some point, Sam had entered the room, and she and Daniel were staring at each other. Sam was concerned, worried. You name it. Daniel's face was scary blank. His eyes had slight emotions, but seeing him so empty was a huge contrast to his normal grin. Caden stood still as the visitors knocked again. He went a move, but I stopped him. Caden, you're not alone. Whoever is there, we'll deal with it, okay? You're not alone. I knew he felt alone, almost like he was reliving the time after their death if they died. Thank you, B. He suddenly wrapped his arms around me, bringing me close, and I just hugged him back. I rubbed my hand up and down his back, and after a moment, he relaxed a bit more. I don't know what I would do without you. You'll never have to find out, Caden. Just breathe. I'm not going anywhere. He nodded and took a few breaths, almost completely calm. Considering the circumstances, I was shocked at how calm he could be. Pulling back, he held me at arm's length and just studied my face before a huge smile broke out across his face. You're literally perfect, Angel. I shook my head, but then just pecked him on the lips. Do you want me to answer the door? I asked quietly. I was shocked, hopefully I didn't show it, when he gave a small smile. Nope. We will. Because we're the best team there is. We work best together. This is no different. It came out as more of a question, so I nodded to reassure him, and he took a step forward as he grabbed my hand. I intertwined our fingers, and he put his arm around my waist. I looked back at Daniel and gave him an encouraging smile before looking back at Caden. Ready? If you are. I nodded, and he exhaled before opening the door with as casual a smile as he could muster, which, surprisingly, was pretty casual. Everyone froze. I know it's naive of me, but I was hoping he was wrong and his parents weren't there. I know it's terrible since it would be a miracle for them to be in his life again, but I didn't want him to get hurt again. It would tear him apart to lose them again. And why would they ever leave their two sons? But at the same time, I was happy we could meet, and he could have all those conversations he missed out on. I had so many emotions and thoughts, and I'm hoping it was the pregnancy hormones, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. My thoughts were literally everywhere, and I focused hard on trying to stop them so that it wouldn't stress Caden. As I looked at the couple, I knew for a fact that he hadn't been wrong. His father was almost identical to him, but Caden had his mother's kind eyes and smile. Although she was nervous right now, I knew he got his kindness and gentleness from her. He had a build like his father, though. The resemblance was striking. Son, his father went to say, but Caden interrupted him abruptly. Please, come in, Caden said, and I was shocked to find that he was angry, felt betrayed, and at the same time extremely sad, with a touch of curiosity and a load of confusion. It shocked me, but then again, all of them made sense. How about we hear them out and then see where we're at? After a moment in which he kept quiet, I realized how dumb that was. I'm so sorry, Caden. I can't begin to know what you're thinking. No, that wasn't dumb, B. You're right. He let them pass before he held me tighter. I love you, Angel. I love you, too, I said as I placed my lips gently against his palm. He relaxed a bit from my touch and followed his parents to the living room off the lobby. Please take a seat, he said as they stood awkwardly. Caden, Daniel said hysterically. Dan, how are you just letting them back into our lives? They destroyed you. They destroyed us. They let us believe for over a decade that they were dead. They let you just take over a pack without barely being an adult. He said some more sentences that were barely coherent before he threw his arms in the air and turned to his parents. You know what? Forget you both. He yelled, and I was blown away that Daniel was that angry. I've never seen him mad. Mad didn't even cover it. He was outraged. Beyond angry. He didn't even make it out the door before his wolf took over, and he sprinted out. I noticed Sam shifted too and followed him. She seemed so shaken, but I couldn't blame her. I knew she would be able to handle him. His wolf would calm from just her touch. Eventually, anyway. They were as good as mated. He's right, B, he said as he turned to me. Then tell them. He looked at me like I had grown a second head. What? Tell them. I can't just say, well, Dan's right, but he trailed off. Taking a deep breath, I turned to his parents. I know you don't know me, and this is probably a terrible first impression, but Daniel is right. You forced Caden into being alpha at a seriously young age, and although he's the best I've ever seen, it wasn't fair. Daniel was strong enough to step up to the plate, but he was even younger. That shouldn't even be legal. Not to mention the pain he went through for thinking he lost his parents at such a young age. Both of them. Then you just knock on the door years later and act as if nothing has happened? They've both gone through so much without parents for advice or a hand. I hope, for your sakes, that you have a good reason. I'm sure Caden would like to hear it. I thought Caden might be mad at me for basically telling his parents off, especially since I've never met them, but instead, he gave me a gentle squeeze, and I'm taking that as a good sign. Well, Caden pressed after silent moments passed, and they gave each other a look before his mom stood up, but his father held her wrist and made her sit. We didn't have a choice, son, he started. You can stop with that. I was confused until it clicked. He felt betrayed that his father would call him son when he treated him like he did. After a short nod, his father continued, Caden, we didn't have a choice. Your mother and I were put in a bad circumstance, and we chose the route that we thought would do less damage. Caden let out a humorless laugh, and his hand squeezed mine a tad tighter, but I let it go. I couldn't care less about my hand right now. Least damage? That's what you call your sons losing their two parents, and before they could even get over it, they were given the responsibility of running a pack. Yeah, you're right. That was probably the route with the least damage. The last sentence had more of an edge to it, and the chill in his words. I can only hope that I never hear that tone again. So Caden's growl cut him off, and his father nodded before continuing. Caden, you don't know the whole story. I was getting mad at them. They treated their family as if they were the least priority way back when, and have the guts to say, you don't know the whole story, yet say nothing to elaborate and fill him in. Then what's the story, father? The coldness in his tone when he said father reminded me of how I addressed my own father, except colder. That was not a good sign. There was no respect, love, or life in the world. It was empty, emotionless. I almost shivered. If I don't know it, how about you fill me in? Give me the whole story. Caden, don't talk to your father that way, his mother said to him, and the room got extremely tense when Caden shot his mother a glare. Caden, I'm so sorry, B. I'm so sorry. I knew he was on the verge of breaking down, but didn't want his parents to see the effect they still had on him. You have nothing to apologize for, I told him before looking at his parents. I don't think you have any say in how Caden speaks to either of you anymore. That ended when you decided that running away without a word was the best option. My voice was colder than I expected, and his mother looked down in shame. I guess you're right, she mumbled as she grabbed her mate's hand for support. Are you going to tell us the whole story, or are we going to wait another 13 years for that part? His voice could cut ice as he held my hand a tad tighter. I don't even know where to start. You went on an aeroplane to Europe, at least that's what we were told, and it crashed. How about you start there? All business. I got a chill at the memory from the first week I knew him, but squeezed his hand and focused on the present. We were on a plane, but we weren't going to Europe. He paused and looked to Caden's mother before continuing, we were going to Alaska. The plane did crash, but since we were on a private flight, nobody was injured, and it was kept out of the news. Private? Council was flying us there for reasons. When his father didn't elaborate, Caden growled, cut it out. You either tell us the story or you leave without another word. I'm not 17 anymore. No more lies. No more partial truths. If you're not telling me the whole story, I'm not listening to any of it. You can leave. As you can see, he motioned to me. I found my angel and my life couldn't get any better. At least before you came in and destroyed it. So either fill me in or don't. They both seemed to weigh the pros and cons as Caden spoke clearly and precisely. If not, I will forget this happened and act as if you're dead. Trust me, I've been doing it for years without knowing. It won't be hard. I looked up at him, and his lips were in a straight line. He didn't look at his parents, he simply waited for their answer. Or any movement to tell us they had decided. His father's next words came out in one breath. The council sent us to Alaska to see about running a new pack. They were going to divide Blue Lake territory up since it is relatively small, and send us to start a new one in Alaska, since we would then have no pack to run. Many werewolves were found without a pack, and they had agreed to be one, but there was no one the council trusted to lead it. Well, most of them agreed. Some decided that they wanted to remain rogues. They got violent, and we were supposed to keep the peace, but it was too late. His father said before looking down, and Caden's mother took over. There were fires and riots, and the violent rogues started rebelling. They didn't want to be tied into a pack. They liked their freedom. We tried to tell them that we weren't going to control them, but it didn't work. The crash wasn't an accident. They were trying to kill us. They almost succeeded except that the pilot steered us towards the ocean, and we all made it to shore as the plane sank. She paused, and I knew she was reliving the moment. Council got in touch with us after about a week of us living on an island. They found our plane at the bottom of the ocean and scanned the surrounding land until they found us. By that time, the co-pilot had died, but we were all brought to Alaska safely. Your father and I, she stuttered over her words, and I noticed that Caden flinched every time she said mother or father, understandably so. He squeezed my hand harder, and I couldn't feel a couple of my fingers, but I remained silent. Your mother and I asked if we could just come back, but they insisted on our staying there. We had no way of getting in touch with you for another week, and then we were told that we couldn't have contact with you unless we were going to come back here. We had two options, Caden. We could either help them out or come back. Your father knew that you would be fine to run the pack. Before I could react, Caden had stood up, letting go of my hand. So rather than be parents, you decided to help rebelling rogues. You're so right, father. That was definitely the least damage. Caden turned to leave, and I followed. He stopped beside the door of the room and motioned to it. Get out. I don't want to see your faces again. Neither of you is welcome on our territory. His mother broke down at his words, and his father gave Caden a hard stare. How dare you disrespect your mother? She did this to protect you. You don't think we've regretted it since we made the decision? Don't you think we haven't thought about you every day since we got on that plane? The choices we could have made? What could we've done differently? You don't think we wanted to come back? You had two choices. Two choices, and you chose random strangers over your pack. Over your family. Over your own two sons. It wasn't you who started running a pack as you watched your only brother look dead inside. He didn't even smile for months. He was devastated. Devastated. What kind of parents are you? What kind of alpha are you? They threatened you. His father spoke quietly, and the atmosphere changed drastically with those three words. What? Who? The rogues. They knew who we were. They said they would hurt you too if we came back. Not the violent rogues, the other ones. The ones that wanted a pack, they knew between the two choices that we would choose you too. We would choose our family. But they also knew that because they wanted a pack and wanted us there that they would be killed when we left, so they threatened to hurt you, our only two sons, if we didn't do everything we could to start up a pack. It was an ultimatum, Caden. I suggested sneaking away, but we couldn't chance your lives. They were reckless, Caden. Why didn't you just call? Why did you let us believe you were dead? Council dealt with everything on this end. We thought you would be told as much as possible. We had no idea what you were told. It wasn't until a year later that we found out what you were told. You let it go for a year. His hold on my hand tightened again, but I kept it where it was. I knew this was only a fraction of the hurt Caden was feeling. It's council. What do you think we could have done? They blocked everything. We called, we wrote, we emailed. Caden, we did everything except get on a plane and leave, because then we would come back to find two bodies. We couldn't chance it. We found out after 2 years that it wasn't that you weren't just responding, but not receiving anything. We had explained as much as we could in those letters, but the council or the rogues must have stopped them. We're so sorry, Caden. His mother was shaking, and Caden was mulling over everything in his head. He rubbed the back of his neck, and I turned to his parents. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and I heard him slow his breaths. Excuse us, I said to his parents. Of course, his father mumbled, even though I wasn't asking, before comforting his mother. The moment we were in the hall, Caden tried to stop, but I pulled him into the kitchen and into a hug. He tried to pull away after a few moments, but I just held him tighter. His anger slowly faded with my touch, and soon he was shaking, but he was holding on to me. I knew the tears were coming, and I didn't want his pack to see him like this. Come on, Cade, I said gently, leading him to a small room off the kitchen. When we got in there, he pulled away from me, and I knew he was trying to stop the meltdown, but I slowly wrapped my arms around his waist from behind and whispered little nothings. I didn't want him to think he had to look strong for me. I didn't want him to think he had to hide his feelings. If he couldn't be vulnerable around me, we had issues. Soon, he turned and held me as the sobs racked his body. I thought they were dead, B. He would cry for a few more minutes and choke out another sentence, they abandoned me. He did this a few more times, and I wish I knew how to comfort him. I was totally lost. They did what they thought was best, Caden. I don't agree with what they did, but they were trying to protect you. I knew he tried to stop and control himself, but I just held on. I'm so sorry, B. I just couldn't hold it in. I'm sorry. I knew he was mentally scolding himself for crying, but I grabbed his face and gently kissed his lips. Don't ever apologize for crying. You're so strong, Caden. You stand by me through everything, and I will be here for you too. I'm glad you don't hold it in. I love you, Caden, but if you hid this side of you from me, I would be disappointed. This makes you no less of a man. If possible, it makes you a better one. He shook his head. Only you would see crying as a manly thing. A slight laugh came out with his words, and I gave a small smile. It's not the fact that you're crying, it's just the fact that you wouldn't hide it from me. You're open with me, you let me see you at your best and worst, and I love you more for that. He kissed me lovingly before pulling away and resting his forehead on mine. I love you, Angel. I love you too, Caden. It was quiet for several minutes before he hugged me to him. Do you think you can face them again? What do I say to them? I don't even know if I want them in my life. Am I hurting our pup if I didn't let him meet them? I don't want our pup to think I would ever abandon. Caden. Our pup would never think that. And nor would I. What your parents chose has nothing to do with your choices. I strive to be the alpha I thought my father was. But now, he trailed off, and my heart broke for him. Caden, you're not your father. You would never abandon family, ever. Or your pack. You will protect our pup with everything in you. I know you. And your father is still the man who raised you. He was put in a bad situation with no good ending. I don't blame him for trying to protect you. He thought it was best, Caden. You do realize that, right? He nodded. I just don't even know how to feel. Logically, it makes sense. I will protect our pup too. I would already die for them for you. I just hate how they did it. Why didn't they just tell someone about the threats and have the council protect us and deal with the whole situation, rather than just cutting us out? The pack would have protected us. I would have fought. Heck, Dan would have fought them. Do they have no faith in us? Do they doubt us? Did they doubt our pack? I just held him. I didn't have any answers. I wish I did, but I wasn't even in the pack back then. After a silent moment, he spoke quietly. I was a ghost for months, V. I was like a zombie. If my wolf hadn't made me pick up my socks and look out for Dan and the pack, I might still be like that. I can't feel the hurt when I look at them. I knew this since it tore at me to feel his constant pain. I didn't care about the pain. I would take that easily. I just hated that he felt it all over again. Losing a close parent is awful. I know losing my grandfather killed a part of me, but to go through it twice is unbearable. I wish I could do something, Caden. I wish I could stop the hurt. I wish I could have been there for you when you had to go through all this the first time. I wish I could, but I can't go back. I looked up at Caden, placing a chaste kiss on his lips. But this time I will be right beside you. You're not alone. I support whatever decision you make. Whether you ask them to leave or let them stay. Either way, the pack and I support you. Always. How could you look at me after I turned my parents away? Because I know why you would do it. If it had just been you, you probably would have forgiven them by now. You would have taken them back and tried to make it work. But they hurt Daniel too. They left their pack in capable but unsure hands, and they left 2 sons grieving needlessly. They affected the whole pack. They hurt their beta, friends, and family. You wouldn't be turning them away because you can't go through it again, but because they hurt those that mattered most to you. You wouldn't be doing it because of selfish reasons, but because of what they did to your pack way back when. He looked down. What do I tell our pack? The truth. Like you always do. Caden, whatever you decide, I support. I'm right behind you. It was silent for moments before Caden stopped pacing and looked at me. What would you do, B? I frowned. Honestly, Caden, I don't know. I wish I knew what to say to you, but I don't. My father was never with me, so I never lost him. His death barely affected the pack personally, just the legalities and alliance. And my mother, well, she wasn't a Luna. I can't imagine losing her, but we don't have the same relationship as you had with your parents. My grandfather and I were inseparable, but he wasn't my parent. And I didn't have any responsibilities when he passed. I can't imagine what you went through losing them, and I know you feel betrayed. Letting them stay won't be easy. It will take you a long time to trust them again, if ever. But I also know you'll feel guilty turning them away, even when you shouldn't be, so it isn't easy either. He looked at me and slowly nodded his head. Will Dan hate me if I accept them? No. Daniel will never hate you. He'll come around. Trust me. I pecked his lips and smiled encouragingly. He'll support you too. Always. He's his true family. He's the very definition of the word itself. He just needs time to cool off. He was so much younger than Caden, not even close to an adult. And he was close to his mother. Losing her was devastating, I'm sure. But since they were close, the thought that she would just leave him is probably tearing him apart. He probably blames himself for the whole incident. We both know he had no part in it, but Sam will help him. And so will we. He nodded and stood up. I followed suit, and he grabbed my hand. I winced as the fingers that were numb earlier broke out in that pins and needles feeling, making Caden instantly look worried. What did I do? Did I hurt you? He looked at my swollen, red, sensitive fingers, growing more worried by the second. I shook my head as if to say nothing. Just numb. I must have let him get too many thoughts when he kissed them tenderly. I'm so sorry, B. Please forgive me. I never meant to hurt you. There is no excuse for grabbing you like that. He looked so torn, and I held his hand. Heck, you do all this for me as I hurt you. I kissed him to stop the string of expletives I knew were coming. He never swears. The only other time I heard him swear this many times was when he found out I was attacked during the war. Although Daniel had told me about it, mocking him, since I didn't hear them. Caden, it's nothing. I would have said something. I know you would never hurt me. There's nothing to forgive you for. He kissed my fingers gently and held my other hand hesitantly. I'm so sorry, B. I held his hand firmer. Don't be. If I'm ever hurting you again, say something, B. I hate seeing you in pain, and knowing I caused it, he looked torn. He looked so guilty for even hurting my hand. I will. I promise. He kissed my fingers gently again, but his hold on my other hand was how it usually is, so I was happy about that. He turned me and held my back to his chest. He kissed right under my ear, and I was all tingles as he wrapped his arms around my torso. I have to be careful, B. You're carrying the second best being in the world. You're my whole world. My whole family. I was so happy that he was so caring and loving towards our pup already. I knew no harm would ever come to us. You're going to be an amazing father, Caden, the best dad. I looked down at my hand and smiled. And the perfect husband. He squeezed me gently. How could I forget my beautiful little fiancé? Mine, in every sense of the word. He kissed my mark, and I failed at holding the moan in, and if he hadn't been holding me, I would have fallen over. He chuckled. His voice came out low and husky. Darn, that makes me want to take you upstairs. I ran my hands over his arms and just nodded. About a minute later, I turned and hugged his chest before hugging him, and he grabbed my hand with a smile. Ready, sexy? He smirked. We're actually going upstairs? I'm always ready for that, Angel. For a minute, I almost forgot about our unexpected visitors and pretty much the whole world, excluding Caden. I laughed. You're hilarious. It got quiet, and he looked towards the door. We walked out of the room with his hand around my waist, tucking me into his side. We both stopped in the kitchen, and his grip tightened fractionally on my hip when we heard a howl outside. We both knew it was Daniel. It was filled with pain and anger. I squeezed Caden's hand. Just give him time. You'll make the right choice. We all support you, Caden. Even Daniel. Chapter 37. We both started to walk to the other room where his parents were when a brown streak darted between the trees, and Caden tensed. He immediately had me positioned slightly behind him in a protective stance. I smiled and shook my head. It's Daniel. Sam ran by, and he relaxed a bit. Can't be too sure, he said, and kissed my temple gently. Should I talk to Dan first? Do you think he could be calm enough to rationalize? I stopped and thought about it for a second. He's a strong kid. I'm sure he could if we tried. But how long do you want your parents to sit in the room when anyone could walk in? He groaned. Oh God, where do we put them overnight then? I really want to talk to Dan and Ben before anyone sees them. Me too. He takes Beta seriously, and he'll think of the pack. Caden nodded and opened the side door. The breeze that blew in felt nice on my warm skin. Dan? We need to talk. Up for it? I knew Daniel was hesitating, but I also knew he would make the right decision. He was always dependable. Where? Where are you? The pond. We're on our way. 10 minutes, Caden said, and he sighed before turning back to the kitchen door. Where do we put them? How about at the other pack house? No one will know that they were supposed to be gone. Dead. You can say it. I'm sorry, Caden, I don't want to make this harder on you. The other pack house would be good. I can call Benji if you want, get him to grab a friend or two, and he'll bring them there and set them up for the night. He nodded. He'll be a good beta, thank you, B. We walked to the office, and Caden pulled me onto his lap before taking the phone. He paused before handing it to me. Do you mind? Not at all, I told him with a kiss to his cheek. I dialed the numbers and waited for someone to pick up. Hello, a familiar feminine voice said, and I smiled. Jess? It's... God, I didn't realize how much I had missed her. I felt guilty for not spending time with anybody anymore. Not even my sister. I really missed Jess, though. We grew up attached at the hip. She was always excited and happy and just such a good person. The best friend I could ask for. She even put up with my father. Blake. Hey girl. What are you up to? Not a whole lot, I said, trying not to let her get carried away. You're Luna of 2 packs, girl. That's nothing. We should catch up sometime, Jess. I miss you, I said honestly, and she sighed. Me too. It's not the same without you here, Blake. Well, soon we'll have a joined pack, so we can see each other more often then. Yay! She squealed, and I felt bad to ask her to give the phone away, but I had to. Caden needed his parents gone, and quickly. Hey, Jess, I'm sorry, but I called to talk to Benji. Do you think you could find him for me? I hate to. It's okay, we'll have a girls' day soon. She said excitedly before a moment of silence. Okay, he's coming. Thanks, Jess. I really have missed you. We would have to deal with joining 2 pack links. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but if we're 1 pack, Caden will need to be able to get in touch with everyone. Did you know that nobody else likes the beach? We'll go again soon. Actually, I should show you the pond we have here. It's remarkable. But we'll go to the beach again, too, I promise. Okay. And here's Benjamin. Thanks. The phone crackled with movement before he said hello. Ben. Hey, Blake, what's up? Caden and I were wondering if you would do us a huge favor? Of course. That's what a beta is for, he said happily. I'm glad we asked him. He hasn't gotten to prove himself yet, and males are all about that. We were hoping you could set up a room for this couple we know. Anywhere available, it doesn't have to be fancy. Also, could you bring a friend or 2 and come pick them up? Ask him if he has anyone to guard them overnight. If not, I'll send some back with him. I nodded to Caden as Ben replied, of course. Everything will be done. Anything else? Actually, yeah. Do you have anyone that could guard it? We don't know what their intentions are. We don't want any problems. Yep. I'll have it all set up. So we pick them up, set them up in a room, and make sure they don't leave. Yes, perfect. Thanks so much, Benji. No problem, Blake. Would you like this done now? As soon as possible. I'm just about out the door. Think why the line went dead. So maybe he's a bit eager. He's coming. He hugged me back to his chest, but I pulled away. I laughed at his slight frown and climbed off. I turned and straddled his lap. I wasn't leaving Caden. Thank goodness, because your shorts keep riding up and it's not doing anything good, he said as he nipped at my neck. I tilted my head to give him better access. Caden. He smirked against my skin before his lips trailed lower. Caden, we have to meet. Daniel, I said in pants. He pulled back suddenly with a disgusted face. Please never say his name like that again. Caden, you told him 10 minutes. I glanced at the clock, 8 minutes ago. I told him to swim it off and that our parents are going to our other pack. We'll talk to him after they leave. I nodded, still slightly breathless from his lips. I tried to get out, that's good. Daniel will be level-headed by then. Caden didn't respond. Instead, he started nipping at my neck again as my head fell to the side. His lips left kisses around my mark, and my wolf was going crazy. Don't tease me. I gasped as his teeth sank into his mark, and I melted against him. Mine. You're mine, he growled. His wolf was really possessive, and I realized I had said Daniel again. Mine, Blake. Say you're mine. I'm yours, Caden. All yours, I said breathlessly, still reeling in pleasure. He growled happily. He kissed lower and lower, his lips leaving a trail of fire down my skin from the mark to the curve of my chest and across. So soft, Angel, he whispered against my skin, and I tugged his hair gently, causing him to groan. I brought his face up to mine and kissed him passionately. He growled low in his chest, and his hands moved higher up my sides. Angel, don't tease me, your brother is on the way. I went to get up, but he carried me to the couch. Please? Just stay with me. I knew he was thinking of his parents, too, and I nodded. The pain was back in his eyes, and I kissed his chest. I'm not going anywhere. He turned, and we lay down on the couch. I was half on my side, half on Caden between the couch and him. He had one arm keeping me against him, and one arm bent with his hand behind his head. I trailed random patterns with my finger on his chest as I rested my head on his chest. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden. B, everything you've done today. You've done even more for me. Stop thanking me, Caden. You're welcome, but you would do it for me in a heartbeat, and I'll do the same. I love you. I'm your mate. I won't ever make you go through something like this alone. We're a team. The best team. I nodded, and tingles shot through my scalp as his fingers gently pulled out my elastic and through my hair. His brother was walking towards the door, and he scooped me up in his arms, placing me on the floor. I shook my head before running my hands through my hair, putting it into a loose bun. I moved my hands through his hair as the doorbell rang. I messed up your hair, sexy. You could do it again, but your brother might not appreciate standing out there because we were. Okay, got it, I said, blushing. He laughed. It's only us two here. Then it doesn't need to be said, we both know. He shook his head with a lopsided smile, and I grabbed his hand, leading him out to the door. I opened the door to Benjamin and smiled at him. Thanks for coming, Benji. No problem, you can count on me. We know. But it was sudden. That's okay. He turned to Caden. Alpha, he said with a nod of respect. Caden nodded in return. Beta, we really do appreciate you doing this on such short notice. I would prefer if this were kept quiet, in case word gets back to here. Everyone will be told about this, you and Dan first of course, but we haven't discussed what the outcome should be, so we don't want anything to start up and cause rumors. Should I ask what this is about? I don't want to pry, but the packs are fine, right? Yes, Benji, I said calmly. Everything is fine. It's not a pack problem, not really, it's more a personal issue. Ben nodded. I brought 2 people, Cameron and Tyler. Awesome, they're good wolves. They can come in if they'd like. Our home is their home. We're allies. Ben looked back and motioned them in. Cameron and Tyler both looked slightly shocked when they saw me, but bowed their head in respect to us. Alpha. Luna, they said almost in unison. At ease, boys. I thank you for your help. I'm sure you had other plans, but nonetheless, this is appreciated. It is a middle-aged couple in the room off to the side. I'll go get them. One moment, please. Want me to come? No thanks, babe. Catch up with our pack members. I loved how he said, our pack members. He just accepted both packs as members in one pack. It was so amazing of him. It wasn't a big deal for me since I knew all these people growing up. We had been packed for years, but he didn't know any of them. It was a humbling thought. I nodded, and he kissed my temple. I turned to them as he walked off tensely. So Cameron, Tyler, how have you been? You're looking good, Luna. We've missed you around home. It's not the same at all. But we appreciate you taking responsibility for both. We're good. It's my pleasure. I'm just glad they went against my father for that decision. Everyone is good there, though. Yeah, they're getting out more. I didn't realize how secluded we had become. Some have drawn back even more, but others are coming out a bit. Drawn back more? Why? I'm glad. Caden walked back in the room with his parents, and I know Ben recognized the resemblance, with his questioning look, but he let it go when I mouthed later to him. He nodded and opened the door. Cameron and Tyler stepped out. They're in capable hands, Alpha, Luna. We know. You 3 are of the best, I said, and Caden nodded as his arm slipped around my waist. They all left, Ben about to leave when Caden pulled him back firmly, but not hurting him at all. Alpha, watch them. Bring them food, don't let them get it. Lock the windows. Watch the door. Make sure their room has a bathroom that they don't have to leave for. Check in on them at night. Minimal trust. Yes, Alpha. Caden let him go, they exchanged nods, and Ben closed the door on his way out. I hugged Caden to me, and he seemed to relax quite a bit. He must have been more tense than I thought. Everything will be fine, Caden. I hope so. It will. No hope, that's reality. Daniel will come around, and soon we'll have 2 packs living as one. I love you. We walked to the kitchen, and I smiled up at him. I love you too, Cade. We cooked up some dinner and invited Daniel and Sam to join us. We sat on the back deck and a few moments later heard them shifting back before we saw them walking up to the house hand in hand. I smiled. They were good for each other. Are they still here? Sam asked when they sat down. No. Ben came, and he's going to keep them in a room at the other pack house until we can come up with a solution, Caden said. Are they allowed to stay? Daniel asked, and the look he was giving Caden let us know this answer was going to be a make or break thing. He wanted an answer. I knew he hadn't calmed down yet. I haven't talked with my betas, so I don't know, Caden replied like he was discussing the weather, and I was glad he did. He was letting Daniel know that this wasn't supposed to be the topic of the night. Which is good, we all needed to let it go for a while. He stared at Caden for a few moments longer before looking over at me with a smile. Hey, Blake. He looked back at Caden. This looks delicious. Caden nodded and glanced at me before taking my hand in his. B seems to have a few tricks up her sleeve for cooking too. Daniel nodded, and dinner went by without a thought towards their parents. It was nice to relax, and by the end, we were laughing and talking like we had been a week ago. I knew Daniel would support Caden. He just needed some time without thinking about them, but he would support Caden. I had no doubt. I just wondered what Caden was going to choose. I don't think he had decided. He was still weighing things in his mind, and I knew his betas and my opinions mattered to him. He wouldn't decide until he had talked to them. That's how he was. It's part of what makes him so great. The 3 of us, Caden, Daniel, and I, were sitting in the office. I heard a car drive up and excused myself to get Benjamin. Caden scowled at me playfully, but I stuck my tongue out at him and left. I heard his chuckle behind me. Real mature, B. Yep. I called him. Hey, Benji, I said as I opened the door. Hey, Blakey. We gave them breakfast, but they had all kinds of questions. I told them I wasn't up to speed on the situation and that we were all waiting on the outcome. Thanks, Benjamin. You've been a big help. And we're all in the office. You'll know as much as we do. I promise. He nodded, and we walked in. I shut the door behind us and went to sit, but Caden moved his chair back and waited for me to join him. He's awfully clingy lately, probably since I'm carrying our pup. Darn right. Nothing is hurting either of you. Ever. You're mine, my beautiful fiancé. I smiled up at him. All yours, sexy. He kissed my temple and cleared his throat as he looked up. Daniel and Ben were exchanging hellos. They seemed to get along, that's good. I wasn't really worried, but it was still good to know for sure. Dan and I have been under the assumption that for the last 13 years our parents died in a plane crash on their way to Europe, Caden said to Ben. The assumption. Yesterday they showed up at our door. The couple that has been under our watch? Yes. Whoa, Ben said as he exhaled, and Daniel gave a small smile. Yeah, Daniel said. It was good to see him back to his usual self. Well, closer to his usual self. So, what's going to happen? Ben asked, looking between Caden and me. Caden motioned to the 2 of them. We have to decide. We? They're your parents. They abandoned our pack. The pack you are beta to Benjamin. Your opinion is important to us. I take my betas seriously. You are not only my second in command, but my go-to for decisions. I am one person with many biases. Together, we are 4 people who can have a proper discussion and decide a plan of action for anything. You're also the only unbiased opinion here. B might be close, but she's also my mate. She could be more biased than I. She's pretty stubborn. He said with a small smile in my direction before continuing, "You have no relation to the couple." The fact that he referred to them as the couple let me know he was trying to be a third party rather than the son of the couple in question. It must be the alpha in him. The amazing alpha traits that never seem to quit appearing. My mate is amazing. Even if he thinks I'm stubborn. Which I know I'm not. Okay, so that's not helping my case, but whatever. Then I couldn't be more honored. Caden nodded. We recently discovered, through their recollection of events, that they were actually flying to Alaska to start up a new pack, and that Blue Lake was going to be split between neighboring packs. Their plane was somehow tampered with, and they crashed in the ocean. Wait, Caden, that doesn't make sense, I noticed when I realized it, cutting him off. I know. We were told Europe. No. Caden, it doesn't make sense that they were sent to Alaska and crashed in the ocean, I said in one exhale, many words jumbling together. Do you need to take a breath? I have no idea what you're saying. I knew he wasn't happy, so I cut him off, but he needed to think it through. There's no way they were sent to Alaska to start a pack, and their plane crashed in the ocean. Going to Europe makes sense, but Alaska, that's not possible. They must have gone hours out of the way. Unless the pilot was. B. Caden grabbed my face and looked right at me. Take a breath. In. Out. In. Out. Caden, there is no water between here and Alaska, I said before taking his hands in mine. Darn it. Caden said under his breath at the same time Daniel flew out of his chair with a string of expletives. Caden was playing with my fingers, and I found it oddly calming in such a drastic and intense atmosphere. Ben? Check in. I knew Benjamin was because he brought his eyebrows together. They're still there, why? Didn't want them to have taken off. Sorry. He looked back at me. Caden, we need the real story. Unless they went hours north or south just to go over the water, they weren't headed to Alaska. That, or they didn't crash in water. Not to mention, they ended on an island. There are no islands near Alaska. It's connected to this country, for goodness sake. That's 3 provinces they go through, but still not an island in sight. You're right, B. How didn't I think of this? You're distracted, Caden. That's why there are 2 of us. Don't blame yourself. We both know it wasn't your fault. We're a team. I should have thought of it a heck of a lot sooner. He nodded and smiled at me, but I knew he was still going to blame himself until I told him 7 million times. And he says I'm stubborn. So, how do we find out the real story? Apparently, the ones who raised us to tell the truth are hypocrites, Daniel said with an edge of anger. I didn't blame him. I couldn't. Not for a second. Why don't we just ask the council? Ben said slowly. We can't discuss this over the phone. I want the truth. I want to see their faces. If they're going to lie to us, I want them to do it to my face. What do we do? Just walk in. We have to meet them about the pack territories. We'll use that. Then let's get that settled, discuss that and get approval before we upset them by accusing them of lying to us, I said as I pictured them kicking us out and not making a second meeting to go over the plans. Good idea, B. What do we have to decide about the territories? Ben asked, and I stood up from Caden's lap to grab the sketches we had drawn. We were thinking that one pack house to combine them both, that was centrally located, would be the best bet. Then we would build the Alpha house close to that, and I continued as I showed Benjamin and Daniel all the plans. We had discussed the basics, all 4 of us, before Caden, and I actually put them down on the map to show where and the size. We wanted to talk to them first, like Caden always makes sure to do. He's great that way. An hour later, we had decided on the floor plans, the council had agreed to a meeting midweek, and Caden was okay with his parents staying at the other pack house, guarded. Ben was supposed to call if anything happened. Benji, I'll walk you out, I said, jumping up to join him as he walked to the door. Caden gave my hand a squeeze before letting me go. So, little sis? I heard I'm going to be the world's best uncle in a few months, he said at the door. I stopped and looked up at him. Are we listing things that have no chance of happening? I asked as seriously as I could. Excuse me, he said, faking offense. I'm going to be the best uncle a kid could have. No, you're going to be a bad influence on the poor pup. He laughed. Okay, but I'm going to be the best bad influence. Weird, but that's not actually comforting. He laughed deeper. You're right. Well, sleep tight, sis. Why, thank you, I said, opening the door. You're actually having a pup, though, he asked seriously. I saw the happiness in his eyes. He would be a great uncle, even better if I could talk him into changing diapers and giving our pup baths. I'd have to think about that. Yeah, Benji. Caden and I are having a pup. He hugged me, lifting me off the floor. When he set me back down, I laughed at his happy grin. Congratulations, Blakey. Thanks, Benji. That means a lot. He hugged me again before we said our goodbyes, and he drove off. I wonder what my father would have said. I hate that I give him time in my mind, but he was still my father. I wonder if I had had a loving father, if he would have been as happy about the news as Benji. No. I scolded myself. Don't play the what if my father loved me game. It never ends well, I reminded myself. I felt arms go around my waist and pull me into them. The tingles and smell let me know it was Caden, and I relaxed into him. He put one hand over my belly and rubbed gently. What are my two favorite beings looking at? I chuckled lightly. Caden, it can't see anything. Its head probably isn't even developed yet. He shrugged. Still. What are you looking at? Tire tracks, I said sadly. The tracks Ben left when he drove away, happy about the news. Why'd he sound sad? Did you tell him? Was Ben not happy about the news? No, he was really happy. He turned me. B, you look so sad. What's wrong? I shrugged. I felt sad. Seriously sad. But actually, I was mad about his parents lying to us. It was so obvious, too. I should have noticed. It was so full of lies. Obvious lies. I felt his thumb run across my cheek and realized he wiped a tear away. Blake, you're crying. He looked so lost. And he used my whole name. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. He almost looked afraid that I was crying. He looked terrified. I just kept laughing. He had no idea how to comfort me when I cried. He was afraid. That's hilarious. And depressing. What if I were ever sad? What if our pup was sad? What would he do? He'd be scared. I stopped laughing and looked at him. Would he be able to comfort me? Why is he scared? It couldn't be hard to comfort me. I've never really done it, but Dana and Jess were great at comforting me. I never needed to comfort myself. I was suddenly sad that Caden would be afraid when I was crying. Nobody to comfort me. Are you crying again? I wanted to laugh because he was so worried that I was crying, but it was sad because he wasn't going to comfort me and tell me that everything would be fine. B? I felt his arms go around me and hold me close. B, say something, please? You're scaring me. My thoughts slowed, and I calmed drastically from his touch. I love you, Caden. I love you too, B. Please tell me why you were crying. And laughing. And crying again. Actually, I think you were mad too, somewhere in there between laughing and crying. It all clicked. Hormones. Stupid, crazy, roller coaster ride of emotions. I'm sorry, Cade. No, beautiful. Don't apologize. Just talk to me. Please. He looked so worried, and I grabbed his face gently, kissing his lips tenderly. Hormones. Just hormones. But why were you sad? I shrugged. Why were you afraid when I was crying? Because I thought you were in pain. You were just standing in the doorway and started crying. I thought I hurt you, beautiful. I thought you were afraid I was crying because you didn't know how to comfort me. Then I was sad again because you wouldn't be able to comfort our pup. He chuckled. Oh God. Our pup is like a hormone pill. Is this normal? I don't know. But if I'm ever crying or laughing or swearing or raging for no reason, will you hold me? You make things okay. I said into his chest as he rubbed my back soothingly. He could definitely comfort me. Of course, Angel. He kissed the top of my head. Of course. I will always hold you. Thank God, because I hate crying. He laughed. I hate when you cry too. I know. It scared you. I looked up at him, and he led me to the stairs. Thank you, Caden. No problem, B. I yawned, and he laughed. Tired, B. I nodded with another yawn. Hormones are tiring. He just laughed and picked me up. Well, let me fix that for you. I curled up into his chest. No complaints here, sexy. Chapter 38. I had a girls' day with Jess earlier in the week, and we swam, and I showed her around the lake before we headed to the beach and stopped for ice cream. I had filled her in on everything in my life. The PAX, the engagement, the pup, all except his parents. I wish I could talk to her about it, but at the same time, I had Caden, and that would always be more than enough. And she had filled me in on her new boyfriend and whatnot. The best thing was that it didn't matter how long it had been, we laughed like we hung out every day again. I had laughed so much my stomach hurt, but it was a welcome pain. His parents had stayed at the other pack house, and we were taking turns each night between the two houses. A few here, a few there. People were getting out more, and we wanted to start packing dinners and make it a few times a week as well. He's made a few comments about certain things that his parents have said that have hit him as things they wouldn't normally say. Things that seemed odd. I would think it was just because they've changed over the last 13 years, except that the way they structure their sentences is getting weirder. More foreign. B? Sorry. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm sorry. I should be supporting him, not the other way around. Don't apologize, babe. I leaned closer and tilted my head up to kiss him. He bent slightly and held my neck to deepen it. Let's get this done so I can take you home. His eyes were dark and I laughed. I smacked his shoulder lightly. Do you go a single hour without thinking about it? About what? He teased, since I still blush every time he brings it up. Even when we're alone. You know what I'm talking about. He laughed. I don't think I do. Care to elaborate? Well, if I need to say it, it obviously doesn't need to happen, right, sexy? His smirk fell as he scowled at me. So mean. I laughed. You're one to talk. Me? I'm the nicest person I know. You should stop talking to yourself, dear, I whispered, and he scowled before pulling me against him as his lips left kisses on my neck. So beautiful. Caden, we have to go to the meeting. 1 more minute. He always said that. 1 minute always turns into a lot more minutes. He groaned, and I pecked his cheek. Come on, sexy. They had agreed to everything we had said about the arrangements for the amalgamation of the Pax land, except that they wanted us to build a bigger dining room and have a room that would hold a few Pax comfortably. We both agreed, and the plans were drawn and approved. Now we just had to ask about his parents. Good luck with the construction, Alpha Luna. Let us know if there are any problems, the eldest said as he smiled kindly. He was the one who had known my grandfather, Paul. I didn't want to believe he would have helped with covering up his parents' deaths. My gut was usually right about people, and after last time, I considered him like a distant friend, almost. Actually, my mate and I were wondering if we could use a few more minutes of someone's time. Someone who may have known my parents, Caden said casually, but I knew he was tense as he held me against his side. How about we talk in the lounge? Thank you, sir. Paul. Caden nodded, and we followed him down a hallway into a smaller, cozier room. It seemed too informal for such a serious topic. What can I do for you too? I hope both packs are running smoothly. Yes, S.I. Paul. They are. We're having a party this weekend to officially join the packs with a link and as a way to make mingling easier. B and I thought it a good solution. His face had lit up as we spoke. That sounds like a wonderful idea. If you don't mind, I'd love to stop in and see the United Pack. I could lead the ceremony for you two as well. It would be an honor for me. He turned towards me. I wish your grandfather could do it for you, I do, but I'm offering my expertise if you haven't accepted a counselor already. B, do you think we should accept before the questions? Yes, but let him know he has a choice afterwards. Of course, beautiful. We would appreciate it, Paul. He nodded and clapped his hands together once. It's been so long since two packs formed. I scarcely recall it. It'll be one for the books. As long as the goal is achieved and the packs join swiftly, we'll take it as a good sign. As you should, Alpha. He paused and looked us both over. Caden tensed again, and I squeezed his hand, relaxing him slightly. So, what were you hoping for? Just the ceremony? No. Actually, that wasn't planned at all. I was wondering who pronounced my parents dead. Paul seemed shocked at the question before curiosity took over his wrinkled, weathered face. Son, I know they passed in unusual circumstances, and I know you were quite young, but as unfortunate as the accident was, nothing will bring them back. That's the problem. I know it's hard to lose your parents. I lost mine quite young as well, but you've grown into a respectable young man with an amazing and intelligent mate, Caden. Not to mention the pup that's coming in a few short months. My advice is to move on. I am the luckiest man on earth to have Blake as my mate, and she's blessing me with a pup. He glanced at me, and the love in his eyes shone bright. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bring it up. In fact, I had moved on and accepted their untimely passing until recent events. Alpha, nothing has changed. The plane crashed on the way to Europe, and we found their bodies at the bottom of the ocean. I hate to put it so bluntly, but I want you to see that it's done. Bringing it up only freshens the wound. Paul, who saw their bodies? Alpha, we need answers, sir. Caden. I've put this lightly, but obviously. They're alive. He paused and looked genuinely confused. I wish they were Caden, but why would they abandon their pack? Their sons? Your father was a great alpha and a good father, as far as I've heard you speak about him. Why do you think all these years later that he's alive? It's been over a decade. My parents showed up at our doorstep last week. What? He fell into the chair, and I could see the gears moving in his head. That's not possible. They passed. Who declared them dead? I don't know, Caden. I saw their bodies, though. I was close to many of the alphas. I saw your parents' bodies, Caden. Luna, did you meet them? I nodded. We answered the door. Together, he said with a small smile, before it fell. What have they told you? A bunch of lies. Their story is full of holes that B has made clear, but we keep up the act of believing it's them. What do you mean? You've seen them, but you don't think it's them. When they rang the doorbell, I smelt them right away. It hit me like a wall. I invited them in after recovering, and they said their plane crashed on the way to Alaska. They were headed to Europe. He seemed generally confused, too. Yes, and there is no ocean from here to Alaska to have crashed in. Caden filled him in on everything that had happened, and Paul was now pacing in the room. I need to see them. Of course, we don't expect you to take this on our word. Where are they staying? In the other pack house. We've kept this quiet, only bringing our betas in the loop. That's good. He trailed off, and we looked to each other. I squeezed Caden's hand. How about I come over tomorrow morning? I have some things to wrap up this evening, and then I will look into what I can. Of course. And anything you find would be appreciated. Could I ask, though, that this stay between? I won't tell anyone. You have my word. He gave a slight bow to Caden. I apologize for being harsh with you earlier, Alpha. No apology necessary. Thank you for your time, Paul. They shook hands before Paul turned and hugged me. Stay strong, he whispered to me. He'll need it from you. So will your pup. I'll do my best, I said with a smile. Then I have no worries. I nodded to him, and we left with a goodbye and thank you. The ride back had been comfortably quiet, and he had run a thumb over my hand the whole time. Luckily, he was calm when we got back home. I was just unbuckling when he opened my door and scooped me out of the car. I laughed. What are you doing? He had us inside and headed to our room seconds later. You smell like him. He growled it out. It was a friendly hug, Caden. He growled, and I knew his wolf was pulling out his possessive side. I wouldn't win this one. He put me down on the bed and walked towards the door. Where are you going, Cade? I'll be right back, babe. Caden, just stay beautiful, I'll be right back, I promise. He turned to leave and looked back. I hate leaving you in our bed. Then don't leave, I said, obviously, with a chuckle. He inhaled shakily, and I knew he was debating it before he turned and left. I rolled my eyes and got off the bed. Beautiful, you were supposed to stay. Yeah. I changed and went to the bathroom. I heard him coming and lay in bed. I got under the covers and pretended to sleep, clearing my mind as he came in the room. He got quiet, and I was hoping he bought my act. I was having a hard time keeping my breathing slow and mind clear, though. I felt the bed dip, and he lay looking down at me. His lips ran over my shoulder as he pulled my shirt back. Too bad you fell asleep, beautiful, he trailed off. His lips were like a gentle feather, brushing lightly against my skin. I brought up a snack to share, but since you're asleep, he trailed off. His lips moved higher up my neck, and he nibbled my earlobe. I thought you were kidding about it not happening, B. My lips curved slightly on their own, and I heard him chuckle lightly against my neck. Come on, B. Have a snack with me. His voice dropped. Or we can skip to dessert when I run my tongue all over that delectable body of yours. Caden, I said as I pushed him off me, beet red. He laughed and pulled me to him. That's not fair. I thought I was doing pretty good. You had me fooled until you stiffened when I climbed on the bed. Darn. Come on, B, you need to eat. You're carrying precious cargo. Demanding little thing, and they're not even born. He'll be well worth it. I looked up to him. Sorry, they. Do you want a boy? He looked nervous. Is this a trick question? I want the truth, Caden. No trick. I want a boy. So if we have a girl, are you going to disown her as my father did? She'll never get to be Alpha because she's a girl. Whoa, B. Do you agree with what my father did to me? How did he treat me? I was off the bed, and he came closer. I was so mad at him. How could he agree with my father? I slapped his hand away as he went to grab me. I went to the closet and closed the door. I sat against it and cried. If our pup were a girl, would he change too? The tears racked my body as I cried. I was mad and sad and betrayed. How could Caden do that? My wolf was freaking out and yelling, but I blocked her out. B, open the door, I heard Caden call. I remained quiet with the sobs excluded. B, open the darn door. Go away, I cried, and the anger and sadness swirled together. Never. I'll starve before I leave. Open the door, beautiful. I shook my head and a wave of sadness swept over me. I would love our child no matter what gender. The saddest part was that I couldn't leave Caden, even if he didn't want a girl, even if he treated her like my father did. I'd be there for her. And I would be there for Caden. No question. Please, babe. Please open this door. I would break it if I didn't know you were sitting against it. So he could protect his boy? Can't hurt me because I'm carrying his son? His heir? The next Alpha, since Luna, was not an option to him. I was getting angrier by the second. Babe, I already love our pup. Girl or boy doesn't matter. I love them already. A girl or a boy will have two loving parents. I love you, B, and any child we have, all the children we'll have, I'll love. He sounded so torn. They're half you, how could I not? He sighed. B, I love you both. You're my whole darn world. Everything. His voice, so torn, killed me. My wolf whined at me and yelled at me. I did this to Caden. All over one word, he said. Oh God, what have I done? Again? I moved away from the door, and he instantly had it open, and he was crouching down beside me. I love you, B. I love our pup too. I love you both so much. I didn't mean anything by it. It just slipped. I wrapped my arms around him, and the world came back to me as I calmed. I'm so sorry. No, don't apologize. What your father did. You would never. I know that. These freaking hormones are going to kill us, Caden, I said into his chest. They're killing me. Just breathe, baby. Nothing can break us. I love you too much for that. And I'm way too stubborn. I laughed. I'm sorry, Caden. No, don't apologize. It's not your fault. He picked me up and walked back to the bed. We'll get through this. If I don't say a single word for the next 8 months, then so be it, but we'll get through it. I chuckled. Thank you. I pulled back, and he tensed like I was going to flip out on him again. I felt so guilty for that. I love you, you too, Caden. And I love our pup, but if this continues, we're going to have problems when they're a teenager. He laughed and set me on the bed. Day by day, beautiful. They're not even in diapers yet. I laughed and hugged him to me. Thank you. How about that snack? I nodded, and he handed me a bowl of now soft ice cream with all the works on it. This looks delicious. We each grabbed a spoon and began to share. When it was almost gone, he fell back on the bed and had me straddling his lap. He was just looking up at me as I finished the ice cream. I put the bowl on the table, and when I turned back, his eyes were dark and his breathing was picking up. I smiled down at him, and he tilted his head slightly. B? I ran my hands up his chest, watching them as his shirt moved over them, his muscles shivering with my touch. Yes, sexy. I heard him swallow. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he licked his lips, clenching his jaw to stop himself. Honestly, babe, I forget. He trailed off, and I laughed lightly as I lay on him. You're beautiful. He sighed as he ran a thumb over my bottom lip. You're not too bad yourself, sexy. Just not too bad, he asked with a playful smirk. I nodded, holding back my laugh as his lips met mine. We had put together a construction crew, and they were clearing the land of trees. Caden, what are we doing with the trees? I asked as he held me in his arms. I don't know why. Something seemed off with this statement, and his mind blanked for a second. What was that? I questioned myself. We should make the dining room all hardwood. We could put these trees to use. Do you like hardwood? I nodded. It would seem grander, and it would work for casual events or formal events. I love the natural wood look. He nuzzled my neck. Caden, I'm serious. I know. You should stop thinking. I laughed. Caden. I made him look at me. We cut down so many trees. We should use them. Okay, B. We'll use them. Do you think we'll have more than enough for just the dining room? We could use them elsewhere. I hope so, he said as his lips left feather-like kisses on my neck. Why? He shrugged. So we don't run out. Caden, we could just cut down more trees if we ran out and needed a few more, I said, giving him a where did you leave your head today look. That's true. What's that face supposed to mean, beautiful? I put on an innocent smile. What face, baby? He studied my features, and I laughed. I love you, B. I love you too. He leaned closer for a kiss, but I pecked his cheek and moved out of his grasp. Blake, he growled. I laughed and swung my hips a little as I walked away. I heard his growl and laughed again. I glanced back to find his eyes on me. My eyes are up here, sexy. Yes, they are. But your backside is a lot lower, he said, smiling. I rolled my eyes and headed towards the house as the sound of an engine cutting off reached my ears. I felt Caden behind me, and he pulled me into his side. What are you doing tonight, babe? I don't know why. I asked suspiciously. You're booked, he said in his matter-of-fact way. What am I doing? I liked that he would get an idea and just do it. He didn't ask if things were okay all the time, like when he took me to that cabin. He just made plans and did them. It wouldn't matter to me where we went as long as we were both there anyway. And Caden knew me so well that I would like it anyway. Me, he said with a smirk, and I smiled. Paul walked up, and we both smiled warmly as he shook hands with Paul. I went to shake Paul's hand, but he brought me in for a hug anyway. Hi, Paul. Hello. How are you? Good. Yourself? Good under the circumstances. What about the pup? Caden squeezed my hip gently. He would be an amazing father. He already treated the pup better than I could ever ask for. He made me go to checkups, mentioned the baby's room a few times, among other things, and treats me like a glass vase. Perfectly fine. Thanks for asking. He smiled before turning to Caden. And you, young man? Caden glanced down at me. Couldn't be better. I loved it when he responded like that. Come on in, Paul. Have you talked to them since? He asked on the way in. I shook my head. Not yet. I see you formed a construction team. Yes, we did. It's starting smoothly, so we hope that's how it will stay. He nodded. Okay, let's get this done. Can I ask if you found anything last night before we go in? Caden asked politely, but in a business tone. Of course. I'm tagging along, Alpha. This is your investigation, for lack of a better word. You're more than capable of making the decisions. I'm just curious and might be able to pull some strings depending on where this is going. Thank you, Paul. Your wisdom will definitely help. And your opinion is ranked highly with my mate and me, so we're glad to have you on board. Thank you. I found that the bodies were still on the plane. They had oxygen masks on, but clearly that didn't last long. Your father got out of his seat. From what I found, I'm assuming he could have swam to the top. However, your mother's belt had been cut to get her body, so I'm assuming her belt must have malfunctioned or locked. He died trying to save her, Caden. He nodded. bringing me closer. As any of us would. Paul nodded in agreement as we got to the door. I would want Caden to save himself in that instance. We would have a pup that he should come back to. He should leave me for our pups. Better they have one parent than none. I can't stand the thought that he would die for me. But I also knew I could do nothing to persuade him otherwise. I'm alive to protect you, B. Simple as that. His tone was clipped. Not rudely, just factual. Why should both of us die? I'd be dead without you anyway. Do you want to talk to them alone first? He asked Paul, who nodded and slipped into the room. I was against the wall seconds later, and Caden sank his teeth into his mark on my neck. I closed my eyes as the sensation hit me in waves. Caden. I felt him tilt my face up to his. His eyes were intense and dark. I love you more than anything. You're my world. My breath. My life. My love. My everything. You hold my heart. Caden. But you don't get it. He held my face and rested his forehead on mine, staring into my eyes with so much love I couldn't speak. I don't die when I quit breathing, Blake. I die the moment you do. I didn't have any words to say to that. I never thought anyone would love me this much. I love you so much, Caden. That's what I live for. Those words, he said, genuinely and happily. I love you. I kissed him hungrily as a tear fell from my eye. He kissed me back, and when neither of us had air left, he just held me to him. I felt his thumb wipe the tear away before he kissed the top of my head. I love you too, B. I'm nothing without you. I hugged him tighter to me as another tear escaped. He picked me up and wiped it away. Why are you crying? Tears of joy. Didn't you know this before? I need to say this more. Darn it. Have I never told you this? God, B, I would die for you in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even hesitate. Your living is my priority, long before any others. I know. I do. I have for a long time. It's different when you say it. I paused as he studied my face. He looked worried. What are you thinking about? Remember when you said you loved me the first time and I didn't say it back. Yeah, B, why are you bringing this up? I was a jerk. No. Caden, I've forgotten that. It's just. B, I didn't expect you to say it back. No, Caden. You said the next day how you would die for me then. You already felt so much for me. I love you more now, B. I smiled. I know. What are you getting at? You tell me all the time, Caden. You do. I just never thought I would have this. Why? B, you're amazing. I chuckled. I always wanted fated mates. I had given up hope until you. He kissed me lovingly. You were my hope too. I laughed. What? I focused on the pack, didn't hang out with Dan, I didn't. I wasn't living. But that morning I woke up with my arms around you, and when I looked down, the sun was like a halo on your face. Blake, I wanted it. I wanted you. Us. I wanted everything we have now. I wanted to be a better alpha, better brother, better man, better me. Caden, you're. B, I had to be better. That's the way I saw it. I had to be better, or I would never be close to deserving you. I still don't deserve you, but I'm better than I was, and I'll never quit trying to improve. He nuzzled my neck, and I hugged him. I don't deserve you, Caden. You're too good for me. Don't say things like that, beautiful, he said in a growl. Don't even think them. Caden, you're perfect. I'm far from. I'm not perfect. But you're more than perfect. You. I held a finger over his lips. I'm not perfect. You're not either. I know that. But your imperfections are perfect. They make you who you are, and I love you. Imperfections and all. I love everything about you. He kissed my lips. You're an angel. He glanced down at my lips. So perfect. You're flawless in my eyes. I rolled my eyes but let it go. Paul walked out of the room. Let's talk in the living room. Chapter 39. We sat in the lounge before I got up. How about I grab coffee before we start? I asked, and Caden squeezed my hand slightly before he smiled. Thank you, Luna. Blake. Paul nodded, and I went to the kitchen. I started a pot. Cade, should we talk to Daniel and Benji too? Heck, B, I didn't even think about it. Don't blame yourself. We're a team. That would be great, B, Paul said we can wait. I'll call Benji. I'll talk to Dan. Thank you, B. Don't thank me, Caden. We both have a lot on our plates. I love you. I love you too. I knew he was smiling by his tone. I picked up my phone as I grabbed 3 glasses. I dialed Benji's number and waited as it rang. He picked up on the 3rd ring. Hello. Hi Benji, it's Blake. I'd hope so. I don't let anyone else call me that, Blakey. I laughed. Normalcy in a tense time is nice. Sister privilege, I said happily. Of course. Should I come back to the pack house? Yeah. Paul from the council is here. We're discussing Caden's parents. We want Daniel and you to be there too. 5 minutes. Thanks, Benji. Anytime. Okay. See you. He had already hung up. He was always so eager. I poured the 3 and added milk to my own. I walked across the house and peeked into the lounge. What do you take in your coffee, Paul? 1 milk, 1 sugar. Thanks. Sounds good. He nodded. You could have just asked me to ask, babe, Caden said as I headed back towards the kitchen as Daniel walked in. Caden, it's a minute walk. Precious cargo, babe. I didn't respond, just rolled my eyes. Sometimes he went too far. Hey, Daniel. Cupcake. He hugged me to him. We need to use that pond again, he said, as if it were a fact. Maybe tomorrow? This afternoon? Sorry. I'm booked. Oh, big plans, Cupcake? I don't know, actually. Caden just said I was booked. The romantic suspense of waiting to know the place of your date, he said dramatically. So cliché. I laughed and slapped his shoulder gently. I'm sure that's why he's doing it. You and I both know why he's doing it, Cupcake, he said in a typical guy tone. I laughed. For my jokes, obviously. Daniel laughed before grabbing the coffee and the one he had made for himself. Right. Hey, don't be mean. Just looking out for my cupcake. I rolled my eyes as we stepped into the lounge. Caden instantly pulled me to his lap. Why have Dan's arms been around you? His voice was a low growl in my ear. It was a friendly hug, Caden, I said as he kissed my neck right below my ear. We could fix that. We could shower, babe. I rolled my eyes as Daniel and Paul got acquainted. Are you saying I smell bad? You smell perfect, especially with our pup, but Dan smells like a wet dog. I laughed quietly before looking up to Paul and Daniel. I heard an engine coming in the distance and stood up. That should be Benjamin. I'll get it, relax. Cade. He moved me back towards the chair and winked as he left the room. Wow, my brother is smitten, Daniel said with a chuckle. Smitten? Paul asked curiously. Yep. She has him wrapped around her finger. She says jump, he asks how high. After jumping at 3 different heights. Paul laughed. Then I'm past smitten. What? Daniel asked. My mate says she's hungry and I've already ordered 3 different types of food, just in case. Daniel laughed before Paul continued, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You can say that again, I heard Caden say as he walked in behind Ben. He took my hand as I stood up before sitting me back on his lap. I would love to continue this smitten conversation with you, young man, Paul said to Daniel, but we have more pressing matters on our hands. Any time, sir, Daniel said happily. Okay. And you're the other beta, Benjamin, yes. The 2 got acquainted before everyone sat down. Did you learn anything new, Paul? Caden asked. Not much with my talk with them. I agree with you in that some of their sentences sound off. But what struck me was that they didn't know who I was. Now I'm not trying to sound high and mighty, but I knew your parents. Although it was over a decade ago, I dealt with them frequently. They didn't even know I was a council member. Their memory is either worse than any werewolf I've ever known, or they have no recollection of anything before their suspicious crash. The room fell silent before Daniel spoke. Why don't we test them? What? Caden asked. Test what? Their memory. Their story is full of holes, no doubt. How do we even know it's them? Daniel's right. We should subtly ask them questions about it. Okay, so how? Caden asked as he took my hand. I like that instead of stressing, he just holds me and calms me down. What if you 2 go in there? Talk a bit and slowly get into a conversation about reminiscing. If they don't remember anything, then we'll know. He nodded. Paul stood up. I'm going to get going. I have a meeting at noon that I shouldn't be late for. Let me know how this goes, though, if you don't mind, Alpha. You'll be in the loop, sir. Paul shook everyone's hands before hugging me. So I'll see you all this weekend? Of course. Unless something happens before then. But we'll call. He nodded, and Caden walked him out. Benji and Daniel followed me to the kitchen as I grabbed all the cups. I put them in the sink when Caden's arms wrapped around my waist. Can we go? He sounded torn again. He was worried. Is everything okay, Caden? He nodded. I leaned my head back and he kissed my temple. I just want to be alone, B. Of course, Caden. I rinsed off my hands and dried them. Thank you both, Caden said to them. Anytime, bro, Daniel said as Ben replied, you can count on us. I think we should talk to them tomorrow, Daniel. 2 visitors in a day might be a reason for them to think twice. Daniel nodded before he continued, Ben, could you give them dinner? I'd like to hear as much as we can. Of course. Breakfast too. Yes. Ben nodded before I moved closer to Caden, hoping to calm him. Thank you, Benji. And you too, Daniel. Always one to make us laugh. He smirked. Remember, Cupcake, I'm funny. No, but that statement was worth a laugh, I said as I took Caden's hand, leading him out of the kitchen. I heard Ben making comments, and Caden chuckled before scooping me up and carrying me upstairs. We both packed a shared small bag for one night, and Caden hadn't said a word. He held me close, my waist in one hand, our bag in his other, on our way to the garage. He opened my door, but I turned and held his face in my 2 hands, making him look at me. I love you, Caden. He took my hands in his before hugging me to him. I love you so much, B. Usually, he would offer to drive, so I knew his head was out of it. He was weird in that he liked watching me drive the sports car. Weirdo. But I loved it. Everything will be okay. Everything. How can you be so sure? Because no matter what happens, I will be here. I'm here entirely for you. Entirely. I tilted my face up, and he looked down at me before finally putting his lips on mine. Will you drive? He asked. Of course. I think you're happiest behind the wheel of that beautiful car. I do like the car, I said slowly as he walked me around, but I'd give up the car if I could stay in your arms. You're perfect. I laughed, and he closed my door before he tossed the bag in the back. He climbed around and got in as I turned the engine over. He took my hand, and we were quiet, other than him giving me directions. I had no idea where we were going. I could hardly focus on geography, though I was trying to decipher his thoughts. He was getting tenser as we drove, and I pulled over into a short gravel path. B, what are you? I unbuckled and cut the engine before turning to him. Talk to me, Caden. You're freaking me out. I don't know what to do. What to say. I don't know how to help you through this. I'm not a good mate if I can't help you when you need it. Hey. He moved me to him. You're perfect. Perfectly flawless. My perfect mate. V, you've been nothing but supportive since this started. Talk to me. You're getting more tense the further away we get, and the more clouded your mind gets. Talk to me. Let me help you. Please. He sighed and rested his forehead against mine. I thought they were dead. I thought Dan and I had put this behind us. I remained silent as I studied his face. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing slowly. What if we're wrong? What do you mean, Caden? What if they're really alive? Since they came here, I've convinced myself that they are fake. They're imposters because my father would never do this to us. They would never abandon their pack. His voice was rising as he pulled away from me. I refused to think that they really did that. But what if they did? What if they're them? What if they actually? I kissed him until he calmed a bit. I pecked his lips once more before meeting his eye. If we're wrong, as you say, and they're not imposters, then they didn't tell us the real reason. They didn't tell us why they abandoned you. Your parents were great alphas, Caden. Don't doubt them now. If they did leave, they had a reason. And if we're right, then we'll get to the bottom of this. We'll find out why they're doing this and who they really are. He kissed me hungrily. What did I do to deserve you? Become the awesome man you are. Now, should we move on? He chuckled. Yes. Let's go. I pecked his cheek, but he held my face and kissed me passionately. I rolled my eyes and began driving again. Soon, he nodded to the right. The next driveway is beautiful. I turned and slowed my speed so the stones didn't hurt the car. Stop staring at me, Caden. B, he groaned. My face doesn't change. How about I stop looking when I find a flaw? So corny. He laughed. You love it. I hate that I can't deny that. He laughed and kissed my palm before I parked in front of a bridge. The bridge wasn't wide enough for a car. Caden, is this where we're supposed to be? Just about. He climbed out and opened my door as I took the key out. I climbed out and he held my hand. I thought you'd know where we were, honestly. I looked around but didn't know. No, I don't really. Why? He began walking and talking in quiet tones, not disrupting the serenity of the woods. My wolf has been restless lately. I thought we could both use some nature. I smiled. You think of everything, Caden. He shook his head as he led me over the bridge. I asked the doc if it was okay for you to shift, and he said you'd be fine. We've never run together as wolves except that one time when you tackled me. I love your wolf, B. She's remarkable and stunning. A work of nature. I figured we could run before dark. Why did we bring clothes? The cabin isn't far from here, babe. You took us the back way? He nodded. I didn't want to ruin the surprise, and I found something nearby. Something. He nodded. Surprise, babe. So many surprises today. He chuckled, and we kept walking. Want to shift? I nodded. He let my hand go, and we both quickly shifted. I calmed as my wolf shook out her fur, letting the sun hit her face as I looked at the clouds. You're beautiful, B. I found Caden looking at me. His head was just an inch higher than mine. I would normally be a lot smaller for a female compared to an alpha, but I was born alpha too. Still smaller, but larger than the whole pack, excluding Caden. He ran his side down mine before nuzzling his face in my neck. Caden, your wolf is so majestic and strong. A true alpha. I wish I could kiss you right now. I mentally laughed before we took off, running through the woods. We ran beside each other, but Caden was leading the way. The woods looked familiar, but I didn't know why. In the same way, I knew where we were when we were at the cabin, but I hadn't known about the cabin. I had been close by with my grandfather. We moved swiftly between the trees as the sounds around us calmed our wolves. Half an hour later, Caden slowed, and I could faintly hear the sound of rushing water. He came closer. Doc said swimming was fine too. Caden, I'm pregnant, not dying. Had to double-check, babe. I rolled my eyes, and his eyes shone with humor. He was laughing at me. We soon came upon a waterfall, and I shifted back after Caden did. The waterfall was beautiful. And familiar. I felt a tear run out of the corner of my eye. B, what's wrong? It's surreal. It's better than I remember. Remember? My grandfather took me here when I was young. That's why I knew where we were at the cabin. I hugged Caden. Thank you. It's so beautiful and awe-inspiring. It's gorgeous. It's not as beautiful as you. So corny. He laughed. How about we swim? I nodded, and he picked me up, carrying me to the water. He stepped in, and soon it was to his ribs. He put my arms around his neck and legs around his waist. The water is perfect, Caden. He nodded, and I fell back into the water. He slowly picked me back up, his eyes running up my abdomen to my face. Your stomach is starting to show beautifully. Are you calling me fat? I said in fake shock/hurt. He panicked, and I laughed. He scowled. I thought your hormones were going again. No. I meant it as a compliment. B, you carrying our pup is a miracle. A true blessing. I know you did. You seem sad. Not sad. I can't wait for our pup. But I'm going to be huge. He laughed. Not even close. And if I have to carry you everywhere, then so be it. Or we could just stay in bed. You won't be able to carry me. Don't doubt me, beautiful. You'll be beautiful even when you're 9 months pregnant. Nonsense. I laughed, and he scowled before he kissed me. Then we started swimming and goofing around. I laughed so hard my stomach started to hurt, but that just made me all the happier. What better pain than one from laughing? It was dark, and the moon on the water was amazing. I yawned, and Caden wrapped me in his arms as we tread water. Should we go to the cabin? I nodded. He piggybacked me there, and my eyes closed before we made it to the car. I heard Caden's voice whispering as I was being moved. I felt something soft beneath me and curled into the cold blankets. My hair was still damp, and I knew Caden wasn't in the room. I got out of bed as Caden came back. "You should sleep, B." "Not in jeans," I mumbled in one word. He chuckled. "Sit down, B." I didn't have a choice as he sat me on the bed before tugging off my shirt. He pulled off my pants before taking his shirt off. He slipped it over my head, and I put my arms in the armholes. "Better." I nodded. "Your shirt smells like you." "I like how you smell." He chuckled. "Tired thoughts are true thoughts, right?" I shrugged. "Come on, sleeping beauty. Lay down." He pulled the covers over me. "Caden, aren't you coming to bed?" I asked with almost closed eyes. "You should eat something first. Will you be awake if I grab a snack?" I shook my head. "Just hold me." He sighed. "I'm supposed to make sure you eat. If I eat, will you sleep?" "Yes, beautiful. Give me 5 minutes, okay? Not a second longer." He chuckled before his lips met my forehead. "Of course." I heard him go, and my eyes opened. I never could sleep without him. "Awake, B?" What if I said no? I heard his laugh from the bedroom. He was back a minute later with 2 peanut butter and jam sandwiches and 2 yogurts. "Toast and yogurt?" I only had 5 minutes. "As long as you hold me after. Your wish is my command." "It wasn't before you left the room." He chuckled. "Your wish is my command after I know you're healthy." I rolled my eyes and bit into the ultimate sandwich. An MMMPBNJ. Chapter 40. Although the cabin was gorgeous and leaving was always sad, I knew we had to. Daniel had spent the night at the other pack house, my childhood pack house, so that Caden and he could talk to them again. Ben was just serving them breakfast, and we were walking to the car. "You look tired, beautiful." I shrugged. "I'm fine." "B." "What?" "I slept." I gasped and stopped before I almost ran over him, now crouching in front of me. "Climb on." "Caden, I'm fine." "Exactly." I rolled my eyes, but got on because I knew I wouldn't win this one. How does exactly apply to that? B, you only use fine when you're really not fine. Otherwise, you're okay or good but not fine. Caden, I'm really okay. No, you're perfect. But you're also tired, so I'm carrying you. You didn't get much sleep either. You're sleeping for 2. I don't think that's how it works, Caden, I said with a slight laugh, and he went to argue, but I placed my lips on his cheek. But thank you. Anytime, babe, he said, pecking my lips with a smile. I rested my cheek on his shoulder until we got to the car. I drove back with his eyes on me. I slowly drank my coffee as I sketched out a floor layout. I wanted the rooms to have different styles rather than being exact replicas when you enter each door. I thought it would feel more home-like. I hadn't mentioned it to Caden. I wanted to have a few ideas down on paper first. While Caden and Daniel talked with their parents, I figured I would keep myself busy. Half an hour later, I crumpled up the grid paper and took a few calming breaths. I couldn't draw what I had in my head, not with the right proportions. There was too much going through it. I put some music on and blocked everything out as I put my pencil to the paper again. I grabbed some more paper and slowly worked my way through different floor plans. I had 6 done, just rough sketches, no measurements, but general enough that you could easily add in the measurements since there was a vague scale. I put another paper on top of the one I had just finished and felt Caden nearing. I put the papers in a drawer and felt Caden put his arms around me. I missed you, babe. It's been a few hours. That's my point. I rolled my eyes before turning to him. Are we meeting up to talk about it? Yeah. Dan and Ben are in the lounge, and I said I would pour coffee for when Paul arrives. Paul? I asked. Yeah. He gave me a weird look. He called. I just took it in the office. He said he had something that could relate to them. He had a meeting, or else he would have come over this morning right when he discovered it. He's coming now. Okay. I thought you would have picked up on it. He looked worried. It was true that usually I did pick up on it, but I had intentionally blocked it out because I didn't want to intrude on past events. Too much going on in my head. Just out of it today. About that. Were you dancing to the music, babe? He asked lowly in my ear. No, I was sitting. Why? Good. I didn't want to miss that show. I rolled my eyes as he laughed. He seemed carefree, considering he just subtly interrogated two people claiming they were his dead parents. I'll make coffee. Relax, B. I'll get it. He pecked my forehead before making a pot. So, what did you do? This and that. You seem pretty relaxed, Caden. I take it went well. I guess that's relative. I nodded. Before I could stop it, I yawned, and Caden raised an eyebrow. Still fine, B? I scowled playfully. If someone hadn't made me eat, then I would have slept longer. And been starving. I shook my head and grabbed cups from the cupboard. I placed them down as his arms wrapped around my waist, his hands on my just starting to show abdomen. His voice was low and quiet in my ear. You're my whole world. If anything happens to you, either of you, B, I can't even imagine. I constantly worry about you. Your stomach growling means I failed. Caden, I eat on my own. I have for years. Many years. I just hate the thought of you. I know, but I can take care of myself. He nodded before kissing his mark. I shivered before tilting my head to give him better access. But that's my entire reason for living, B. Caden, you also have a pack, I was going to say. Nope. Just you. I rolled my eyes, and he smirked before kissing me breathless, and we each grabbed 2 coffees as Daniel was heard greeting Paul across the house in the foyer. Everyone sat as I handed out the coffee, and Caden pulled me onto his lap in the chair as everyone settled in. Paul spoke first. Is it them? No, Caden replied as Daniel shook his head. I didn't think so either. He held up a file from beside him and opened it on the table in the middle of the room. I found something when I was looking into your parents' passing. I knelt by the table and scanned the files. I handed the important ones to Caden as I kept looking. I knew what he had found, but not how it pertained to them being alive. I'm sure you already noticed, Blake, the evidence logs are inaccurate. Someone did something to them. Their luggage was stolen but returned. However, it weighed less when returned to the evidence room. And items were missing. There is a hairbrush missing and toothbrushes and some clothing, which is what led me into this. He pointed to another sheet as Daniel and Ben came closer. I was reading up on these articles over the past months as the issue is getting more out of control. What issue? Daniel asked. There have been tests run on werewolves who seem to have gone missing. Their bodies turn up, and we have been doing detailed autopsies on each of them. At first, we found things like needle marks where blood was taken, then it escalated to taking blood out and putting different blood in. By about the 6th case, we noticed they were tampering with wolves' genetics. Skin was missing on the last wolf. His right hand was missing layers of skin that were delicately removed. We're assuming they're rogues experimenting. Why are they doing this? We think they're trying to find out how to turn humans into wolves to make a stronger army, or how to enhance themselves. But I don't think that's your case here. This isn't a pack of rogues. You think they are pretending to be their parents to the point that they're changing their identity? I asked, bewildered. Yes, I'm afraid so. We would have to run tests to confirm, but yes. They'll agree to take the tests either way. If they're our parents, then the tests will be positive, and if they copied their DNA, then the tests will be positive. So why test them? We're not testing them to check against your parents. That's too easy to copy. I want to test them against you, Caden, Paul said hesitantly. Why not, Daniel? Caden asked. His genes will be different from yours. You're Alpha Caden. I doubt they would be able to copy the Alpha gene and have it resemble your parents as well. It's too uncertain. Daniel's may match, and we can run his too, but yours is more accurate and beneficial. The Alpha gene is all over your genes. That would be hard to duplicate. Daniel? Caden asked. He nodded. Of course. Caden nodded before turning back to Paul. We'll do it. Can you take a sample now? Yes. If your doctor is available. Caden spoke directly to the doctor through the link, and the doctor immediately left the other pack house, so we had 15 minutes until he arrived. Paul left to answer a phone call, and Caden pulled me against him as he left random kisses on my jaw. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden. He relaxed more at my words, and I smiled to myself. Caden nodded to Daniel as he got up to answer the knock at the door. Knowing it was the doctor, I went to move, but Caden held me. Just stay, B. You have to give a sample. Not yet. I nodded and sat with him again. He was tense for a moment. We all stood as the doctor came into the room and took up our positions again as he sat with his carry-sized bag of medical supplies. We explained what samples we needed from each person, and the doctor agreed without question. Paul and the doctor left to get the sample from his parents before he took the sample from Caden and Daniel. We thanked him, and he left. I giggled sleepily as Caden ran fingers up my sides. I opened my eyes as he rolled me on top of him. This doesn't hurt our pup, does it? No, he's a survivor. Got his daddy's genes. Caden's eyes lit up. You're going to be a mother. I nodded. And you're going to be a father. That's how this works, Caden. You already said we're going to be parents. I can't wait to see you holding our pup. He kissed me hungrily and held my face. I hope they look like you. Absolutely beautiful. If we have a little boy that looks like me because of all these hopes you have, we're going to have problems, sexy. He laughed and kissed me again. I love you. And I'll love having a handsome little boy, so he better look like you if they're male. Or even female, because I'd feel bad for them otherwise. He fell back on the bed, just looking at me. How many pups do you want? I've never thought about it. How many do you want? As many as you're willing to bless me with. I looked up quizzically. Was he kidding? No, B. I'm serious. If you were okay with having a dozen kids, I'd raise them with you. Or more. Until you have to change diapers, right? I joked, but he held my face, not letting me change the topic. How many kids do you want? Seriously, B. I really don't know. I moved his hands and rested my cheek on his chest. More than one. That's an infinite number, babe. I shrugged. 2. At least. 3. That wouldn't be bad. 4? At my silence, he continued 5. He started to rub my back as he counted endlessly. Soon, I was asleep with his soft voice and vibrating chest. I felt Caden running a hand through my hair before he softly whispered, "Every child we have will be a miracle to me, B. It's the best gift you could ever give me." I looked up at him. Why is it me giving them to you? They're half you. Yeah, but if you didn't want to go through another pregnancy, I wouldn't argue. I have no idea what it's like, obviously. I can't blame you. It's worth it. They're worth it. So positive. I rolled my eyes. I didn't want kids after my parents died. Why? I looked up, startled. I didn't want them to go through what I went through when they died. What changed? Everyone dies. I would go through the pain of losing my parents again if I got to make memories again, too. The memories are what get you through. I searched his face and drew my eyebrows together. His thoughts were everywhere, but pain stood out. Caden, sometimes my thoughts turn to you. The thought of losing you. I kissed him. You wouldn't let me die. Don't think like that. He nodded slowly before we fell into a comfortable silence. So you want a second child? Yes, Caden, I said with a smile. Should I wait until then to ask about a third? Caden, I'm not opposed to having 3 kids. That makes me happier than I ever thought it would. How many children do you want? However many you'll. A number, Caden. He sighed, and after a long pause, he shrugged. So you at least want 3? He nodded. At least, if you're okay with that. Please stop, I said, sighing, and he instantly panicked. He sat us up and held my face. Be sure if you don't want any more after this one, then we won't. Honestly. I meant it when I said, Caden, I don't mean the kids. You're going back to asking me if I'm comfortable with everything again. It's like when you made sure I was okay with being alone with you all day. Or sitting in a car with you. Now you won't just say it, you're skirting the issue. You wouldn't force me into anything, so just talk to me. I don't want to pressure you. You said you would only have one if I didn't want any more. And I love that you would sacrifice your dream for me, but I want an honest answer. You're not pressuring me, we're just talking. 6. What? I would easily have 6 kids with you. Even more if you still want after that. 6. He nodded, but I knew he was worried about making me feel pressured into having 6. You know we'll be merging 2 packs, building them into one simultaneously, dealing with the couple downstairs claiming to be your parents, constructing pack houses. Yes, we'll have a full plate. We can stop after one or delay the second if it gets to be too much. But B, I've thought a lot about this. We have Daniel and Sam, and your family and friends that would be there too. Our children will be loved endlessly by all of them. We have 2 betas that do more for the pack than any other betas in history, and Paul is speeding up the supposed parents downstairs. The wedding will be put off until our pup is born, but other than that, it's nothing we can't handle. I've never taken care of kids before Caden. I forgot about the wedding and all of this. Live and learn, right? Is that why you want a bunch? So by the 6th, we'll have the kinks worked out. I joked and he laughed. One of them has to turn out right. It's pure odds. I laughed. If they're anything like you, they'll be amazing. No. I gave him a look not to argue, so instead he put his lips on mine. Will our pups have fated mates, Cade? I don't know. We'll have to ask around. My daughters aren't going to so much as look at any boy that wouldn't give his life in the blink of an eye or treat her as anything less than perfect. Yes, I'm going to be the father holding the shotgun. I smiled. Good. And she'll have brothers to look after her too. Brothers? Plural? So at least 3. I guess so. I've never been one for planning, Cade. Do you want at least one of each? A girl and a boy. Well, out of 6, I would hope there's both genders. B, we don't have to have 6. I know. 6 didn't sound bad though. Well, raising 6 didn't seem bad. It was the having 6 that did. How about we take it one at a time? I nodded. Things change. Not everything. I'll always love you, my perfect angel. I kissed his chest, and we headed to the shower. Luna, you look healthy. Caden is taking care of you, yes? Too much. He laughed. It'll wear off, absorb it now. I chuckled, but knew he was wrong. Caden was super overprotective. That would never wear off. I have the results from the tests I ran yesterday. Anything out of the ordinary? Caden asked. The female sample and the male sample both closely resembled betas. They could be a cousin or uncle in that way. Definitely related. The beta has a very distinct familiar pattern that is the same as both samples. And since you 2 are brothers, yours also resembles theirs and is extremely close to the betas. However, you would be like a 4th cousin in that the alpha is not seen in any of these samples. The male sample would be like an uncle because he has no alpha qualities, but resembles you in most other ways. The female one is the same, not holding the alpha genes but showing the family ties. So they could be our parents with the similarities, but accept the alpha gene? Theoretically, yes. Again, beta would be a perfect fit, but you wouldn't have gotten the alpha gene from 2 people who show no signs of ever having the gene. And Dan and I are inarguably brothers. Yes, the DNA doesn't lie. You're siblings and both related to the other couple, but biologically, it wouldn't be possible for them to be your parents. Uncle or cousin, definitely. But not parents. Thanks, Doc. We'll keep in touch. They shook hands before the doc spoke up. You're 2 months, Luna? Yeah. About that. You're showing early. Is something wrong with our pup? Caden asked lowly. No. It just means the pup is either large and developing early or will be born early. Both healthy, and there's nothing you did that caused it. Thanks, doctor. We'll see you soon, I said before leading Caden out of the room. Our pup is fine. Caden nodded and hugged me. Let's have lunch. I nodded. We had omelets for lunch, and Caden was done and staring at me to eat before I sighed, not looking up. Stop looking at me, Caden. You glow. It's in your head. Let me eat. I wouldn't stop you. You make me uncomfortable when you watch me eat. I'm sorry, B. But his eyes didn't move. Caden. He sighed, and I rolled my eyes. I take it you also didn't hear about the other phone call I took today. No, sorry, Caden. I was trying to focus. Don't apologize. They just said that the construction is ahead of schedule. That's good. Have they finished the rooms yet? No, they said something about waiting for approval. I'm going to talk to him about it. I'm sure it's fine. I was the one who said to wait for approval because I was moving the placement of some closets in the floor plans. Checking won't hurt. What were you focusing on? What? While I was on the phone. You said you were blocking everything out to focus. On what? Are you too stressed, B? Caden, I'm fine, okay. Honestly. So why did you block everything out? Is it too much? No. Caden, I didn't want to intrude on anything you brought up with them. You know everything about me. I shrugged. You never know someone entirely. He pecked my forehead. I love you. So, what did you focus on? Not a whole lot. Are you okay? Yeah, why? You never avoid a question this many times. You never avoid a question. I was just thinking about the new pack house. Do you not like it? Should we change it? Make it bigger? Do you want to? Caden, what's something everyone complains about? I don't know why. Every time someone comes over, they look in one room and have seen them all. I just thought that if there were different ones, then people would feel more like it's their own personal room. That's genius. Should we ask them to change it? Was this the approval? I opened the drawer by the counter and pulled out some papers and handed them to him. These are rough and probably not going to work, but I asked Paul if it would matter and he said no. So I asked everyone to hold off on the construction in the rooms. I don't know if they will, but... Babe, this is awesome. They're surprisingly different, considering they're all pretty close in size. And I like that you have it open over the games room on the bottom floor. He kissed me. You amaze me. Will everyone like them? They'll like that they aren't like hotel rooms. What's this? He asked, pointing to one floor plan. I forgot about that one. Nothing. Forget it. B? I sighed. I thought some could be like apartments where they could have their own small kitchens or living rooms. It would be more for the young families than the others. Just Forge. We should make one area like this. Some people move out when they have kids because they want a home, but apartments would keep them here, and since we're combining two, that would help make them one. I looked up at him. Really? He pulled out his phone. Yeah, I'll call the construction foreman. I grabbed his face and kissed him. Thank you. For? The families will thank you. They'll love this. We can ask, but I'm sure they will. You're a genius, my smart little Luna mate. I rolled my eyes. Thanks for supporting me. I'm still not used to my ideas actually happening. I love your ideas. I laughed, and Benji came into the kitchen, skidding around the corner. His eyes were wide, and he looked frantic. Blake. Caden. Ben, what's wrong? He made us follow him through the house. Alpha, they're gone.
But let's take a pause. Here's a lesson we can get from chapter 30 up until this point. Even when life chooses to force you into a situation you never choose, stand tall, speak your truths, and trust the process. Sometimes the very thing you ran from becomes the greatest gift you will ever receive.
Chapter 41. What? It was like a growl erupted in the form of that one word. I had never heard anything like it come from Caden before. Benjamin opened the door to the room where their parents were. See for yourself. They're gone. Caden frantically searched the room before cursing as he threw the pillows across the room. I wrapped my arms around his waist, and he went to shake me off, but then pulled me close. Sorry, P. I didn't mean to push you away. I'm so sorry. SSH. Just breathe. I asked the guards to be on high alert and double their patrols. No one in and no one out. And to search the properties, including the surrounding area. We'll find them. He held me against his side. I will never push you away. I know, Cade. I love you. His face relaxed before he nodded, sighed, and turned to Ben in full alpha mode. Who saw them last? I gave them breakfast. Was anyone in after you? No, he said quietly. After a few more questions, I cut in. Benji, this was not your fault. They had tons of time to plan an escape. After the DNA swabbing and samples, they probably figured out that we would know they were lying. It was a matter of time that we should have seen coming, but didn't. No one's to blame. We simply have to find them and then find out why they did this. Clear your head and focus. He nodded. This morning, they were overly nice and asked more questions than normal. I didn't tell them anything and left. I heard them talking quietly, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Okay, so they left sometime after breakfast. B. They could have had a huge head start by now. He stopped when the lead perimeter guard mentally told us they found their trail, and we all left the room. He told us moments later that their trail randomly stops in the neutral area between the territories. What does that mean, Caden? There couldn't have been a plane or chopper there to lift them out. We would have heard it. And they didn't change smells since there were no smells there. I eyed the phone in the kitchen. Should I call Paul? Caden nodded and started talking to Benjamin, going over every question they asked with extreme scrutiny. 2 hours later, we went over all the facts we had. We refers to Caden, Ben, Daniel, Paul, and me. Caden's real, honorable parents were gone. I think that was extremely relieving to everyone involved. His parents kept their good name. And rightfully so. The couple that was here were a fraud. They used DNA presumably taken from the short-term missing luggage and swapped their own DNA to match. They knew about their parents and had been planning this since their passing over a decade ago. They had stayed on our premises until they escaped. Their scent ends in the middle of a neutral area. Why they were here, what their plan was, everything we needed to know, we had no answer for. But we would. Because the 5 of us would not stop looking. Caden, should we postpone the gathering party tomorrow? Darn, I forgot about that, babe. We need the link for communication, and the sooner the better, but that leaves us unprotected for a few minutes when that happens, since all the guards and everyone would have to be present. So, which is more beneficial? We could ask Paul to bring people to patrol, maybe. Just an idea. A good idea. We need to move the packs along. They need to be one. As much as we can do tomorrow, we will, if Paul agrees. If not, we postpone, yes? I nodded and smiled at him. Yeah, sexy, that sounds good. I heard his intake of breath. That one word gets me every time. Which word, sexy? I chuckled as he moved me in front of him. His fingers brushed against my skin. Don't tease me, beautiful. I focused on their conversation and waited until there was a lull before I spoke. Paul, can we ask a favor for tomorrow? Of course, Luna. I will assist you and Alpha however I can. We have the pack gathering tomorrow, but to build the new link, we all have to be present. We could postpone the gathering if need be, but especially in these circumstances, having the link would be extremely beneficial. I paused to let Caden talk in his guard protection detail way. He spoke up firmly but politely, total Alpha. I do not want our pack in any weakened state during the few minutes it takes to form the link. If possible, we would like to have men from another pack or area patrol the field during an hour or so of the gathering to perform what we need to with everyone and still be protected, if you're still available to perform the ritual. Paul hesitated before slowly nodding but remained silent. A moment later, he looked up. I am not hesitating about performing it. I would be honored to. My hesitation comes in who I would call for the protection. I will inquire today and get back to you this evening if that's all right. I will try my hardest, Alpha Luna. Caden and Blake are fine, Paul. Paul smiled at my comment. Sometimes you seem much wiser than the average couple. You amaze me. But I will try to use your names. I should get going then if there's nothing else you wanted to go over. Thank you, Paul. Any help is appreciated if possible. Otherwise, we will wait until the threat is as minimal as possible. Paul nodded before I spoke. Thanks, Paul. For everything. He nodded, shook everyone's hand, and then wrapped his old but strong arms around me. Anything for you, Blake. Goodbye for now. I smiled at him before Caden pulled me back into his side. I mentally sighed. He hates it when people leave their scent on me. Darn right. You're mine, B. And right now that's all I'm hanging on to. I nodded to Paul as he left, and soon we were alone in the kitchen, so I turned to Caden, running my hands up his abdomen to his chest. My eyes stayed on my hands, and Caden's were on my face, I knew. I'll always be here for you to hang on to. I wish I could take you upstairs right now. Wish? You usually just act sexy. I placed my lips gently on his neck before he pecked my forehead and grabbed my hands. I looked up curiously. Caden. I wish I could, as I said, but I'm making you dinner and then we'll go upstairs. You need to eat, babe. I might not be in the mood later, I said teasingly. You have to eat. And if, after that, you don't even want to talk to me, I will just hold you. B, you not eating worries me. Don't women who are carrying a pup eat more? Aren't they hungrier? Would he give up a night of loving to make sure I eat? Darn this man for being perfect. I don't know. I don't know anyone who has had a pup. Caden, I was kidding earlier. I know you were. But it really worries me. I nodded and kissed him before opening the fridge door. So, what are we making? We aren't. I am. Caden. His hands went around my waist before standing me upright. His breath was on my neck as his voice met my ears quietly. My purpose is to take care of you, my beautiful mate. Please let me succeed today. Caden. His lips were like silk across my skin. Please be. I sighed. Can I do something? As long as it doesn't involve dinner. Fine. He turned me around curiously. You agreed way too easily. I smiled and opened the freezer door. Caden closed it just as quickly. What are you doing, baby? Making dessert, I said with a smile. B, you said nothing. To do with dinner. And this is dessert. Please, B. Just sit bored and uselessly on the counter until you make dinner, and then we'll eat it. And after that, you fret about making sure you made enough. Okay, I surrender, he said reluctantly. Dessert would be great. I pecked his lips. I'm glad you agree. He scowled, and I laughed before taking out the ice cream, muffin tins, Oreos, and paper cups for muffins. Caden gave me a strange look before shaking his head and pulling out some pots. I warmed the ice cream the slightest bit, put the paper cups in the muffin tins and put a layer of ice cream, added a layer of crushed Oreos and another layer of ice cream. I sprinkled some Oreos on top before drizzling chocolate syrup over them and putting them in the freezer. I turned at the smell of fried vegetables. It smells delicious, Caden. I didn't know you talked in third person, babe. I rolled my eyes. The food, Caden. The food smells amazing. You smell a whole lot more delicious, B. I grabbed plates and froze as a sharp pain went up my side. It felt like someone had dragged a blade up my side. I calmed my breathing as Caden hurried over. B, what's wrong? What hurts? You're in pain. I'm fine. Caden, calm down. He held my face as he looked over it. His hands went down my body as his eyes looked for anything wrong. Why were you in pain? I felt it. There must have been a lot. Just a pain in my side. I'm fine. B. Caden, if anything is wrong, I will tell you. I'm fine. Our pup is fine. Let's eat, okay? He hugged me before he finally let us eat. After we ate, I, with a lot of forcing, got Caden to stay put so I could grab dessert and went to the freezer. I reached up to grab the tray and blocked Caden so he wouldn't feel the pain in my side again. It was worse this time. I tried to act normal as I grabbed 2 small plates, gave us both an ice cream muffin, and added more chocolate sauce drizzled across and some shredded coconut on top of them. I carried them over to the table as Caden put the dinner plates to the side. Those look delicious, babe. It's just ice cream and... In his best girly voice, Caden said, thank you, sexy, and returned to normal for, you're welcome, babe. I laughed. Sorry. Thank you, sexy. His eyes widened when he hit the Oreos in the middle. I used the fudge Oreos. His favorites. B, this is, like, it's heaven. I laughed. Good to know. He was gone moments later. I laughed. You made quick work of that, Cade. Where did you get the idea? My sister and I used to make them, but I changed the regular Oreos for the fudge ones. You're perfect. I rolled my eyes and we cleaned up the kitchen. We woke with a start. We both hurried to get dressed and ran downstairs to meet Daniel to fill him in. We were still scheduled to have the gathering today, but now we weren't so sure it would happen. They found somewhere the parents could be. Last night, Paul had gathered extra patrol, and they had been looking around the property this morning when they found an underground bunker. It looked new, but it had been covered well. Extremely well. When are they going in? I'm going, Caden said to the lead protection detail, Adam's replacement, Zeke. Zeke spoke calmly and respectfully but argued. Alpha, they may not be there. It would be better to go in and bring them back to you. We cannot guarantee they won't shoot anyone going in. He paused. Alpha, it's too dangerous. Caden held Zeke's shirt and brought their faces close. I'm going. Me too, Daniel said, and Caden shot him a glance. I knew they were talking before Caden turned back to Zeke. We're going. Caden, what if they start shooting? They're trapped. They could see that as the only way out. Caden. B, I have to do this. I'm sorry. I left the room, blocking anything he was saying. Caden didn't follow. I felt his tension and frustration, but soon blocked it all out. Thoughts, emotions, everything. I got to our room, changed into comfy clothes, and opened the window. I climbed onto the roof and sat there. My anger was building. Why would he risk his life over two people who lied to him? Who put him through all this mess for a month? Why would he let his brother sign his death wish too? It's a dangerous mission. My thoughts were endless. I felt a tear slide down my cheek and angrily swiped it away. I was getting madder at Caden with each passing moment. I felt him before I heard him enter our room. Probably half an hour had passed since I left the kitchen. I heard him throwing things around before he used more frustrated words than I've ever heard him say. I don't think I've heard that many different words. B. He screamed my name a few more times before I heard him close the window. Then it slammed open so fast the glass shattered. Blake, if you jumped out of this goddarn window because of me, I'll never forgive myself. He slammed his hand into the wall. Forget him. He was putting himself in harm's way, abandoning our pup, abandoning me, abandoning his pack, and letting his brother risk his life with him, all because of two random people. Did he even think of me at all? Did he think of the pup? Did he think of himself more importantly? These two packs are looking to him, and he's signing his death wish for the two frauds. Ugh. I heard him stop as I choked back a sob. Darn, I was hidden. The wind had hidden my scent from him. I knew he would have heard me. B, he said quietly. Please, Blake. If you're out there, go away. He can risk his life if he wants. If nothing here is worth living for, why be here? Hopefully, my pup lives before I pass, too. Caden was beside me moments later. B, please tell me you aren't hurt. I'm fine. He wouldn't be in for a few minutes when he leaves. And I wouldn't either. He reached out, and I slapped his hand away. I refused to look at him. Another tear fell from my eye, and soon after, there was a whole wave of them. My body shook, and Caden brought me to him. At first, I shook my head. No. But his touch calmed me, and everything faded away. It was just him, me, and our pup, that little ball of emotions. Are you really mad at me? Is these hormones? Please talk to me. He sounded so pained. Hormones, I said as I tried to calm, and he breathed a sigh of relief. B, I want to be there when we find them. If we find them. I know. Caden, if anything happens to you, he held my face as he put his forehead on mine. Nothing is going to happen. Daniel and I will be fine. Tonight I will hold you like every other night, and months from now we'll be holding our pup. I'm not going to leave you. He sighed. Please stop blocking me out. I instantly opened up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No. Don't apologize. He pecked my forehead. You're perfect. Don't apologize. I shouldn't have let you go. I would follow you to the moon and back, I swear on my life. Yet I let you storm out of the kitchen. I shouldn't have left. I just heard you say you were going, and I was furious. I was mad and sad and horrified and Caden this pup. I love our pup, but I can't stand that I can't control how I act towards you. I don't like you going, but I wouldn't stop you. I love you with everything in me, Cade, but lately I don't show it. You do, B. You show me in everything you do. You're a perfect angel. So perfect. I sighed, collected myself, and made my way down. We walked hand in hand downstairs after I splashed water on my face. Paul was there, and Zeke glanced at Caden. Luna. Alpha. There was movement in the bunker. We heard two separate movements and deduced that the bunker must be fairly large. The footsteps were quite different. One male, one female. That would match with one set of footsteps being heavier and the weight being more evenly distributed rather than a female stance. When are we going? When you're ready, Alpha. Caden motioned to the door, and the room emptied. Caden's arms wrapped around me. I'll be fine. I love you, B. I love you too. He held me a while longer as we stood in silence. Caden called them back, and I watched as my mate left through the sliding glass door of the kitchen in full Alpha mode. His stance grew a few inches as everyone followed him respectfully. He was talking and questioning down to the last detail of the bunker. He already had multiple plans forming in his overly capable mind. I poured coffee as he left from view. I felt his animalistic side surge forward as he shifted and knew they all followed suit. Caden was now in his alpha wolf form. Mission mode activated. Chapter 42. As Caden disappeared through the forest, I stood there sipping a coffee. Sam came up beside me, and I hugged her. After a few minutes, I patted her back and pulled away. They'll be back. How about we? I stopped when a group of my old pack members came in laughing. That used to be me. I used to walk around here so casually, laughing and smiling and having fun. Now I'm running a joined pack, am mated, am carrying a pup, designing a new pack house, and more. I smiled and subconsciously rubbed my tummy. I couldn't be happier. This is life. Caden was right. Blake, Sam asked, and I blinked away my thoughts. Sam was nervous again. Sorry, my thoughts are all over. I turned to the group, and they stopped and looked at me with a smile. Blake, I didn't know you were here. We knew you were now Alpha, but you're staying here. Jenny, Luna, Caden is Alpha. We spend a few nights at one and then a few nights at the other alternately. Cool. Is Alpha around? I haven't noticed him. He's dealing with someone right now. We were hoping to have a gathering, and we'll both be there, talk about the new joint pack and the changes. Changes? One of the guys asked skeptically. We're all one pack now. Changes have to happen for the better. But it's more to undo the wrongs of the past, Alpha. Your dad. My father, yes. They all went quiet. I know it's not particularly sad that he passed. I'm on the same page as you all. He had the title, but not much more. There seemed to be a collective sigh before smiles returned and a million questions came out at once. I laughed and walked to the table. Let's sit and talk, yeah? They all took a seat before Sam left. Sam? She turned back around. I was just going to. Would you stay? I wanted her to get to know people. This would help. Blake, I can't. No. Sam, I'm right here. Last time I introduced you to someone, you fell in love with them. I'm not saying that'll happen again, you have Daniel, but having friends here would be good too. I saw her hesitation before she pulled up a chair, and they shuffled their chairs to make room beside me. Thanks, Luna. Blake. No, that was a Luna thing. I nudged her shoulder, and she nodded. This is Sam. We met at the Blue Lake Pack a few days after I got there. There were a few hellos and highs before she smiled and looked at me. Okay, what's the first question you're all itching to ask? I asked with a chuckle, and they all looked around. Jenny? She shook her head, and I sighed quietly. Guys, I've known you all my life. A few months don't change anything. Just ask whatever comes to mind. Why did you leave? To mate with Caden. So you were Luna of that pack? I did it for him, but I'm Luna of both now, yes. How does that work? Even though you left, you have to come back to lead this one, too, now that the Alpha died. Caden and I were asked by the council if we would run it, since our mating allied the packs. We agreed, and the council is helping us build a new pack house in a central area, and we're supposed to merge them into one since they're both relatively small. They nodded slowly. Jeremy spoke up. What about the guards? Will we be fired? We have to guard both territories together. That means we need even more guards. I don't deal with that area specifically, so Caden would have to answer your questions. I'm sorry. He won't mind, though. When's the gathering? Depends on when he gets back. If the problem is solved, then it will be around dinner, but if they don't get back, the gathering will be postponed until midweek. Is it so we have to talk to the other pack? The other half of the pack? No. You don't have to talk to anyone. Guys, we're simply putting two together. I know my father did a terrible job of running this one. Nobody talked to him, and vice versa. He was not into socializing with any of you. We didn't have pack dinners, and we were very alone within the pack, but Blue Lake isn't like that. So we have to live how they live? No. But you said they aren't like that, and we have to be one. We do have to be one. But if you don't partake in dinner or socializing, so be it. My point was that Caden talks to everyone in the pack. We both do. We would like this pack to be more familiar with each other, the way it was with my grandfather. Blue Lake is closer to that, and we hope everyone wants that same thing. I miss your grandfather. I heard the familiar female voice and jumped up and hugged Jess. I missed you, Jess. You too, Blake. Or should I say Luna? Blake's fine. Don't be silly. She laughed, and we both sat at the table. A few other people mentioned missing my grandfather, and I nodded. We want the pack to be restored to how it was then. A lot of people are saying that Caden runs his pack the same as Alpha did. Caden is Alpha. I know people have been saying that and drawing back to be more secluded, but I promise you guys, he's nothing like that. He's better than my grandfather was. Until he gets power, a guy in the back snapped, and I moved to see who it was. Phil, my father's lead guard. Blake. He stared down at me as if I were trash. Caden is nothing like my father was. Exactly. He can't run a pack. Can we discuss this later, Phil? No, I think now is a great time. Unless there's something about Caden you don't want us to know, he said, glancing around. There's nothing Caden would hide. Myself either. He's illegitimate. He'll never be able to handle 2 packs. Alpha made this pack what it is. Caden is Alpha. No, I mean the man who even put in his will that you get no choice of being Luna. He didn't want you to have the chance to mess it up. He did that himself. He made this pack what it is. He stormed across the kitchen, and I stayed where I was. All eyes were on us. I didn't want to back down to him. I wouldn't back down to him. He made everyone scared of him. I spoke with finality. He wouldn't win this one. This pack has no resemblance to a family. That's no way to run a pack. He put his time into protecting this pack. I gasped as he pushed me into the wall and put an arm across my throat. We would be weak without him after your grandfather. We need to protect these wimpy wolves. Do not pretend everything is fine and happy and rainbows. I couldn't breathe. His arm pressed harder into my throat. I heard Jess and Sam yelling at him before one of the guys walked up to him. Phil smacked him across the face and the guy dropped unconscious. Council should have stayed out of this. They killed Alpha, and they put a little girl like you in his place. His hand smacked the wall by my head. His knee hit my stomach, and pain went through my torso in waves. God, I hope the baby is okay. I will never forgive myself if I lose Caden's pup. I think a part of him would die, and I would die as a result. I choked out, Caden is Alpha. I don't think he could even tell what I was saying, but I kept repeating it as he yelled at me. You're a pathetic excuse for a Luna. You're a little girl like your mom was. Talk and never do anything. You're useless. All you're good for is a good time after a long day of work. You had no reason to be given that title. Caden is Alpha. I choked out again, and I felt weak. I was losing touch with Caden. I couldn't talk to him. It used too much energy, and I couldn't feel him. I couldn't breathe. My knees had given out, but all I wanted was the constant hum of his capable mind in my own. I wanted to feel that love he always had for me. Phil. He brought me forward, and I gulped air before he smashed my back to the wall. My head exploded in pain, and my back felt bruised. I would heal. Don't talk to me. You only care about rebelling against Alpha. I am nothing to you. Like you're nothing to me, but another little girl that would be easy. Caden is. Alpha. Shut up. He screamed before pressing his arm to my throat harder. Suddenly, he was gone, and I heard grunts. I slumped down the wall to see a huge dark brown wolf on top of Phil. Caden. Caden attacked Phil until Daniel and Ben held him and took Phil out of the room. Caden was beside me moments later, then I was in the air, and then chaos broke out as he ran me through the house. He was yelling to someone to show him to a room. I forgot he doesn't really know this pack house. I heard a lot of noise, but still managed to close my eyes. Don't. Open those emeralds of yours, B. Caden sounded desperate. My head was throbbing, and I struggled to calm my breathing. B. Stay with me. I nodded and curled into him. My back hurt, my head hurt, and I was terrified something would be wrong with our pup. I couldn't live with the guilt if I lost the child. Caden was already so excited for them. He already loved them so much. I couldn't even imagine. I slowly came to and heard Caden's voice. I'm assuming he was talking to the doctor. That thought changed when I realized how frustrated and angry he sounded. Caden, I asked as I slowly opened my eyes. B, now move out of my way. The second part was a growl to someone else. I looked around but didn't see him. Caden, I heard a scuffle before someone walked in. Do you know this man? I nodded immediately. Why is he asking if I know you, Caden? Caden gave the man a pointed look before the man scurried away. Caden was at my side the next second. How are you? How long have you been awake? Are you still sore? Caden, what is going on? He sighed. They wouldn't let me come in. They thought I was the one who hurt you because of the blood on me. B, I was going to hurt that guy if he didn't let me see you. I held his hand, and he slowly relaxed. Did you tell them you were Alpha? I think they'll be more than shocked when they find out. He gave a small smile. You're amazing. I gave him a questioning look, but he let it go. How are you feeling? I shifted and moved. I feel okay. Why did I pass out? I don't know. The doctor said you were probably in shock. Are you sure you're okay? No pain? What did he do to you? He just held me against the wall. Not just. The doctor said your head had been hit and your spine, but he didn't know anything else. Did he say anything else? Not that I know of, but I only know what I overheard since he wouldn't talk to me. I noticed that was a sore spot. Caden, he was just doing his job. We need to have that gathering. I want everyone to know you're mine. What time is it? Have you just been attacked by that jerk? We're not having it today. Caden, I'm fine. Exactly. Paul said he would find a day this week that he could get some wolves to patrol. We'll do it then. I nodded. I looked down. Did the Blue Lake doctor come? No, why? Are you in pain? I shook my head. Caden. I couldn't even think about how I was supposed to talk about it. If the pup was hurt because of me. B, talk to me. Your thoughts are scaring me. He kneed me in the stomach, Caden. Caden shot out of his chair and paced for a few seconds before picking me up and holding me to him. B, the pup will be fine. You said it yourself. They're a survivor. They're strong. And if they aren't, promise me you won't blame yourself. This was not your fault. The jerk that put his hands on you. Caden, I should have just ignored him. I tried to make him see how skewed he was rather than siding with my father. Maybe he wouldn't have needed me. No. 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 Don't think like that. This wasn't your fault. This was your father still wreaking havoc from beyond. Don't blame yourself. I failed in protecting you, B. He squeezed me gently. I shook my head, but he made me look him in the eye. I'll try Caden, but I don't know what I'll do if they're hurt. Do you feel any pain? No. Then they'll be fine. You'd feel pain if there was something wrong. Are you sure? Yes. But I knew he was clinging onto it just as much as I was. Thank you. He kissed my forehead gently, and we stood there embracing each other. Caden and I drove back to the Blue Lake pack house for the night. After today, it was nice to just be home. Both packs are ours, but this one felt more like home. I hope we can make both of them that way one day. I showered and lay in bed after Caden made me eat. It had been a few hours since we left the doctors at the other pack house. I was lying on my stomach with my cheek on Caden's pillow. He smelled so good. I was in that state before you fall asleep, where you know what's happening, but at the same time are pretty much gone. I felt relaxed and calm for the first time in hours. Caden moved the blanket off my back and lifted my shirt as his lips ran lightly up my side. So beautiful. I mumbled a bunch of gibberish into the pillow, causing Caden to laugh and lay his chest across my back so he was talking in my ear. What language are you speaking, babe? Jerk. Weird that word came out clear. I laughed and rolled over, and his face was mere inches from mine. Isn't there a saying about the truth being free? He scowled before we both just laughed, and he held me. Caden, I don't want to. I want to sleep. I wrapped the blankets closer around me as I curled away from his prodding finger. Babe, please just come with me. Then we can have breakfast and maybe even go to the pond. Another hour. B. Caden, you said it yourself. If the pup isn't causing pain, then they're fine. And I am too. Knowing for sure won't hurt anything. Please, B, please. Can we just make sure our pup is okay? Caden, why can't we wait an hour? I'm exhausted. If I wake you up in exactly an hour, you promise to let me take you to the doc? Yes, now shut up and hold me sexy. He chuckled. I love your demanding side. Caden, I'm going to tell you where to go if you don't let me sleep. He held back his laugh as he curled me into his side, gently running his hand over my stomach. Sleep tight. I love you. I love you too. I paused before adding jerk. He laughed, and I fell asleep with a smile. Not a minute past the hour mark, Caden woke me up and dragged me into the shower. 10 minutes later, I was dressed and joined Caden as we made our way downstairs. The doctor was at the other pack house still. Apparently, he spent the night after saving Phil's life. Caden, what happened yesterday? I asked as I enjoyed my yogurt and granola with strawberries. His eyes turned dark with horror. I was coming back from talking with Paul when I didn't feel you anymore. You were slipping away and you didn't respond to me. You. No, Caden, I met with your parents, I'm sorry. I hated to make him go through that again. Last night he didn't sleep well. He would suddenly hold me tighter to him, and it would go on a loop in his head. I woke him up once, and after that he kissed me, did his creepy staring thing all over my face, and then he slept fine. Oh. They thought they were in an old bunker that was on the neutral territory where their scent disappeared, but it was empty. Their smell was there, so we went further. There are tunnels everywhere. Tunnels. He nodded. There are tunnels leading in 6 directions off the bunker. Paul said he had never heard of the tunnels, so he's going to look into that for us as well. He thinks it was for wolves that escaped the rogues many years back when the rogues teamed with the humans to eliminate us. When the fated mates ended. He nodded. The war was crazy, and we all know we're lucky to be safe now. Paul thinks we hid in the tunnels. He was across the county at that time, and they didn't have tunnels there, but he doesn't know about here. I nodded, finished my yogurt, and we kept talking about the tunnels. Caden told me they are searching them all. If they find anything, we'll be the first to know. Alpha, Luna, I'm in my office when you're ready. We're on our way, document. Thanks. We put our dishes away, and I reached up to close the cupboard door. I blocked Caden again as the pain went up my side. Like a knife being dragged down. B? Caden was soon beside me. What's wrong? Nothing. Blake. I looked down. It's the same pain as before. He lifted my face to look at him. Please don't block me out. Caden, you don't need the pain. You blocking it from me hurts more. I saw the sincerity in his words and nodded. Thank you, B. How many times has it happened? I couldn't lie to him. 3 times. His head dropped before he hugged me. How bad does it hurt? Before I could respond, he interrupted me, honestly. It's like a knife running up my side. Always the same side? I nodded. He squeezed me gently before placing his lips on my forehead. Let's go talk to the doctor. I nodded, and the doctor welcomed us into his room. We sat, and Caden held me on his lap. I hope you're doing okay, Luna. Yeah, I'm fine. She has pain in her side, Doc, Caden said and gave me a pointed look. I sighed. Sometimes when I reach up or something, I get a pain in my side. Is this new? I know you were hurt yesterday. I had it before yesterday a couple of times, and earlier today. He nodded. What does it feel like? Like a knife up my side. He got me to stand and pressed his fingers to my stomach, slowly working his way over. Caden growled once, and the doctor raised an eyebrow to him. Should I stop, Alpha? I have complete respect for you, son, and with all due respect, I have my own mate. I would never do anything. Caden clenched his jaw before nodding. Sorry, Doc. I understand, son. The doctor continued, and I felt Caden tense slightly. You don't show any sign of pain, Luna. No, it doesn't hurt. He nodded. Can you put your arms straight up? I did so, and my side felt uncomfortable but not painful. Any pain? No, it's just uncomfortable. Is it always the same side? I nodded. Try to reach as high as you can. The pain was instant. Caden brought my arms to my sides as he stood behind me. Not again, Doc, he growled lowly. He nodded with a slight bow. B, are you okay? Yes, Caden. I'm fine. The doctor brought his eyebrows together and got me to move my arms again in different ways, but none of them hurt. Did you hit your stomach recently? I took a knee to the stomach yesterday, but I felt this before then. Is the pain worse now? The same, I think. He nodded again before he decided to do my 2-month checkup now, but nothing new turned up. Doc, what is it? Caden asked as the doc seemed to think of something. Have you always been this thin, Luna? I nodded. I'm bigger now with the pup than ever before. Have you been hungrier or more tired lately? I shook my head, but Caden nodded. She sleeps longer and is tired faster lately. That's normal, right, Doc? Yes and no. Doc. I might be right then, let me show you. Doc, is be okay? Yes. If I'm right, she's better than okay. You might be close to 3 months, right? I nodded. Maybe. We didn't notice right away. Then you may not have shown early. Right about what, Doc? He smiled and started moving a few machines around. Let me show you Alpha. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Caden brought me over to the table, and I lay down as the doc asked me to lift my shirt. I did as Caden glared at him. Caden, let him do his job. I wish I had become a doctor, B. Then I could have done this. I laughed, and he scowled playfully at me. I tried to lie still, and Doc brought the ultrasound screen to where we could all see it. He put the clear gel on my stomach, and I gasped at the cold feel. He put the handheld gadget to my stomach and moved it around before stopping. He smiled wider. I was right, Alpha Luna. Do you see that? I knew exactly what he saw. I looked at Caden, and my smile widened as I saw the love in his eyes at the picture on the screen. I love you, B. I had never seen Caden happier than right now as he looked at the little screen of my stomach. I love you too. Chapter 43. It had been 2 days since the doctor's office, and Caden hadn't let me out of his sight. He's officially more overprotective than ever. The doctor told me not to reach up, so naturally, Caden decided that instead of me climbing on a very not dangerous and super sturdy chair, he should just be my arms. In some ways, I am sick of feeling useless and constantly being watched, but in another way, it's great that he's spending time with my childhood friends from that half of the pack, so he's now hung out with Jess, and we're spending time with Daniel and Sam and other friends from Blue Lake. One day, we spent time with all of them at the pond, and it was lots of fun. Definitely a day I will never forget. And the fact that Caden met everyone I grew up around and now laughs with them and talks to them like friends is a great feeling. I got out of the bathroom as Caden hung up the phone in the room. He took it up here since the office is too far from the slippery and overly deadly shower. Caden and his paranoia. B, if you don't feel up to it today. I sat on his lap and pushed him backwards until he was lying on the bed. Caden, I'm fine. Please stop treating me like the flimsiest piece of glass out there. B, you're my whole world. As you are mine. But I don't put a bubble around you so you don't get hurt. He sighed. I'll try, babe, but I can't make any promises. He paused. Does it bother you that much? I'm sorry. I laughed lightly. Sometimes it's just overbearing. I know you only want to protect me, and I love that you care, but hovering is excessive. He chuckled. I'll give it my best shot. But I know, no promises. I placed my lips on his chest. I love you. And I love that you'll do this for me even though it hurts you. I'd do anything for you. Anything. I smiled and lay on him. Thank you. It felt quiet before I rolled off of him, and we slowly made our way off the bed. There was nothing new in the last 2 days. The tunnels were almost completely searched, but every opening and bunker was not only searched, but the area around it was as well for any scent or evidence of them being there. Any day now. I put on a loose semi-formal shirt and shorts. Caden wore his signature jeans and black, just tight enough to be teasing shirt. We went downstairs to meet Paul. An hour later, the perimeter was being guarded, and everyone had slowly trickled into the area central to both packs. The new pack house was close by, hence why we chose here, and it was symbolic too. But it was also perfect in that there was a big clearing with the lake, and so we had set up a barbecue and room for football for after the ceremony. Paul walked up to Caden and me as we slowly worked our way through the crowd, meeting everyone personally and answering the simple questions. I noticed a few people mingling that were from the 2 different packs, but not many. Yet, they would soon, though. Hopefully. Paul, this is David and Lucy from the Blackthorn half of the pack. David, Lucy, this is the eldest council member, Paul. He'll be performing the ceremony today. They all said hi, and we spoke for a few minutes before Paul, Caden, Daniel, Ben, and I walked up onto a raised platform. It was only 2 feet up. We didn't want to be looking down on people, but we wanted to be seen by everyone, even those at the back of the clearing. Caden cleared his throat, and silence followed. Thank you for coming. We all appreciate your attendance. We know that in a time as rare as this one, it is difficult to predict what will happen. My mate and I have realized this as well. I would like to start with, you will not be forced to do anything unless it has to do with the pack's safety. I promise you all that. We all do. He paused and held me to his side as he continued. We have received permission from the council to have 2 acting betas at all times until one of their children takes the position. We wanted all of you to have an additional familiar face to talk with, although you can come to us directly, of course, with anything and everything. He let this sink in, and a male voice yelled out, "Where are you living? Which pack house?" A few people, yeah? And asked similar questions. Caden smiled and calmly spoke. We also have permission to build a new pack house central to both packs. In fact, it is behind this clearing. We will be there until the Alpha house is done. Everyone seemed to like that, which made me happy. Caden turned to Ben and continued, "This is Benjamin, originally from the Blackthorn pack. He is my mate's brother, and I know he's answered many of your questions already. Don't hesitate to talk to him, no matter where you grew up." Caden repeated a sentence similar to Dan's before holding my hand and stepping slightly away from me as he motioned to me. "Caden, just move on. Right after I introduce you." Caden. Beautiful. I mentally rolled my eyes. Out of everyone here, I can say with confidence that my mate, your Luna, knows more people here than any of us. Thanks to her, these packs are being joined, and all of us get to be one. Have to be one. A different male voice called, and Caden tilted his chin down. "Sir? Could you step forward?" A man about 6 feet stepped forward and stared right at Caden. "Why do you say that? We don't have a choice in the matter, do we?" I can't argue with that. But I can tell you that if you have no interest in being loyal to your new pack, you are free to come see one of us and we will help you transfer to a new pack. This one will join swiftly, and we can only hope you participate. As I said first, we will not force you. You always have a choice. The man hesitated before nodding. He went a step back, but then he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. "I am loyal to you, Alpha. B, do you know his name?" "Harris." "Thank you." "Harris, sir, I appreciate that. But please stand, you are not below me, so don't act it." Harris stood and nodded before he returned to his spot. "Any other questions?" In the silence, he returned to what he was saying. Anyways, to wrap up my introduction, our mating allied these packs, and after the passing of the Blackthorn Alpha, we were asked by the council to run these 2 as one. Both packs were relatively small, and now we have a fairly large pack. We have great potential. Caden glanced at me and smiled before raising an eyebrow at me. "Would you like to take over? This seems more like your area of expertise." "No way. You're better." But I spoke up. "Our goal is to run this pack as my grandfather and Caden's parents ran this pack. We have every intention of treating it as a family. Starting with the one combined link, the barbecue, and a few games of football, we are hoping everyone will try to get to know people from both halves of the pack, for lack of better words. We have 2 questions to ask before we go ahead with the ceremony, if that's all right." In the silence, he went on. "Is anybody opposed to anything said so far and would like to join a different pack before the link is formed?" Everyone looked around, but after 2 minutes of nobody speaking up, he nodded with a smile. "The second is really a favor. We are looking for a name for the pack, whether we combine them, hyphenate them, or come up with a whole new one. We would like suggestions." As everyone clapped, we knew people liked getting a voice. "The most liked name will be chosen if the council approves. If not, the second most liked name, and so on. This seems the fairest." Nobody opposed, and Caden welcomed Paul on the stage. Many bowed to him as a sign of respect since most knew he was on the council. Everyone, Caden, Daniel, Ben, and I included, knelt down and faced Paul as he began. 5 minutes later, there was an audible collective sigh across the clearing as Paul ended the ceremony and the link was formed. Some young children began to cry at the confusion, and their mothers calmed them as they explained what was happening. Others were looking around as if they realized just how many of us were now connected. Paul placed one hand on Caden's forehead and another on my own, Caden holding my hand, as we knelt in front of Paul. Everyone else was still kneeling and remained quiet as Paul made us the Alpha and Luna of the link. This way, we had a bit of control over the link, making it so we could address everyone at once, etc. Alpha perks. Afterwards, everyone clapped as we all stood. I glanced at Caden to see him staring at me, blissfully happy. We're living our dream, B. How does it feel? Better than I imagined. Thank you, Caden, for doing this. 2 out of 4, right? I mentally laughed, causing us both to smile. We faced the crowd, and Caden spoke to everyone through the link. The lake is warm, the barbecue is being fired up, the football is blown up, and it's a beautiful, clear day. My mate and I encourage you to take advantage of it. Everyone cheered before they separated. I was happy to see them mingling between both packs as they swam, played football, and talked. Caden and I thanked Paul, and our guards took over the others' posts before Paul left. Half an hour later, Caden and I sat down with our burgers at a table with my family and Daniel and Sam. I'm glad they all get along. Me too, B, and everyone seems to like this so far. Yeah, it'll be a change for some, but they'll all come around. He nodded, and we began eating. All lunch we laughed and talked. I couldn't help but notice that Caden seemed happier since we got the news from the doctor. I'm so glad he wants pups. As we finished our food, Caden brought me onto his lap, and Dana nudged my shoulder. So how's my favorite niece/nephew? Caden smiled widely, and I glanced up at him. You didn't tell them, B? I shook my head. It's our surprise, not mine. You're perfect. I rolled my eyes, and Dana coughed. Earth to Blake, we're waiting on an answer. Do you know the gender? We both nodded and laughed lightly. Boy. Ben guessed as Sam said, girl. Caden and I both nodded. Yeah. Which one? My mom asked, and I couldn't take it anymore. I laughed and looked up at Caden. He spoke happily, as if life couldn't get any better. Both. B is blessing me with twins. Twins. My mom yelled happily, and everyone started clapping as the news went around. It still feels surreal. I guess we're going to be talking about a third sooner than I thought. Caden's face lit up, and he kissed me passionately. I love you. I love you too. I love all 3 of you. B, you're my whole family. The cargo is more precious than I thought. Twice as much. We were pulled out of our private conversation as everyone asked about the genders and when they were due. People from both packs seemed happy about this. After all, one of them was the heir. Chapter 44. Today has been a ton of fun. Laughing with everyone from my childhood and new friends, playing football, until Caden subtly mentioned that I should be taking it easy, swimming, and playing any game I was invited to. I hadn't got to see much of Caden today since we were both trying to move through the large group and talk to everyone and answer questions in between laughs. I was exhausted and just wanted to sleep, but I wanted to clean up the kitchen before morning, when it became messy again from breakfast. Caden's thoughts told me he was still laughing with his family. I smiled as I moved around the kitchen. I yawned continuously throughout cleaning. When everything was away, I collapsed into a chair. I heard a chuckle that sounded far off and realized I had fallen asleep. Come on, Angel, let's get you to bed. I slowly sat up, and he instantly picked me up. I wrapped my legs around him and put my cheek on his shoulder. I miss you. He squeezed me gently. I miss you too, babe. I seemed to get more awake as he carried me up the stairs. I picked my head up and stared at him. I placed my lips on his jaw in random places. You didn't shave today. His chin had a few days stubble on it. I thought I would try being a lumberjack today. I laughed. He placed me on the bed, and I brought him with me, not letting him go. You need to sleep. I need you more. His eyes turned dark as he looked down at me. B, you're exhausted. I shrugged and ran my hands up his chest under his shirt. He lifted up his arms reluctantly, and I took it off. I tossed it somewhere behind him, and he bent to kiss me. Are you sure, beautiful? I love you. He chuckled and ran his lips up to my ear. I love you more. His stubble drove me crazy against my sensitive skin. I like it. What do you like, babe? That you didn't shave. He pulled back with humor in his eyes. I was kidding about being a lumberjack, beautiful. Well, you could keep it trimmed. It doesn't need to be gross. He chuckled before nodding. Anything you want, beautiful. Don't do it because of me. I'd do anything for you, he said as he nuzzled my neck. The stubble had me craving him. Don't do it if you don't like it. He ran his lips down to my shirt, making me all tingly as his stubble created friction. I like what it does to you, he said with a smirk, and his teeth sank into my mark. That too. I was reeling in pleasure as he began to undress me slowly. So beautiful, he said, waking me up as his lips and hands moved on my skin. I was lying on my stomach and my back was bare. His finger ran down my back to the blanket and back up before he moved my hair, his hand going through it. Morning, sexy. Good morning, beautiful. I turned my head to look at him, and he placed his lips on my forehead. You're beautiful. That's the third time today, Caden, I said skeptically. And I've only been awake for a minute. He stayed quiet and rolled me over to lay my head on his chest as he ran his fingers through my hair. I placed my hand on his chest. I would stay right here with you forever if I didn't have to move. His voice had been just above a whisper, and as we lay there, I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I couldn't ruin this moment. Alpha, we found an abandoned house with the scent of your parents, Zeke said hurriedly. So much for not ruining the moment. I went to get up, but Caden stopped me before replying to Zeke. Don't move in. I want it surrounded. Daniel and I will be there soon. Tell him the directions. Yes, sir. Caden kissed me hungrily. We need to go back to the cabin. I nodded. When this is done. Caden, be careful. He kissed my forehead again. I'll come back. Don't doubt me, B. I'll always be here for you. But you're not invincible, so don't be stupid. Otherwise, I'll kick that perfect butt of yours. I said, and I'm kidding, but seriously, do not die or I'll bring you back to slap you. He chuckled. Yes, ma'am. Caden's POV. Dan and I met in the kitchen. I hugged Blake desperately, as Dan said goodbye to Sam, and we left the kitchen. I hated leaving B behind, the last time she got assaulted by that jerk. Mission, I reminded myself. Where is it? Northeast of the bunker, about 4 miles. We shifted and ran there. Zeke filled us in on how there was a bunker about half a mile from it, and their trail was faint but led towards the cabin, stopping there. Minutes later, Dan and I met up with Zeke, and all the guards were shifted to wolf form as they made a distant circle around the house. We kept low and quiet. We hit it at once. Every exit and window was covered. No one is out. We go in at once. Yes, sir. All guards agreed, and at my count, they stilled. 3, 2, 1. Go quietly. We all crept closer. Exits covered? Yes, sir. They are not to be killed unless extreme measures is necessary. We need answers. I used my alpha tone through the link, and every wolf agreed immediately. Yes, sir. At 3, we go in. Every floor and room is clear. If anyone is found, they are held where you find them, and I'm called. Yes, sir. Then 1, 2, 3. Glass shattered and wood splintered as doors and windows were just an obstacle we went through to get in. There were still guards surrounding the house and the nearby bunker. They were not getting away again. Dan and I were first up the stairs. Wolves branched off to clear the floors, and the rest followed as we made our way along the second-floor hallway. I held up my hand. Quiet. The house seemed to go under my spell. I pointed towards a door on the left, and Dan quietly moved to the other side of the door. We all listened and flinched back as the door to the room I heard scuffling and exploded. Bang, 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 bang. 6 bullets whizzed past Dan and me. One hit a guard who instantly dropped. Alpha, it's Silver, Lance said as he hissed in pain. If he weren't in his wolf form, he would have already shifted. 2 guards get him to the dock. Now, Lance, hang in there. My mate will kill me if you die. Yes, sir, Lance said with a faint smile and half-assed salute. He was carried out of the house as the room beside us got quiet again. I heard them reload the gun. That means they only have 6 shots. I motioned for everyone to get back and turned away as 6 more shots echoed through the otherwise silent house. Bang, 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 go. I commanded, and Dan followed my burst through the door, staying right behind me. I tackled our father, and Dan leapt on our mother. I heard grunts from our mother and Dan as she shifted, and Dan fought to control her. As did I. Our father snapped at my side, which I easily dodged, and clamped my teeth around his throat. He whimpered as I bit down harder. His paws clawed at my sides as he let go of the gun, which went flying, and Zeke grabbed it in his mouth, still in wolf form. Weapon secure. Handcuff them with the silver cuffs. They're to be brought back to the pack house at Blue Lake. Chain them up. Yes, sir, Zeke replied, and guards instantly held them both, struggling against them. Full-time guards are posted, inside and out. This place was searched, and everything was brought back to me. ASAP. Yes, sir. Anything else? Zeke asked respectively. No. You're in control of who posts. Get it done. Yes, sir. I nodded and met up with Dan. Any injuries? Nope. You, bro? A few scrapes. They'll heal. Before the cupcake sees them? I growled at him in warning. Blake, sorry. Yeah, well, hopefully. Dan made a whipping motion, and I playfully jumped on him. We wrestled, but I quickly had him pinned, and he surrendered with one last whipping sound, and we made our way back to the pack house. I couldn't help my smile as Dan laughed and joked. We both know you're just as whipped, Dan. No way, he said sarcastically, and we both laughed harder. Who thought we would see the day? He smiled. Glad I have. Me too, Dan, me too. I smelled her before I saw her. Her stomach is slightly swollen with our 2 pups. My whole family was right there. Beautiful in her shorts and loose shirt as she laughed with Sam, Jess, and Dana on the back porch. I stopped and stared at her as she held her stomach, laughing. I could feel her happiness coming off in waves. She calmed down before asking something and heading to the kitchen. I shifted back and quickly entered the kitchen. I walked up behind her, wrapping my arms around her slim waist and pulling her back to my chest. I ran my cheek along hers, and she tilted her head to give me access to the mark. My mark. Tingles exploded as my stubble created a knead all through her at the friction it caused. Caden, she said, like a sigh, and I growled happily as my wolf came closer to the surface. I could take her right here if only we could lock everyone out. I want you so bad, baby, I whispered against her ear, and she relaxed into me. She nodded before shaking her head slightly. I'm supposed to be pouring more iced tea. They'll live. Caden. You seem really happy, Angel. I love watching you laugh and smile with everyone. It's awesome having a joint pack. I nodded and turned her towards me so I could see those emeralds I love. She wanted me too. Her eyes were bright green, and her wolf was right at the surface. Darn that iced tea. Want to join us for a drink, sexy? That one word. I know my eyes turned darker. They always did. The way she says it makes me want to take her wherever we are. I just want to have her. What I really want is to feel. Caden. I held back my laugh as she blushed. How she still can't talk about intimacy is beyond me. But seeing her cheeks turn that adorable pink is so worth it. She's beautiful. And our pups would be too. It's just us here. Caden. Stop laughing at me. She scowled, but the tinge of a smile on the corner of her lips gave away her humor, and I tilted her face to mine before kissing her. When we pulled apart, her hands were holding fists of my shirt, her eyes bright like emeralds, my hair messed up, and I was between her legs as she sat on the counter. You should continue your drinks with the girls. You're not joining us? Her smile fell, and I pulled her close. I'm going to make sure the imposters are locked up. How about dinner, beautiful? Promise? I nodded. With all my heart. She smiled, and I pecked her forehead before giving her one last gentle squeeze and letting her grab the pitcher of iced tea from the fridge. I pinched her backside when she bent into the fridge to grab it, and she stared at me, shocked, before smirking and wiggling it before quickly leaving the kitchen. Not fair, babe. You pinched me. Better than some alternatives. Caden. I laughed at her warning tone and asked Ben and Dan to meet me in the basement. B, did you want to be a part of this? It may get violent. Thanks, Caden, but I don't think I can watch that. Unless you want me with you. I always want you with me. But I think it would be better if you didn't see this. I don't know what she would do if she saw me interrogating some guy for information. It might not come down to that, but with most rogues it does. I love you, Caden. Always. Do what you do. We'll talk at dinner. I love you, Angel. I felt her happiness at that comment and dropped my smile to business as I descended into the basement. Chapter 45. Caden's POV. I saw Daniel talking to Ben and filling him in on everything that had happened when we got our parents. I needed a name to call them so I could stop disrespecting my actual parents. I walked along the cells until I got to the one they were both in. Names. I wasn't asking. I was going to get answers. No matter what. He smirked, and she sat idle. Names. Now. I used my alpha tone, and they both flinched before she cracked. It's Cass. And his. She paused before glancing at him and answering, his name is Ray. I signaled to the guard. Get me the key. He instantly handed me one. I unlocked it as she pressed further into the wall. He simply tried to look defiant. It wasn't working. I knew he was scared. That was good. He should be. I eyed them both and grabbed him. He tried to fight back, but I easily twisted his wrists and held him ahead of me. Where are you bringing him? Cass called out. Quiet, I growled lowly, and she shrank back further on the cement floor. I saw her struggling, and I nodded to the guard. Cuff her. Hands and ankles. Yes, sir. He replied with a nod. I looked to Dan. Are you staying? He went to reply, but I interrupted him. I'm going to get answers no matter what I have to do. I looked him dead in the eye, and he glanced at Ray before clenching his jaw and giving one nod. They'll pay. Yes, Dan. They will. I shoved Ray into a cell as far from Cass as needed to hide them from seeing each other, but close enough that they would hear the screams of the other. I pushed him into the cell and nodded to the guard, who cuffed him in the silver cuffs around his wrists and ankles. Now they were both handcuffed, spread-eagled, and standing. The cuffs were silver, so they couldn't shift, and they would grow weak. I wasn't waiting for the day it would take to get them to that point. I wanted answers. Yesterday. Who are you? That girl already told you my name was Ray. I don't want your name. I want to know every last thing about you, Ray. I want to know why the heck you came here. Why did you pretend to be my father, and why the heck did you target us? I didn't scream. I held my voice at an eerily calm and cold level. It scared me how cold I could sound. And I held back the shiver that reminded me of how cold I used to be. How she ever forgave me, I don't know. I put her in the same position as this jerk. I will always regret that awful week. Ray. I thought and focused on him as I moved closer. Forget you. He spat at me, and I drove my fist into his face. His scream happened right after the loud crunch that echoed through the hollow cells. I heard Cass gasp and knew she heard it from there. We'll start with one question. I'm not playing with you. Why are you on my land? His nose was bleeding, and I knew his eyes would turn black since his nose drove back into his face as it broke. That's all you got? He grunted with a smirk of a madman, and I smirked back as I straightened up. His smirk fell as I stared down at him, still holding my own smirk. In one move, I brought his face to my knee and threw his head back to the wall. His head hung as blood ran out of his nose and mouth. Why are you here? At his silence, I punched him 3 times in the ribs. Each time a deafening crack sounded, and he grew more limp. I didn't enjoy hurting people, but if they came onto the land that my mate and pack were on just to mess with me, I would not deny a chance of getting to scare them as they writhe in pain. I would protect my pack. Nobody messed with my pack. And definitely not my mate. Ever. You really haven't figured it out? You're dumber than I. I picked his face up and looked him in the eye. Figured what out? He coughed up blood, and I let his head hang down again. He had no strength left. I punched his gut, and he dry heaved as I moved back. What haven't I figured out? Your mate. She's pregnant, right? I put my arm across his throat. Call her that again, and I don't give a darn if you have the key to all the money in the world. My eyes were black, and Dan pulled me back, but I nodded once. I couldn't show him how mad that made me. Then he would know how to commit suicide. By my hand. Because I would end him if he said it again. Is she or is she not? What's it to you? He laughed a hollow, dead laugh before his head just hung down. I turned to the guard. Unless he wants to talk, he gets nothing. No food. No water. Unless he's dying, he gets nothing. And even then, you ask me first. I will keep him alive until I find out what I want. But he gets nothing. Understood. The guard nodded and closed the door of the cell behind us. Dan placed his hand on my shoulder. What was he talking about? I don't know. I didn't want to hit this woman. I know she trespassed, but I still didn't want to raise a hand to a woman. Ever. I have never in my life, and I didn't want to do it now. But if that's what it took to hold Bee safely in my arms without thinking that someone was after her, I would do it. Stand up, I told her as I unlocked her cell door. She cowered back but didn't stand. I lifted her so she wasn't touching the floor as her feet dangled, shoulders pressed to the wall, eye to eye with me. Do as I say, or this won't be pleasant. She nodded jerkily, and I let her fall. Stand up. As she quickly stood up, I wondered why they chose someone as weak as her to fill this role. She cracked just at my tone. Why are you here? They brought me. Not in this jail cell. Why the heck are you on my land? I kept my eyes directly on hers. She was dumber than I thought. I don't know. I put my arm across her throat as she gasped. I won't ask again. She had tears in her eyes. They didn't tell me. I don't know. She wailed. I let her fall and crouched over her. You're pathetic. She curled up in a ball, and I got the guards to get her cuffed again before giving him the same warning. She gets nothing. The guard nodded, and Dan and I left the bunker. I knew Bee was sitting out back, so I went in the front door. Dan gave me a weird look, and I gestured to the blood on my hands. I didn't want Bee to see this. I don't deserve her as is. Not to mention what I just did. What did he say about the cupcake? I held back my warning by clenching my jaw. She's not his cupcake. He asked if she was pregnant. Dan nodded slowly. Why? Dan, if I knew that, I wouldn't have asked him. To his shock, I stopped and tried to calm down. Shoot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. I get it. So are they after her? They'd better hope not. Dan nodded in understanding, and I jogged upstairs to shower. The whole time I was under the water, I grew more worried about Bee. I forced myself to focus on something else, and a chill ran up my spine. How did I ever treat her so coldly? How on earth did she forgive me? Love me even? She will always be love's greatest martyr. I wrapped a towel around my waist and threw my clothes in the trash before going to the closet. I pulled out pants and put them on before her smell hit me. Best smell ever. I grabbed a shirt and her arms wrapped around my waist. What if she had never forgiven me? She pulled back slightly, and I turned and brought her to me. She just put her cheek to my chest, and I put my head on hers. Caden. What baby? What's wrong? She pulled back to look at me. The worry in her eyes was evident, and I hate that I caused it. She didn't need any more worry. Nothing, babe. Just thinking. Caden, your thoughts are all over. I took one of my hands off her waist to run my finger over her forehead. Don't worry about me, Bee. Caden, you know I do. At my silence, she kissed my chest. Talk to me, Cade. I paused. I never opened up to anyone, but I knew Bee cared too much for me not to open up. I promised her I would, and I would always keep that promise. I can't stop thinking about that first week. Bee, I don't know what I did to get you to forgive me. Caden, we've talked about this multiple times. Why no? My voice was so cold talking to Ray. I couldn't imagine ever using it on you. She hugged me, and I picked her up, loving the feel of her legs around my waist, and sat on the bed, her straddling me. Caden, it's in the past. You weren't as cold to me as you were to this Ray person. Please believe me. I do, beautiful. I believe you. She smiled, and her brow creased as she looked up at me. Who's Ray? The guy who impersonated my father. She chuckled at my correction. Our pups can't hear you, you know. I have to practice so I don't swear in front of them when they can. She smiled happily, and I couldn't help but smile back. She was absolutely beautiful. Okay, sexy. I'll have to remember to scold you for any harsh words. I laughed. The fact that B could make me laugh on the day I made a guy pass out from a beating is truly remarkable. You're going to punish me, baby? She blushed a bright red and smacked me playfully. Caden, get your mind out of the gutter. I laughed harder, causing her to scowl. Don't laugh at me. I love you. She seemed shocked for a second before she smiled. She wasn't expecting that. I love you too, Caden. Dinner was in about an hour, and I fell back on the bed, lying her on top of me. Not as much as I love you, beautiful. She looked up at me with breathtaking emerald eyes. Prove it. I turned us over. I only have an hour, babe. Is that a problem? She smirked, slightly pink. I was thinking we had enough time that I could even get us a shower in, I whispered in her ear. She blushed, and I kissed her nose, cheek, and forehead before she put her hands in my hair and put her lips on mine. Chapter 46. Blake's POV. We stepped out of the bathroom an hour and a half later. Caden went to put his shirt on, and I ran my hands up his back. His muscles moved under my touch as the tingles spread through us at the contact. B, he said quietly. You need to eat. I just love the effect I have on you. He turned with a sly smile. Says the one whose eyes are a stunning emerald. I blushed a bit, knowing he knew I wanted him. Come on, B, let me make you dinner, he said in my ear as he nuzzled my neck. I nodded before I pulled back to make him look at me. No. Why can't we make dinner? I asked with a slight scowl. B, he drew out. Let me do it for you. I'm not useless. Trust me, I know, he said with a smirk, and I slapped his chest before turning to leave the room. I gasped as he picked me up and turned me to wrap my legs around him. I'm sorry, B. Forgive me? I looked over his face. Cade? Is this still about that first week? At his silence, it clicked. Caden, you showed me hospitality. I didn't. Past tense. That proves my point. He remained silent as he walked us down the stairs. I thought we were past all this, Caden. He placed me on the counter, and I made him stay where he was with my legs still around him. We were. You're bringing it all up again because of how you treated Ray. He swallowed. You catch on to things too quickly. I rolled my eyes. I wouldn't if you didn't bring up the same things over and over again. I paused as I wrapped my arms around his neck. I love you, Caden. How we started this doesn't matter. It got us here, and that's all that matters. I gave him a look, and he nodded. Okay, B. I just hate that I used that tone with you once. Don't. He looked up, and I placed my lips to his. Don't. Forget the past. Otherwise, I would still have issues. He laughed, and we let it go. We made dinner, together. At my persistence, and then sat down to eat it. I don't deserve you, he said as he watched me eat after he finished his food. Yes, you do. You deserve more. I don't deserve you. He clenched his jaw before shaking his head. I hit him. I figured. How far do you think I would go? He asked quietly. Why? He just kept looking at the table. I took a deep breath and told him my honest opinion. You would never even hit a stranger. But to someone who threatens our pack, you would stop them and probably not regret it. Does that make me a monster? No, I said with a small laugh. He seemed confused. You know I'm serious? Yes. So am I. You wouldn't think of me differently if I stopped Ray with my bare hands? Wouldn't our pups think differently of me? You wouldn't be afraid of me. I chuckled. You would never lay a hand on me. That's not even a question. Our pups won't see you differently. You're protecting the land they will grow up on. And no, Caden. I will not view you any differently. If you randomly stop some guy on the street, yes. But if you're stopping the guy who impersonated your father and is plotting something against us, no. Maybe that makes me a monster. You're not a monster, B. And nor are you. I knew this was something I would have to tell him 1,000,000 times until he took my word for it. Shouldn't my opinion matter more to you than anyone else's? You can't use my words against me, he said with a small smile. I'm using them for you, I corrected with a bit of sass. I made my voice serious as I made him look me in the eye. I honestly know I wouldn't think differently of you if you stopped the man threatening our pack. And nor will any of our pups. Slowly, a smile grew on his lips. I love you, B. You're perfect. Far fro. Shouldn't your mate's opinion matter the most? He asked cockily. I rolled my eyes and put the plates on the counter before taking his hand. He looked confused before I stopped in a clearing with a couple of chairs. We sat together on one, me lying along his side as we looked at the sky. It would be dark soon. It was silent for about 20 minutes when Caden spoke quietly. He was unconscious when I left. I remained silent. I almost stopped him, B. He clenched his jaw as his body tensed, and then he relaxed a bit, but not completely. I would have if Daniel hadn't stopped me. He deserved it. You sound so certain, he mumbled. I turned and straddled him, looking right at him. Whatever this Ray guy got from you, he deserves 10 times worse because he tried to mess with our pack. And you probably went easy on the girl because that's who you are, so she probably deserves 20 times worse than what you gave her. But whatever you did, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But whatever you did, I know they deserved worse. He called you a name. I'm sure I've been called worse, I said with a half shrug. Nobody gets to call you a bad name. Nobody. I don't give a darn who they are. I don't care if it's a council member. You're perfect. And you're mine. I waited until he was a bit calmer. His sudden outburst shocked me. I'm sorry, B. I didn't mean to growl at you. About me. Not at me. He breathed out a huge sigh and held me close. So perfect. I pulled back and looked at him. Did we decide on a punishment because you swore at least 3 times? The desire in his eyes made them black instantly. You can punish me however you want, baby. I smirked. Are you sure? He nodded. You want this to be good, or is it bad? I don't know, good enough that you'll stop swearing, right? I whispered in his ear. Whatever you want, beautiful. I licked my lips and looked down at him, so turned on right now and bit back my laugh. I'll have to keep my distance. Maybe like a day, a swear word. I jumped off his lap as his jaw dropped and his eyes widened. I started running, and he leapt after me. He soon caught up to me. He tackled me and held my hands above my head as he straddled my thighs gently. He looked down at me as our hearts both started to pick up their pace. He lifted his gaze from my lips and leaned so close his lips were an inch from my own. I said to punish me, babe, not kill me. I laughed and wriggled out from under him. I know. I was kidding. Cruel joke. I laughed harder, and he brought me into his side as we lay on the floor of the forest between the trees. I thought it was funny. He shook his head. Meanie. I gasped. Now who's calling me names? He smirked. I got a couple more if you'd like to hear them. I blushed. Do you only ever think of being naked? He faked confusion. I don't think about me being naked, only ever you, babe. I smacked his chest, and he brought my hand up to his lips, kissing each knuckle. Have you thought of names for the pups? He asked. Nope. Why do you have names? We don't know their gender. I don't want to. What? I don't want to know their gender. Not until I'm holding them. But, if you want to. Nope. You surprise me every day. Why shouldn't they? I laughed. I'm surprised you? He nodded. Like earlier today. I thought you'd be disgusted with me. I shook my head. Never. Unless I stopped a random guy in the street. But you wouldn't do that, so I will never be disgusted with you. He kissed me, and his eyes were full of love. You have so much faith in me. All my faith is in you. His smile fell. What happens when I mess up? I might actually follow through with my threat and give you space. I laughed at his horrified expression. See, you'll never mess up. I love you. That's how I know you'll never mess up sexy. His eyes turned black at that comment, and I laughed again before we lay down. I sat on the back deck eating my yogurt, and I saw Caden and Daniel emerge from the woods in the direction of the jail cells. Caden had gone early this morning, hoping to get a lead on whatever information he had found out yesterday. He said we would talk about it today. Last night, I missed him too much to ask anyway. I thought he would go in the front door like he did yesterday, but he slowly walked up to me. I looked up to him as he sat beside me. I should shower. Something was off. He was scared and worried, both extreme emotions. He almost looked shaken. Caden, will you come with me? I started to speak, and instead just nodded and stood up to put my bowl in the sink when he just followed behind in a daze. He followed me up the stairs and stopped when I got into the room. He watched me sit on the bed and glanced towards the bathroom. Am I joining you? I slowly walked up to him, and he just watched me. I wrapped my arms around his waist. Caden, please say something, you're scaring me. He suddenly squeezed me gently and seemed to relax. I don't want you out of my hold. I nodded, and he placed his lips to the top of my head. Come on, Caden, you should shower. He pulled back slightly. I'm serious, B. I'm not leaving your side until this is over. I was past confused, but I just nodded. Ray told him something, and he doesn't even know how to comprehend it. It has him so scared. He had held me close the whole shower, and half an hour later, he insisted on wrapping me up with a towel himself to dry me off. This was extreme. I threw on his shirt and undergarments as he dried himself off. I sat on the bed, and he soon joined me. Will you talk to me about it? You don't have to tell me everything, but please tell me why you're so worried and scared. He stroked his hand through my hair once and tucked a piece of hair behind my ear before picking me up. He made me straddle his lap before lying back on the bed. Caden, wouldn't it be easier if... Stop arguing and stay where you are, B, he said with a laugh. I nodded. Yes, sir, I said with as much sass as I could muster. He drew in a shaky breath. Sir, Caden, get your mind out of your pants. Well, actually, your pants. Caden, I warned with a bright pink face. He chuckled before it fell quiet, and he got serious. Dan is still there. He came back with you. To get Ben. They're going to interrogate them from now on so I can be here. But I'm not letting you leave my side. I've upped the security too, and we'll go back and forth between the houses irregularly so that our habits aren't easy to determine. I nodded. But why Caden? He tensed before looking up at me with a worried expression. They're after you and our pups. What? Who? Ray and Cass, my fake parents. They're after you three. Why? Why our pups? Because of us. They don't want fated mates back, B. Ben said he found out that our pups will have fated mates since we restarted it in our blood. Especially since we have stronger blood due to the alpha blood. But we aren't the last ones. The last ones having children to pass it on. They found a way to make fated mates themselves by injecting the mothers frequently. That's why they've been experimenting with blood. He nodded. They're being fate themselves. They want to determine who mates with whom. They want to control fate. Oh my gosh. I sighed. I blinked rapidly, and my hands, by instinct, went to my stomach. Caden, lay me down on him. Nobody is coming near you, B. I will protect you with everything in me. All of us will. Caden, they won't stop. Especially if we have the 6 you were talking about. He sighed. I know. B, I want to ask Paul to help us form an army. I want to go after them. I closed my eyes. It had to be the hormones that had me want to cry just at the thought. Don't cry. Please don't. I sat up and held back my tears. Hormones. I tried to smile, but the thought of him going to war had me so incredibly depressed. Let me hold you, beautiful. He brought me to his chest. Just breathe. Thank you, Caden, I said moments later as I calmed. I don't see another option, B. I want to attack them and have everything settled before you have them. If we wait, then we have 3 people to protect instead of just watching out for you. And a pup will be hard to keep quiet, not to mention that they shouldn't be born into a war zone. So you want to do this within the next few months? He nodded. Is that okay, B? I nodded. Whatever will help us put this behind us. The sooner the better. Thanks for understanding. It's for the pups and the pack. Wait. I sat up. They've been planning this for 13 years? How'd they know you would have a fated mate? He seemed to think. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. But either way, B, I'm going to make them all pay. I nodded. They've caused so much havoc already. He nodded. We should start training as soon as possible. Right after we talk to Paul. He nodded. And until it happens, we are attached at the hip. Okay, B. I nodded. Okay, Caden. I thought you would argue a bit. Maybe I miss you too much. He laughed. And after this, you'll be sick of me. Maybe that punishment will happen sooner than we thought. I laughed, and he flipped me onto my back as he hovered above me. I was kidding, Caden. His eyes connected with mine, and he leaned closer. We're going to have a lot of time to ourselves, B. His voice was hoarse. How are we ever going to fill it? I asked innocently. He kissed up my neck and looked down at me. I have a few ideas. A few? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Don't worry, I'll keep brainstorming. I have no doubt. And his lips met mine. Chapter 47. It had been 3 days since Caden decided we should be attached at the hip. I thought he was exaggerating with that statement. I was wrong. I thought it was that we'll be close, like in the same room, at all times. Not a we'll hold hands and step on each other's toes until I want to rip my hair out due to frustration close. Unfortunately, it was the latter. And my stomach is getting bigger quickly with the twin pups, which only adds to my frustrations, not to mention the hormones. Women's problems. And Caden, with his food insistence, is driving me crazy. I truly do love the man, but if he forces me to eat any more food, I will lose it. You know, I caught that beautiful? He asked as he put his hands around my waist. Consider it a warning. I playfully scowled at him. He wrapped his hands around my waist from behind and rubbed my stomach. I'm sorry, babe. I understand, Caden. It's just extreme. I'll back off. But I'm still not letting you out of my sight. I know, Caden. In the past few days, Paul had trained fighters nearby on our land, and together, all of the wolves were training to take on the rogues when they attacked. We knew they were going to attack. They wanted me. Good news, they wanted me alive until I gave birth to the pups. Bad news, they wanted to end me and raise the pups after altering their fate as soon as they were born. It would be an understatement to say I wasn't scared and nervous. And extremely mad. What kind of wolf wanted to determine the fate of all others? How much power do you think you need? It disgusted me. We sat down in our office. So what else did Benji and Daniel find out? They know how to change DNA, that much is obvious, but actually playing with fate. Is that in our genes? And if so, do they know which part? I've never been a biology student, but it seems extreme to be able to play with fate. Honestly, Cade, it scares the heck out of me. He pulled me close. Me too, B. They won't have a chance at our pups' fates, but we know they're out there. I hate to think they could take over packs by making rogue children fated with the alpha heirs. We both stopped. They're here. It was Daniel. Who? Caden growled. Rogues. They're about 2 miles out. They're getting closer. We couldn't attack until they were on our land since we didn't have enough evidence for the council to agree to that. Caden hated this, since they were going to be close enough to put me in a ton of danger, but with the extra fighters, he tried to convince me that nothing would happen to me. Caden told Zeke, and the fighters were instantly gathering into the groups they would defend in. I hated that so many lives would be lost because of me, but then again, it wasn't me. It was me and my 2 pups. And they wouldn't touch them. Ever. Caden and I left the room, and he brought me into the basement below the foyer. Few people knew it existed. It was really only used during times of war for children, but we had them in certain houses that were being guarded. Soon, multiple fighters joined us and the pack got into position to fight. They were surrounding the territory of both packs, hopefully. They didn't know where we were and already shifted as the rogues moved in. They were stealthy and quiet, and I thanked Benji and Daniel for getting out the information they did through said interrogating, because otherwise, they might have caught us off guard. Caden had me behind him, and the fighters were by the door. Don't leave this room. Caden, you say that like, nothing will happen to me. But in the event I have to fight, you do not leave this room. He said as he held my face in his. I nodded and held onto him tightly before he slowly pulled away, kissed my lips hungrily, pecked my forehead, and we both shifted. He stayed closer to the door than I did, and the other 10 fighters in the room actually had me pretty calm right now. How many rogues, Zeke? Maybe 100, not even. They're attacking in waves. We're defeating them. Good. Keep it up. Nobody gets to either house. Or the houses with children and women. Yes, Alpha. Copy that. I heard Zeke send off mass messages, and Caden got in touch with Daniel and Ben. Dan. Ben. Positions? Daniel replied first. Just finished off another rogue. Man, they taste awful. We're up. If they get to the house, bro, I get an invite. Nobody touches the cupcake. Yes, Dan. Everyone will know right before I end them. My stomach leapt at that, but I forced it down. I've found with these pups that I have a lower tolerance for that stuff. Benji replied right after. These rogues don't have any stamina, Alpha. They won't last an hour at this rate. Invite expected here too. Of course. Keep me informed, Caden said, and I made sure my mother and sister were safe in the designated houses. I suddenly felt a pain in my side and curled into a ball with a slight whimper. Caden turned around, and I saw his wolf's eyes grow worried. What's wrong? What hurts? I'm fine. It was just a pain in my side. Caden instantly spoke to the doc. Is it okay for B to shift? Not if she can help it. The pups are growing faster than normal. If she can avoid shifting, she should. How is Luna? If she shifted, can she shift back safely? He hesitated, and Caden began clenching his jaw. Doc. Yeah, she should be able to. The pups will be fine either way, but she may feel pain when she shifts. After she shifts, she should remain lying on her back. Her bones need to settle and form. Thanks, Doc. He looked to me, and I nodded. I was about to shift when his voice stopped me. What are you doing? Shifting. He said it'll hurt you. It'll be a bit of pain, but it'll save the pups. I'll go through the pain, Caden. He nodded and nuzzled my neck. Don't block the pain. I quit blocking it and shifted back. The pain was worse than I had prepared for, and I lay on my back as soon as possible. It lessened the pain. I'm so sorry, B. You didn't do anything. I told you to shift during the attack. Neither of us knew this was coming. It's not your fault. I was cut off by the sound of scuffling upstairs. They're in the house, Caden said to Zeke, Daniel, Ben, and the guards in the room. I went to sit up, but his look stopped me. Don't move. I won't let them in the room. Lay down. I was going to argue, but his eyes had me lying down without a word. 2 guards from the room had their ears to the door and backed up, ready to pounce. Suddenly, Zeke was telling Caden in a relieved voice, few left. No other ones are entering the land. Few casualties. Clear the houses of women and children. And clear the pack houses. Have a team walk the perimeter and another clear the land of rogues. Yes, Alpha. Caden was a few feet in front of me in his massive, strong wolf form. Low growls escaped as wolf paws sounded like they were nearing. Another fighter backed up to protect me, and at the sight of the first rogue, Caden leapt at him. Caden had him down before the rogue knew what had happened to him. He had backed up just enough when I heard more paws upstairs. Caden took out 2 more, and a few of the other fighters finished off a couple more. Daniel and Benji burst into the room and hovered near me. Perimeter cleared, Zeke announced. Land in process. Houses? Caden asked, and Zeke said half were cleared. A pain went up my side as I shifted, and Caden backed up to rub his nose in the crook of my neck. How bad is it, babe? I'm fine. He took up his stance again as paws made their way towards the door. Caden leapt and pinned him down before growling, I could have hurt you. Sorry, Alpha. I wanted to tell you in person that no rogues are free. We have a few in the prison handcuffed, but the rest are gone. Caden sighed in relief and shifted as he came towards me. I stood up and hugged him to me. Everyone, go home. It's over. It did feel like the attack had lasted over 8 hours when we were going through it, but it was now 4 in the morning, and we were making sure everyone survived and was healing. I had helped the doctor and those in the waiting room, hearing about their loved one's state of health as Caden dealt with the fighters, rogue bodies, prisoners, and the aftermath of war. I'd like to give you a checkup, Luna. Just in case. I nodded, and half an hour later, he said I was fine. I thanked him and sat down in the waiting room, exhausted. I hadn't sat down in hours. I was just about asleep when I felt Caden pick me up. Come on, beautiful. Let's get you to bed. I nodded. We're really okay? It's really over. Yes, B. Our pup's fates are safe, and I'm going to hold you forever. I laughed lightly as I rested my cheek on his chest. I was exhausted. My eyes closed, and I fell asleep. Chapter 48. We lay down in bed, and Caden brought me against him. You're beautiful, B. I decided not to argue with him, but a quiet sigh escaped. Why don't you believe me? I do. No, you don't. You either disagree out loud or in your head, but you never just say thank you for stating the truth. He moved so he was looking down at me, leaning on one elbow. Why don't you believe me? I believe you think so. So stubborn. He kissed my jaw and tucked a hair behind my ear. Shouldn't my opinion? It means everything to me, Caden. It does. Then, I shrugged before turning slightly and kissing him. I love you. I love you too, beautiful. I playfully scowled, and he chuckled before kissing me again. Good night, sexy. His turn to scowl made me laugh. Good night, my beautiful mate. I smiled at that. I love how he still thinks he's lucky to be my mate. Luckiest. I rolled my eyes, and he brought me into his chest before pulling away to place his lips to my swollen belly. Good night, family. He winked at me, and I laughed before making him lie down so I could curl up with him. Stop kissing me and let me sleep. He chuckled. I wiggled my way out of Caden's grasp. It was still pitch black outside, probably about 2 in the morning. I went into the bathroom and put my arm out to turn the light on when one hand grabbed my wrist and another covered my mouth. Caden! I fought against them, but it was useless. B. What the? Caden came into view, and I relaxed slightly. Just stay calm, B. Does he have a weapon? I don't know, Caden, I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Caden and this rogue were in an intense staring battle. Caden growled, and the rogue brought me further back against him. When I say go, you duck. Got it, B? Duck. Stay on the floor. Okay, Caden. I was shaking but tried to focus on Caden. I knew he wouldn't let anything happen to me. I felt the rogue move his hand over my mouth and around my throat, and he let go of my wrist. I think his hand went into his pocket. That's not a good sign. It's okay, B. Caden, what does he have? Just duck, okay? Okay. The rogue was growing impatient. I could feel his hand make its way back up from his pocket. Go. I pulled his arm off and bent over as Caden's wolf went over me, tackling the rogue backwards. The rogue was gone before he had a chance to shift. I didn't realize I had been crying until I pulled my knees up and the tears hit my arms. Caden shifted back, and I saw him put something in a box before locking the box and hiding it. What was it? A needle. I shivered. I hate them, Caden. I hate everything they stand for. I hate everything about them, I rambled. He brought me onto his lap and held me. I know, babe. I do too. I curled into him and slowly relaxed. Why did he come alone? I don't know. I could feel his guilt. It's not your fault, Caden. He got to you. Caden was a mix of guilt and fury. Caden, I held his cheeks, and slowly his eyes changed back. This wasn't your fault. You saved me. You saved us. All of us. That's all I ask for. You can't predict what they're going to do. I don't know how he got in. What if it happens again? You won't let it. I know you. I trust you. Please believe me when I say there was nothing else you could have done. You saved our lives. Thank you. He hugged me to him and nuzzled my neck. I woke up terrified. B, you weren't in bed. You weren't with me. I'm sorry, Caden. I had to go to the washroom. I didn't notice you leave. I didn't want to wake you. Please wake me next time. Caden, you need sleep. I want to sleep. I need to know you're safe. He looked into my eyes, and I couldn't help but nod. I wouldn't win this one. Okay. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, beautiful. You didn't know there was a rogue waiting. Any other time it would have been fine. Still. No. Don't argue. Just let me hold you. I smiled and wrapped my arms around him. I love you, sexy. I love you more, beautiful. Caden woke Zeke up and had him put together a team to sweep all of our land. I felt Caden moving and brought him closer to me. He chuckled. Babe, you need sleep. Let me go. No, I mumbled into his chest. I want to run the substance in the needle with the doc. Later. He chuckled again and kissed my temple. Babe, you can sleep. I'll come right back. I pulled back slightly and looked up at him. I'll come with you. No, you need sleep. I want to come. Okay, B. I sat up and pulled him towards the bathroom. But I want to shower first. You're perfect. I laughed and closed the door behind us. An hour later, the doctor's computer dinged, and a box came up saying the test was done. We all read over the screen, but it was gibberish to me. The doctor was looking intently at it and kept scrolling and pulling up different screens. Doc, what is it? I don't know yet. No rough idea? Caden, how about we give him time? Yeah, you're right. You should eat anyway. I'm sorry, Alpha. I would have read up on this area of the genes if I had known, but... No. I'm sorry. B and I are going to have breakfast and take care of some things before checking back in. If you find anything sooner, just let one of us know, okay? He nodded and looked a bit relieved at not having his Alpha and Luna over his shoulder while he worked. Come on, beautiful. I took his hand, and we went to the kitchen. Chapter 49. We had eaten, and I was sitting on the counter as Caden did the few dishes there were, since I wasn't allowed to help, and we were just talking and laughing. I miss these times. What's your favorite color? He asked out of the blue. I don't know. Probably green. It reminds me of Grandpa, and it's natural and beautiful, like the forest. Why? He gave a half shrug. I just realized I didn't know what it was. What made you think of that? He shrugged again, and I pondered that. Caden never avoids my questions. That's not like him at all. Is everything okay, Caden? Of course, beautiful. He turned with an overly happy smile. What's yours? My favorite color? I nodded. Mine's emerald. It reminds me of you. Beautiful and absolutely stunning. Like your eyes. He paralleled my words. I rolled them and he winked. He dried his hands and put them on my hips, my overly wide hips. Don't say that. I didn't. Don't think it. I sighed and he tilted my chin up. Even carrying my two pups, you are absolutely beautiful. I love you and your body, B. Stop worrying about these extra pounds you have that I have no idea what you're talking about. Caden, I'm not even 9 months and I feel huge. I've never been this big in my life. You've never been carrying two little miracles either. Caden. He held my face. You are beautiful. He kissed me lovingly, and I melted into his chest as he pulled away. He ran a hand through my hair and whispered in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I can't even think of something I would change about your body. You're flawless. Perfect. You're my angel. I remained quiet and tried to believe what he was saying. In the end, I just decided the pups are worth more than the number on the scale and squeezed him gently. I love you. One of these days, I want to hear a thank you, beautiful. I want you to believe me. I believe you see me that way. And I'm happy you do. Everyone sees you that way. It's how you look. He sounded like he was desperately trying to prove this to me, but I just couldn't. I remained quiet. I hate arguing about this. What's your favorite flower? Why are you asking me all these questions? All these? It's 2 questions, B, he said with humor in his voice. But you have more. I want to know you. Everything about you. I've known you for over half a year, and I don't know any of these things. They're irrelevant. They're minor things. You know what makes me mad and what makes me happy. You know when I'm stressed and just need a break. You know when I want to talk or when I just want you to hold me. You know me, Cade. You know me better than anyone. The minor things are what make me who I am. The bigger stuff is, and that's what you know. He smiled, but then replied, I want to know it all. I shook my head, defeated. I don't have a favorite flower. Me neither. I chuckled. Good to know. Do you have a favorite love song? These questions were getting way more specific. He definitely had an idea behind them. Are you sure there isn't a bigger reason behind these questions? Sometimes you're too smart. He pecked my lips and lifted me off the counter. Come on, let's go see what the doc found. I gave him a long look before nodding. He held my waist as we walked to the doctor's room. I felt wider than normal as we walked the short distance. My hips were wider. My shorts and pants were tighter too. I knew I would put on weight, obviously, but it didn't really click until this morning. Especially my too tight bras. I pushed the thoughts away and focused on the task at hand. What do you have, Doc? Caden asked as we walked into the room. The doctor smiled at us and motioned to the screen. They're changing fate, all right. Why are you smiling? Because I think I know a way we can make an antidote. That's great news, doctor. I said happily and Caden and I bent towards the screen. Is there a way to make a serum or something that would prevent it? Like a flu shot? Caden asked. I knew why. He wanted to make sure I didn't have a chance at it affecting our pups. The doctor seemed to think for a bit. Maybe, but I would need to brainstorm with another doctor. Maybe if you swing by later tonight or tomorrow and I'll see who is available. The other doctor of our pack will help you, I spoke up and Caden nodded. Right, of course. I sometimes forget we have two. He paused. Can I ask what is happening with us? What do you mean? Caden asked. Do we still need two? Am I being fired? Nobody is being fired. You are both superb doctors, and we are lucky to have you both, as well as all the nurses. The new pack house has a larger waiting room, combined equipment from both doctors' rooms and more beds. Everything will be moved how you two want it as soon as people are moved in. You will be co-workers if that's not a problem. Not at all. I've worked with him before. He is talented. I would be honored, Alpha. Luna. He nodded respectively and Caden shook his hand with a nod. The doctor held it up for me, but I hugged him instead. We are honored to have you both. The doctor smiled as his eyes glistened. He seemed overjoyed. That means more than I can say, Luna. Thank you. I smiled at him. We will be here tomorrow morning. If you can test an antidote, that would be great, and some type of prevention would be a bonus. I'll call the other doctor over, Doc. Yes, Alpha. Caden called the other doctor as he led me upstairs. Why are we going upstairs? To get changed. Why? He smiled at me, and I was more confused. The question's now this? What is going on with him? Caden, are you sure everything is alright? It's perfect. He kissed my temple as he brought me in closer. This will all be done soon. Soon. When we got to the room, he said I should wear comfortable clothes, and I stripped mine off. I saw my reflection in the mirror and frowned at the forming stretch marks. Hips, legs, sporadic. I hope that after this is all over, Caden still looks at me. I slowly smiled as I felt them moving. They had started kicking earlier today, and they started again as I rubbed my tummy. I walked up to Caden, and he looked at me, confused, before I took his hand and placed it on my naked stomach. B, are you in pain? He stopped as one of the pups kicked again. His smile said everything. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he placed his other hand on my stomach too. Does it hurt? Concern etched his face before I answered. Not really. They're going to be strong like their mom. They'll get strength from you, Cade. Nope. Beauty from you. I kept to my argument. Persistence from you. He was stubborn. But it was a good struggle. Smarts from you too. He stopped as they kicked again, and his lips moved, but no words came out. B, this is too surreal. I know. I didn't really feel pregnant until this morning. He looked at me weirdly. What? I knew I was pregnant, but this morning as I put on my shorts and they were tighter, and my shirts fit weird, and my bras are too tight, and my feet are getting swollen, and I'm tired quicker and hotter faster, and... B. He cut me off. Sorry, Caden. I looked down. Lately, I ramble. I don't care that you're listing them all, but you sound insecure about your body, he said, making me look at him. I just meant that all of it clicked this morning. And now with the kicks, it's really setting in. We're having 2 pups. I'm more than excited for these 2 pups. But I want you to believe me when I say that you're literally growing 2 more wolves inside you. That's a miracle. You're blessing me with 2 beautiful pups. Stop criticizing yourself. I'm never going to look the way I did before Caden. I already have stretch marks and... Please, B. Stop talking down about yourself. I realized how guilty he felt. His biggest emotion was guilt, and when I noticed that mine soon reflected his, I made him feel guilty. That's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. Why do you feel guilty? What's wrong? If we had waited, you might be more ready for the pups. If we had used protection. No, Caden. I already love our pups. But hate your body. I don't hate it. I just don't feel comfortable in it. It's like wearing a fat suit or a coat that's too fluffy. It's uncomfortable. I'm not used to it. Before you know it, you'll be back to how you were. Caden, I already told you. Your stretch marks aren't ugly. They're like your stripes. Having children made you earn stripes. Your body shows your life. It's like a canvas of the path you navigated. Stretch marks are proof of being a mom, proof of blessing your mate with 2 beautiful pups. B, I love you. Inside and out. I had a tear escape before I could stop it. I started sobbing, and he quickly held me. What's wrong? Are you in pain? I shook my head as I wrapped my arms around his waist. Hormones. My tears stained his shirt. Caden never stops surprising me. He still thinks I look good when I'm pregnant with stretch marks. You're amazing, Caden. Absolutely amazing. I love you. I love you too, baby. All of you. Inside and out beautiful. I smiled into his chest before kissing him. He held me, and then he guided me downstairs. Where are we going? Somewhere you can relax and laugh. But, no buts. We turned the corner, and I hugged him. You called my family over? I called your mom and asked her to bring Dana and Jess. Then I asked Sam and Claire to come too. Ben was busy, but everyone else made it. I figured you could play games and just hang out. You're not joining us? I'm going to tie up loose ends with the interrogations and then do some paperwork for the council. Caden, I can help with paperwork. You shouldn't be working when I'm having fun. Relax, babe. You deserve it. He kissed my head. You do too. Please, baby? For me? I nodded. But if you want help, just ask. I don't want you to be late for bed because of paperwork. He laughed. Of course, beautiful. If anything happens. I'll tell you, my knight in shining armor, I added dramatically. He laughed and pecked my lips. Thank you. No, thank you, Caden. I'll stop by with snacks later, okay? I love you. He chuckled. I love you more. I had been playing games for a few hours, winning Skippo multiple times and Yahtzee, Dana, Claire, and Mom won a couple others, and Jess had not yet won, when I smiled and looked to the door. Caden walked in with smoothies. Are smoothies good and beautiful? Great, sexy. He handed them out before placing his lips on mine. I missed you. I missed you too. Are you done with all the paperwork? Not quite. I have to make a few calls too. I nodded. Are you sure you don't want help? I didn't realize we were so behind. We're not behind at all, beautiful, don't worry. I was confused. If we're not behind, why is there so much? He shrugged. Something was off with him. He avoided my question again, which is weird, and this whole paperwork thing seemed random. Not to mention, he was blocking part of his mind. Caden, are you okay? Yes, beautiful. I'm more than okay. Are you sure? Yes. Why? I shook my head slightly, and he kissed me again. I won't be too long, beautiful. Good. I love you. I looked right at him when I said that, and I hope he understood why. I was worried he thought I would be disgusted with something that happened during interrogations. I hope he knew I wasn't. Whatever he did made us ready for the attack, and he saved our pack. Nothing he did made me disgusted with him. I love you too, B. He pecked my forehead before walking out of the room. Hello? Earth to Blake. Dana called jokingly. Sorry, my turn? She nodded, and I started playing again. I tried to keep focused, but it was difficult. Caden was worrying me. I wouldn't ever be disgusted by him. I don't know how to get him to believe me. Dana. I laughed as she dragged me through the kitchen. I grabbed the graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows for the fire outside. Forget everything else. Focus on now. You're worried and boring. Needless to say, with her slurred speech, Dana was pretty close to drunk. Werewolves have stronger blood and don't get drunk easily, but Dana had drunk a whole bottle of wine herself and now had another glass in her hand, spilling on the floor. I rolled my eyes and let her lead me outside. Jess and Mom got the fire going, and I started setting up chairs. I invited anyone who wanted to come through the link, and people were starting to show up. A half hour later, we had multiple fires, and all kinds of people were roasting marshmallows. Laughter, talking, and random cheers went up, and I smiled, looking around with my hand on my stomach. I'm glad our pups will be raised in such an atmosphere. The packs joined effortlessly and respected Caden and me, both merging and talking to each other. I talked to some about the changes overall, and they had all slowly adopted the idea. Now it was actually happening. Seeing my childhood friends talking to those friends I had only just met months ago was unbelievable. The pack house was almost done, which would help too. I couldn't wait for our first pack dinner. And everyone was happy about Daniel and Ben working as two betas together. My smile grew as I leaned back into Caden as his arms wrapped around my waist, his hands resting on mine on my stomach. He intertwined our fingers, and I rested my head on his chest. Happy, beautiful? More than words can say. We're living a dream. I can't wait to live the dream with our pups hanging onto your legs, he said with a chuckle. Just you wait, Caden. I'll have them trained to go to you when sick and crying. He chuckled. As long as you get diapers. Meanie. He laughed and kissed my mark. My eyes closed, and he swayed us back and forth just enough to feel it. My head lolled as he moved us side to side. Are you done with the paperwork, Cade? Yes. I worried when I didn't sense you near the games room. I turned. I'm sorry, Caden. I didn't think about it. I hate making you worry. Seeing you standing here with a smile on your lips and hands on your swollen stomach was worth it. Especially in the light of the fire. I'm still terrible with telling you where I am. You would have if something bad had happened. I nodded. Of course. That's what calmed me until I found you. I smiled at him. Hey, lovebirds. I heard a familiar voice call and turned to see Daniel giving Sam a piggyback as they worked their way over. Says you, Dan. Caden chuckled. He just chuckled and put Sam down. Sam, what's up? We got talking while Daniel and Caden spoke quietly. Eventually, they just used the pack link, and I let it go, hoping Caden would tell me if anything was wrong. An hour later, I had spoken to most of the people who came and laughed with most of them. It was nice catching up with the people I went to school with. Then, I started walking towards the forest when I told him we should stay towards the fire. He apologized, and we turned back. Caden grabbed my hand and kissed my temple. Hope I'm not interrupting. Nope. I was going to say hi to Mom and Danes anyway. Bye, Benji. He scowled. Bye, Blakey. I rolled my eyes, and he walked off. You talked with a lot of people. I nodded with a smile. I miss them. I'm glad both packs get along so well. That was all you. No. They're just great wolves. They are, he paused. I made you something. He smiled mischievously. I was confused until he revealed a S-more. You didn't have to make me a S-more. I smiled. You need to eat, babe. Plus, what's a bonfire without a S-more? Then you have to eat one too. Fine, but this one is getting cold. I bit it and smiled. I love S-mores. How about S-more? He lifted an eyebrow, showing his pun. I laughed. You're so cheesy. You love it. You bet that fine backside of yours, sexy. He turned me and kissed me hungrily, making me instantly breathless. I wish we were alone, he whispered in my ear. I looked up as a few guys wolf whistled. Caden winked at me and held me close as he led me towards the fire. Don't stop now, Alpha, Luna, a guy named Ryan said aloud, and we laughed and walked towards the fire for another S-more. Are you sure you're full? Caden, I'm more than fine. I should have made you eat dinner last night. I wouldn't have wanted any of those delicious waffles. Although I probably would have stolen some berries. Did you always eat like a bird? He asked as he moved closer. I like to think I eat like a human, I sassed him. Well, babe, I think you pick at food as a bird does with seeds. Well, babe, I think you're biased. Well, we did it, Alpha. Luna. It worked. Caden and I simultaneously, without a word, made our way to the doctor's room with a quickened pace. What did you find, docs? They both had smiles and started talking at the same time. One of you, please, Caden said calmly but hurriedly. We made an antidote. They went back and forth talking. And it worked. It turns your genes back to their original way. As in from the start of your life. And even before that. Caden cut in. Before that. They looked at each other before one burst into a rant. We no longer have fated mates because they ended a generation or two ago. But if you have a near-death experience, you find out who it is because your body has to make so many more cells and blood to replace what you've lost. When it is replacing them, they are original cells. These original cells are from when werewolves began. So it has your original fate within it. Within you. Like with you, Luna. Caden and I both had our thoughts running wild. So the antidote is really just making someone somehow replace their blood supply by themselves so that they lose those cells with the genetic modifications, and in doing that, they may find their fated mates? Caden asked. Yes. Yes. We found why fated mates come back, but also that the original genes still exist. Isn't this wonderful? The other asked. Caden held up a hand and looked at me. Our pups could have fated mates. What if everyone just did this? What if everyone born did this and fated mates could come back? Caden turned to them. Since B and I are fated mates, will our pups have fated mates? They should. You're giving them the unaltered genes again. If someone was already pregnant when this happened, then I would say no, but since you two were fated and then conceived, you should have pups with fated mates. Yes. Caden hugged me to him. Our daughters won't be alone forever. What? Well, nobody else deserves them, he said, like it was obvious. I laughed. Well, thank goodness, because cats don't like werewolves, so they wouldn't have any company. We both chuckled, and Caden kissed my forehead, letting his lips linger for a moment. He tilted my face to look at him, and we both spoke at once, I love you. Chapter 50. It's been a week since Caden's suspicious questions, and the doctors found an antidote. Now they were almost sure it was right. They had altered it once, but were pretty certain it would work. Testing it was the biggest problem, but they had figured that one out yesterday and were now putting it to use. Well, Caden really figured it out. He put Ray and Cassie to use. We'll have to wait and see if it works on them both before they try it on others, too. They were going to test it today. I gasped before a weird giggle escaped my mouth as Caden's hands on my hips sent tingles through me, and I felt the pups kick gently. That was adorable, he growled in my ear. I rolled my eyes. What are you doing this afternoon, sexy? What are you doing, babe? I don't know yet. Then neither do I. How is the couple this morning? He asked, referring to a family I've been talking with about the pack changes. Good. They wanted to keep living away because they like having a home for their pups, but with their youngest boy in a wheelchair recently, it's hard for them to get out. He doesn't have much longer in the wheelchair. No, the illness is gone, thanks to his wolf, but it could be a few months until his weight returns and his wolf is strong enough to shift comfortably again. He doesn't have enough strength in his joints, so his bones can't take the strain, and his metabolism is so high that the weight is a struggle. He's so young, but he's definitely a survivor. Yeah, he was almost finished packing with help from his brothers when I left. Packing? Yeah, Caden, they agreed to live in an apartment in the pack house. Isn't this great? They're the fourth family this week. I kissed his cheek as happiness bubbled inside me. Caden, I can't wait until it's done. His eyes were alight with joy, and he smiled a big goofy grin, keeping his lips together before holding my face. I'm proud of you, beautiful. Caden, it's them. Everyone is pulling together and talking and meeting. His lips met mine as he chuckled. I felt his chest vibrate as he lifted me onto the counter effortlessly, even as big as I am with the pups. He pulled away, looking right into my eyes. You sit down for endless hours with people and families just talking through every option. You don't persuade or bias them. You just talk, making sure everything is right for them. People love you for it. I love you for it. They wouldn't have joined so quickly without you, baby. Yes, they. Nope. Now stop arguing and kiss me. I laughed before leaning in close, but at the last second, I put my lips by his ear. I hardly argue, sexy. He growled quietly. You aren't agreeing. I laughed quietly before kissing down his neck, then across his jaw and his cheek, before looking into his eyes. They were so dark his pupils blended in. "Don't tease me, beautiful," he said, putting his lips nearer to mine. "Wouldn't dream of it," I hesitated, holding my lips by his, before I pecked his nose. His eyes popped open, and I was about to laugh at his frustration before he held my neck and lower back, holding me to him as he kissed me hungrily. I was gasping for air when he pulled away to leave gentle kisses down my neck and across my collarbone. He moved my shirt aside as his lips left a trail of fire on my sensitive skin. I gasped, and my nails dug into Caden's shoulder blades as his teeth sank into his mark for the millionth time. Sometime during then I think I said his name, but I don't really know. I was reeling in pleasure until he had it sealed. He kissed the mark, and I put my face on his chest, trying to breathe again. I guess I should know not to tease him. "Gorgeous," he growled. "Mine." "You." I calmed a bit before looking up at him. "You swore again." He smirked. "What was the punishment, baby?" "I don't think we decided." "Well, you could shut me up with a kiss every time I start to swear. That's not a punishment. But it's effective. Not long term." He shrugged. "So when we're both wrinkly and old, and I'm a grouchy old man swearing away, you'll still be here shutting me up with kisses," he paused. "Doesn't sound so terrible." "Well, if you turn into a grouchy old man, your swearing won't be my first priority." He laughed. "Touché." I grabbed his hand and placed it on my stomach. "They're kicking again." "It's surreal." I nodded, and he pulled me close to him, resting his chin on my head. "So, this afternoon?" I asked. "Swimming." I shrugged and tried not to show my obvious hesitation, but I doubt he missed it. I haven't swum since my clothes got tighter, or as my stomach started to show. "Beautiful if you don't want to even now, he thinks I'm beautiful. This man is delusional." "No, let's go." I looked up at him and smiled. His opinion should matter the most. I should stop doubting his words. He tilted his head slightly, and a small smile appeared. "You're perfect." "Far fro." "Absolutely perfect." And he pecked my lips to stop me from arguing. "When are you joining the doctors for the test run?" "Around 4. So we have lots of time." "Yes, baby, we do." He nuzzled his face in my neck, and his low growl vibrated through his chest. I hummed as I tilted my head, and he chuckled. "You smell delicious." "So do you, sexy." His eyes turned black, and he carried me up the stairs quickly. He placed me in the closet, and I laughed as he shifted his pants. He glared at me playfully, and I started to change. I had my bathing suit on, some shorts, and was about to put my shirt on when Caden's hands met my stomach. "You're beautiful." "You're amazing." I'm lucky he still thinks that because he wants way more than one. We had been swimming for a few hours when Caden led me to the side. "I don't want to leave, Caden." "We'll come back again, babe. Whenever you want. But I should make us some lunch before meeting up with the doctors." We can make lunch." "Babe." "Really, Caden?" Again? My anger rose a bit, and we climbed out. "You deserve to rest." "I'm not tired, Caden. It's noon." He stepped closer, but I swatted his hand away as I dried off with a towel before throwing on other clothes. "You're just tired faster, babe, and I don't want you to do anything except eat," I said as I moved back again, turning my back towards him. "I already feel huge. Eating isn't helping." "You know I didn't mean." "Whatever." I pulled my shorts up with a frustrated sigh. I'm pregnant, not useless. I don't want to quit doing anything until I have to. I'm sick of only seeing him when he's making me eat. That's all we do. That's all I ever do anymore. Ugh. I looked up to see his face with a hurt expression. "Oh my gee, Caden, I'm so sorry." I looked down. These darn hormones. I thought I had got better at handling them. I felt a tear run down my face, and I started crying uncontrollably. "No, beautiful, don't apologize." He stepped closer slowly, unsure if I would move away again. Hormones. Caden, I can't even trust my own emotions. As if that eased him, he pulled me close to him, and I tried to calm down. "I'm sorry, Cade." "No, beautiful. Don't apologize. Just breathe. Try to stop crying, please." I nodded with a laugh. He hates seeing me cry. even if it's for no reason. Especially if it's for no reason. I don't know how to fix the problem. Just hold me, sexy. You fix everything. He rubbed my back as he ran a hand through my hair. He went to speak, but closed his mouth, and I looked up confused. What? He hesitated, and I could tell he was wondering how to ask. His thoughts made me chuckle slightly and feel incredibly guilty. He wanted to ask about lunch without me spazzing. Again. Let's go make lunch, Caden. I thought since you said all we do is eat that. I'm sorry, Caden, I shouldn't have said that. He held my face and looked at me concerned. Is that how you feel? He was so sincerely worried about this. No, sort of. I know it's just because we're busy. I'll try harder to make time beautiful. I'm sorry. No, I don't make time either. We'll work on it, yes? I nodded and pecked his cheek. Yes. I love you, beautiful. I love you too, sexy. His growl made me laugh as we went upstairs to change out of our wet clothes. Caden's POV. I watched her eat a couple of hours later, her hair still wet from our inefficient shower, her words. I think they get the job done. And more. I rested my utensils on my plate and sat back as my eyes roamed over her face. She was literally flawless. A few minutes later, she sighed and rolled her eyes. Stop staring, Caden. You're beautiful. Far. Be please, just once, surprise me and say thank you, I said with a slight laugh, but I was completely serious. I don't know how many times it will take for her to believe me, but I'm too stubborn to quit trying. One day she'll believe me. I'll make sure of it. The day she says, thank you, sexy, I'll burst with joy. She rolled her eyes. I saw her glance down, and I shook my head. She's so worried about her weight. Babe, you're absolutely stunning, even in your faded shorts and tank top. Don't criticize yourself, please. I know my voice came out with a desperate edge, but I was desperate. And guilty. It's just so unfamiliar. It's like being stuck in another body. She looked up. Sorry, Caden. Don't apologize, beautiful. I can't imagine how you're feeling. I really have no idea. I don't care if you list everything different every minute of the day. I just hate that you don't like your body. Sensing that she didn't want to keep talking about this, I added an edge of playfulness, especially a body as delectable as your own. She gave me a small smile. I'll try. That's all I ask. Thank you, beautiful. Now stop staring and let me eat. I sighed and shook my head. Half the time, I just don't even realize I'm staring. Should we meet in my office before we leave Alpha? The doctor. Yes, that will work. I'll be there at 4 with our betas. I replied. Yes, sir. B looked up and scanned my face. She almost looked worried, so naturally I spoke up, trying to ease her concern. Who's staring now, babe? I smirked. She gave the smallest smile, but mine fell as I noticed this meant a lot to her. I'll always love you, Caden. B. I don't expect you to tell me anything that happens beyond the door of the jail, or anything. She paused and looked at me seriously, but I want you to know, without a doubt, I will never be disgusted with you. I glanced down. What do I say to that? You've said that before. Caden, last week you were dealing with paperwork and... Where was she going with this? I wasn't. You hid it in your mind and avoided my questions, and I was so worried you thought I was disgusted with you. I'm not. I never will be. I love you. I knelt beside her chair and hugged her. I stood up and kept my arms around her, pulling her up to me. I'm sorry, babe, I hate making you worry. I wanted to tell her I wasn't hiding that from her, but I didn't want to tell her that I was actually planning the wedding. Which is why I hid what I was doing. I wanted to surprise her. I was almost done, but not sure about some details and didn't want to mess anything up. It was her day, and I wanted it as close to perfect as I could get it. I just don't want you to think. Thank you. I won't hide it. I didn't mean to, I cut myself off, and she nodded with a smile. As long as you know. God, she was perfect. I do. I love you. I love you too. I love you more. I kissed her, pressing her back to the nearest wall, as her sigh reached my ears. I hugged Be close to me. I'll try to be back for dinner, baby. I'll cook. Just give me a heads up before you come in. Okay. You don't have to cook. I really didn't like it when she did things like that because I would rather do them for her. I want to. Please, Caden, just give me like half an hour or something, and then you'll have time to shower too. B. Caden, I'm either cooking or you're eating alone, she said with a raised eyebrow as she looked up at me. She looked so absolutely beautiful right now, I would take her right here. Everything about that face made me want to strip her down and hold her close. Fine, B. I'll tell you. I pecked her forehead, knowing I couldn't quit if I took her lips right now. She smiled, and I wanted dinner to come quickly. She was right. Lately we only see each other at meals. Well, that was going to change. Thank you, sexy. I met up with Dan, Ben, and the doctors in the waiting room, and Ben walked in right after me. We grabbed everything, and the doctors filled us in on the new change to the antidote on the way over. Ben seemed to understand it the best. Personally, it was gibberish. I was never really a biology or chemistry student, although I'm great with anatomy, especially bees. Mission. I held open the door, and we descended into the jail. I got the keys from the guard and unlocked Ray's cell door. He tried to lift his head, but he was weak. Super weak. He has been tied up in silver shackles for over a week, and it has taken its toll on both of them. Ray was basically hanging by his wrists, his legs not really supporting him, as he slouched against the wall. Wake up, I growled out with authority. He tried to lift his head up, but when he couldn't, he spat out, forget you. I stood in front of him, one hand around his throat, making him look at me. Glad you're up. Glad you're losing, won't see this side of. I punched him in the face and he passed out. Docs, can you do this with him unconscious? I saw the old Blue Lake Pack doctor shake his head with a small smile. We'll make do, Alpha. Should I keep her awake? Is that a possibility? Dan asked. Let's go find out. Ben, can you tie him to the table? I had a couple brought down, just ask the guard. Sure thing. I nodded once, and the guard unshackled Ray at Ben's insistence. Dan and I unlocked Cass's cell door, and she was sitting on the floor, head slouched, arms up, legs bent uncomfortably. I looked to Dan, who shrugged. Maybe she passed. She can't yet. We have an antidote to test first. Wake up, I said in an alpha growl. She stirred, but didn't wake up. He said wake up. Dan growled as her eyes slowly opened, his arm across her throat as he crouched in front of her. I am awake, she stuttered. Good. He eased off, and she fell down again. Fight this, and we'll end you, I said simply. Her eyes widened in terror before she nodded quickly. Oh, okay. Dan and I got a guard to bring in another bed and will it in here. We laid her down on it, restraining her limbs, torso, and neck. Done, Ben? Of course. Always reliable. One doctor at each? One soon entered the cell and began opening their kit. Half an hour later, they had all kinds and types of needles and tubes running in and out of both of them, and the doctors both asked me if they should start. I gave a nod, and they both got to work. This will be a few hours, Alpha, if you want to come back then if you're busy. I was going to decline and stay, but figured this was the perfect time to be with B. I nodded. Just call me then. I added 2 extra guards to the rotation today, and they're both restrained and weak. Any problems, notify me. Both nodded. Thank you both. I'll be here the moment you say you're done. And I left the jail with Ben and Dan. I went straight upstairs and headed to our room. Caden? Yeah, baby, what's wrong? Nothing, never mind. B? I just thought you were back, but never mind. Sorry. I'll meet you soon, babe. How about this is my half-hour warning? Okay, Caden. Don't rush, though. Do what you need to do. Thanks, beautiful. I could tell she rolled her eyes, and I shook my head before grabbing some blankets and pillows. I got to work, hoping I had enough time to finish it before dinner. Are you hungry, babe? No, Caden. I knew she took that wrong. I didn't mean she needed to eat, so I quickly spoke again. Can we have some finger food for dinner, beautiful? Caden, that sounds like a great idea. Sure. 20 minutes, babe. Okay, sexy. I took the sheets off our bed, removed the mattress, and stood the frame against the wall. Time to get to work. 15 minutes later, I stood with my back to the door. She would either think I'm a 4-year-old pup or that I was absolutely insane. Either way, I hope she relaxes and enjoys tonight, feeling like a pup again. I jogged downstairs and stopped at the door to the kitchen. She was swaying her hips as she moved around the kitchen, humming along to a tune in her head as she pulled a tray out of the oven. She placed it on the counter, and before she could turn around again, I placed my lips on hers. So beautiful. Well, hello, sexy. Hello, baby. She tilted her head to the side. Are you happy? Extremely. It went well then? I nodded. It did. I breathed in her scent as I nibbled her collarbone. How about we go upstairs, my beautiful little mate? I thought we were eating. Upstairs. Cad. Come on, B. Come upstairs, I urged. She nodded with an and her body vibrating against me made me want her so bad. I could put her on the counter and hold her right here. Darn this little piece of perfection and her flawlessness. I just want to first things first. I picked her up after we put the food on plates hurriedly. I jogged upstairs with her wrapped around me, and I kicked the door open as her lips continued their kisses across my jaw. I growled as her hands went up my shirt. I put the plates on the nightstand, and she pulled away to look around. Her eyes widened before she giggled. You built a fort? I nodded nervously, not daring to breathe. I knew I loved you. I sighed, and she climbed down. She stripped off her shorts before turning and taking her tank top off. She looked back and wiggled her eyebrows before crawling in, giving me a great view. I was standing there, stunned at her actions, before a bra came flying out between 2 blankets, and I hurriedly followed her. Perfect. So absolutely perfect.
It's getting intense by the chapters. But here's a lesson we can get so far. Resilience isn't pretending the pain never happened. It's choosing to heal together. When you trust your partner with the ugly parts of the journey, you don't just survive, you build something unbreakable.
Chapter 51. Alpha, Luna, it worked. Caden sat up and rubbed his face. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I sighed before sitting up. Sorry, B, I should have made it clear they don't disrupt you. No, Cade. I'm fine, I said, shifting to get off the side of my stomach. I don't know when I'll be back. He glanced at his watch. It's 1:45. I blinked a few times and nodded, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. I'll make breakfast when you get back. B. I'm not asking. I'm making breakfast when you get back, I said as my hand trailed down his chest. He brought me closer and nuzzled my neck. I don't have enough time to argue. I know. I smiled as Caden left kisses along my collarbone. Come on, Caden, you should change, you have to leave. He groaned and got off the bed before leaning back down and kissing me deeply. I felt a rush of warmth as he pulled away. I hate leaving you. I scowled playfully. Go. We'll have breakfast later. Yes, ma'am. I fell back on the bed as he threw on jeans and a shirt, leaving with another kiss on my lips. How did it go? It was now after 9 in the morning, and we had sat down to eat omelets, hash browns, and bacon. Caden had just returned and had only got out of his shower minutes before. They were right, it worked. Their DNA no longer had any modified genes, nothing relating them to Dan and me. Can they find out where these two came from then? I never thought about it. I'll talk to document. That's exciting news, Caden. Could we get fated mates back? Could the doctors have found out how to get fated mates back? Would anyone want fated mates? What if nobody does? I thought in a panic. B, don't. Don't start thinking like that. We all want fated mates back. Not everyone. My father wasn't alone in his thinking. I know. You're right. But I also know that we don't need everyone to agree, just enough to get the ball rolling, and then eventually we will get them back one generation at a time. I smiled at him with a tear in my eye. Plus, every father I know with a daughter would do it tomorrow to know that their daughter is with someone who would protect them with their life. Just like me. I know. You're all so protective. Only because we all have women we would be lost without. I smiled. So what happens now? We find out where Ray and Cass came from. That was a good idea, and you take it easy without the stress, hopefully. Caden. I'm not stressed. Yee. I don't get stressed over those things, Caden. The moment I think everything is going to be too much, you either talk to me, find a solution, hold me, or just say you love me, and it's all fine. I hope I do that for you too. Are you stressed? I'm constantly worried, but not stressed. Why is he worried? What does he worry about? Now I was worried. I worry about you. And the pups. I worry too. I won't let anything happen to you. That makes me worry too. I hope you never do anything irrational because of me. Blake, we've had this discussion. Me protecting you isn't irrational. But, Blake, this is one thing you will never change my mind about. The look in his eye let me know he was serious. I couldn't change this. I looked down and sighed. A tear ran down my cheek, and Caden instantly had me in his arms. I calmed myself slightly. Sorry. Hormones. I don't normally cry so often. Don't apologize. I hate thinking about you getting hurt. You have no idea, beautiful. The thought hurts me too, babe. I love you so much, Caden. I love that you love me. He paused before kissing my mark. I leaned against him, breathing calmly into his chest. I love you so much, B. There isn't a word that sums it up. You're mine. All mine. I nodded, still gathering my composure. When I started laughing, Caden gave me a confused look before I put his hands on my belly. I love them too. Every time you mark me again, they go crazy. So do you, he said softly in my ear. No, crazy is an understatement. His hands slid to my waist, and he inhaled deeply in the crook of my neck. When is your next appointment? I don't know. What? B, what if you miss it? What if? Caden. Doc wouldn't let me miss it. He would be terrified of the consequences. He should be, he said firmly. Caden. He sighed, and I chuckled. As long as he knows, I won't say anything. Thank you. We don't need a paranoid doctor. So can we do this to everyone? That's the idea. We will need to test it on other people to be sure, though. 2 is not an adequate sample. I'll see if any pack members will be up for this, Caden said. We will have to buy more supplies before this can happen, but we will be ready by tomorrow. I will call a meeting, Caden replied. We should give them a night to think about it. This is an experiment, and they should have time to debate trying it. Yes, Luna, they both replied. So the meeting will be tonight, and by tomorrow we will know who is participating, Caden said and pulled me close with his arm around my waist. Okay, we will leave to buy supplies once we are excused, Alpha, Luna. When is B's next appointment? Not for a month, Alpha. I will remind her closer to the date, you have my word. Thanks, document. You two get ready. If you need anything, we are at your disposal. They both nodded respectfully with a thanks before leaving. Caden turned me as his arms wrapped around me. Does he know you want the genders a secret? Yeah. I mentioned it after you said you were fine with that. Any more thoughts towards names? No. Do you have any? He shook his head. It was silent for a few minutes as Caden held me before he pulled back with a chuckle. I can't imagine that. He looked down. What? They're kicking the outside of my stomach, and I think it feels weird. I can't imagine what it's like the other way. I laughed so hard that tears rolled down my face. I put a hand to my stomach at the sensation of laughing so uncontrollably. After calming down, I wiped the tears and looked up to Caden. Sorry, Cade, that's just too funny. Apparently, he scowled jokingly. It was gradual, so I didn't think about that. It's kind of weird now that you mention it. His hands fell to my stomach, and I looked down at them. I winced at one kick and felt a baby shift slightly. Did I hurt you? He asked, panicked as he pulled his hand back. No. The pups react to your touch. They just kick. I thought you said it doesn't hurt, he said skeptically. Not usually. Just sometimes. The big ones. He stayed quiet and took my hand. Want to go look at the new pack house? I nodded. We had been there quite a few times, and seeing it come together was great. Half an hour later, we walked up and Caden put his arm around my shoulders as I stared up to the top floor of the huge pack house. 4 floors. Over 100 rooms. A wing of apartments. A foyer. A ballroom that fits multiple packs and our own. 2 full kitchens. Our office. The Alpha room, having 2 rooms off it, a huge closet and a master bath. It was massive. Many people were packing in preparation for moving in. We should have a party the night everyone unpacks here. I didn't realize I said it out loud until he replied, we should. With bonfires and games and football. Anything and everything you want, Caden said with a smile. I love that they all talk to each other. Me too. They all love you, B. Without you, it would have taken years. No, they're just that great of packs. Nope. He kissed me to stop me from arguing. Want to walk through it? I nodded, and he held my hand, putting his lips to my knuckles before leading us through the frame of the door. The floors were laid down, the walls were up, and the roof was just about done. Then they would start insulating and finishing it up so we could start the design. I had asked around most of the pack, and so far, everyone was good with a few of them, so now I had to choose which one. Could we do more than one design? What do you mean? I thought the floor plans of the rooms were different, he asked, confused. No, well, yeah, they are. I meant the colors and patterns. What if we did it in sections? The apartments have their own style, the rooms have their own, the ballroom has its own, which will make it seem grand, and the kitchens are each other. Then everyone gets the designs they want, and it doesn't look like a hotel. He suddenly kissed me before resting his forehead on mine. This pack house will feel more like a home than any other ever built. I love you. I looked down. I looked back up and pecked his lips. I love you too. We can definitely do that. Then, when they are replaced, it won't be the whole house at once either. That was chaos last time. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's our decision, not mine. You don't even have to ask. Just walk right up to the people painting and lay down the law, my creative little Luna. He chuckled. I don't want it to feel cold, Caden. What happens if it does? It won't. You're adamant that it not be cold, and I have every belief that you'll make it seem like a small cottage. It's massive, Caden. That's how good you are. He smiled. I rolled my eyes, and we started up the stairs. Caden glanced at me, worried, and held my hand tighter. I'm fine, Caden. I climb 3 flights of stairs every time I go to our room. But these aren't finished. Yes, they are. The workers climb them all day long. I looked over to him. How big do you think I am? He looked panicked before I laughed. I always think you're serious, B. I know. It's funny watching you freak out. Seriously though, Cade, the stairs are fine. I'm glad this house has the Alpha room on the 2nd floor. It has elevators. What if one is out of order? I get my knight in shining armor to carry me up the stairs, I said playfully. I'm always free to carry you, B, he whispered. I pretended to be confused. You? I meant Daniel, he's always there for me. I walked up a bit further, and as soon as I was at the top, he pinned me gently against the wall. B. I'm just kidding, Caden. I kissed him before hugging him tight to calm his wolf. I shouldn't do that to you, I'm only ever kidding. My wolf doesn't see past your act. He buys it every time. I almost lost control right then. Sorry, Cade. No, don't apologize. He kissed me again. On with the walk. I nodded, and we finished walking around. Caden called the meeting for tonight after the pack dinner. We were hoping everyone would show for dinner and then just stay longer to hear us out. Will you explain the biological aspect of it, Doc and B, and I will ask for volunteers? Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't want to mess it up. No problem, Alpha. Where are we going to test it? I assumed in your clinic room, but if it's a problem. No, not at all. I will try to bring beds to one of the pack houses. The former Blackthorn clinic had more beds. I'll get people to move beds from Blue Lake over, so fewer are moved. They can probably be put right into the new pack house anyway. Those helping will be in your office later today. Thank you, Alpha. Caden nodded, and we left. Our pups will only ever see the joined pack. I'm glad. They will grow up with many more friends and loved ones. That's true. Maybe their mate would have been from the other pack, then it may have taken longer to meet. Well, our daughter could wait to find her mate until she was 30. That would be okay. Caden, you can't lock her in a box and only allow girls to talk to her. Doesn't stop me from wishing it was acceptable. I laughed. I'm nowhere near 30, and we already went through so much. We've also done a lot I don't want our daughters to do until they are older. I laughed. I feel sorry for her already. If one of these two rugrats is a girl. He nodded, and a light frown appeared. Sorry, if one of the 6 is a girl. We don't have to have 6, babe. I know. But I also know he wants like a dozen. So I could settle for 6. Almost everyone was here, and those remaining were just slowly entering. Caden and I made our way to the front and stood on the raised platform. It got fairly quiet, and Caden waved Paul forward. Paul shook his head and smiled. Caden nodded before clearing his throat. Thank you all for coming. Many people nodded. Others just smiled. My mate, you're Luna, and I wanted to update you all on the 2 imposters. Their names are Ray and Cass. We are not sure where they are from, but with a bit more digging, that should be easily found. The rogues seem to have backed off a bit, too, so we will not be in any preparation for war at the moment. A few women kissed their mates, and others nodded. Also, a fairly big achievement by both of our doctors has to be acknowledged. They're pretty certain they found a way to bring back fated mates. Caden paused as an enormous round of applause went up, and I waved the doctors forward. I was ecstatic that our pack wanted fated mates back. Caden continued, and everyone fell silent. This may also heal some quicker. However, they have only had 2 people to test it on, Ray and Cass. They were successful in both attempts, but as one of our highly skilled doctors said, that is not an accurate sample. Caden took my hand, and murmurs went around the room. They already knew what we were going to say. I felt Caden get a bit tense, so I smiled and spoke up. In no way will anybody be forced into this. Caden and I both promised you first thing that you will never be forced into anything unless it is for the safety of the pack. We could argue that this is for the safety of the pack since it could help medically, and it replaced genes with originals, if I'm not mistaken. At the doctor's nod, I continued. But we aren't going to argue. Some claps went up. This is a risky thing. Those who participate may find a fated mate and already be mated if this works. Again, only 2 have been tried. Caden spoke firmly, and everyone went silent. Caden and I are asking for volunteers. Hands went up, and I was blown away by the participation. If you do not want to consider this, then don't. We appreciate everyone who would be willing and respect those who are not. Caden continued, the doctors are willing to stay back and explain exactly what will be happening and how the experiment works. Those who are willing to volunteer, please stay behind. The rest of you are excused. Thank you all for coming. The room got louder as people talked with their mates. I turned to Caden and hugged him. Whatever happens, I'm glad we got this far, Caden. I've dreamed of this day my whole life. To get them back would be amazing. Yes, it will be. If it happens. When it happens. I looked up at him. We need volunteers. He turned me slightly. We have them, he whispered in my ear. I looked up and smiled widely in awe. That's so many, Caden, I whispered back. I told you, the pack loves you. They would do anything for you. For us. I pecked his lips and turned to the doctors. Caden spoke up. Thank you all for staying. Blake and I did not expect so many. There were easily 200 people still here. Caden motioned to the docs, who took over. I heard yelling outside of the room, a very heated argument, and unwrapped myself from Caden. Where are you going? To see what's happening. He sighed before slowly nodding. Be careful. I nodded and walked out the door. I recognized them immediately. I had just talked to the family about moving into the apartments in the new pack house. I walked up, and they stopped yelling and bowed their heads respectfully. Luna, the mother said. Where's your mate? I asked her politely. In there, she said sadly. Fated? She shook her head. I could see the worry on her face. You love him. And I have no doubt he loves you more, even more than his entire world. I saw the happiness and continued. If he gets a fated mate after this, he will still stay by you. He wouldn't leave you for anyone. But it's fate. He chose his fate when he completed the mating. He isn't doing this to leave you. He's doing this to help Alpha and me. You understand that, don't you? She nodded. I can't stand the thought of him wanting someone else, she admitted quietly. Her daughter hugged her. He won't leave, will he? No, sweetie, I said, crouching down. Your father would never. I glanced at the mother. If you found your fated mate, would you change anything? She instantly shook her head. I love him so much it hurts to think about it. Then why would he? I looked at the little girl. He would give everything to save you. All of you. Each of you. Don't ever doubt him. Trust your dad, okay? She hugged me and nodded. Thank you, Luna. I hugged her back. Promise me something? She nodded. I promise. Promise me to keep reminding your mom. She needs to hear it until she believes it. Your dad loves all of you. Nothing will change that. The mother smiled, and I knew she was talking with her mate. Suddenly, she looked down at her youngest, still in his wheelchair. What was the yelling about? My son wants to go in there. He thinks in his condition that. I cut her off, bent down, and looked at her youngest, her son. Why do you want to? I'm the sickest wolf in the pack. I would be the best person to test this on. It will work on anyone if it works on me. His mother started crying and went to say something, but I gave her a look to stop. Why doesn't your mom want you to? She thinks I'm too sick. She thinks I'm weak. He looked down. I raised his chin. She knows you're strong. She's just worried about it not working. If it doesn't work, then she loses her mate and her son. Do you get that? He nodded. But if it works? It's a 50-50 thing right now. You either come out better or it doesn't work. He went a bit pale, but then nodded slowly. I still want to, you won't scare me. I'm not scaring you, I'm telling you the truth. If this doesn't work, your mother loses her strong little boy and her mate is gone. Your sister loses her father and brother. How do you think they feel? He looked down. When he looked back up, he had red eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. She shook her head. But I still have to do this. I am the best one to test. If it works, I could be out of this chair sooner. Or you could be. Again, I cut her off. You seem adamant in doing this. I want to help. I can't tell you how much that means to me. The whole pack appreciates it. But you have to know the risks. Which is why I should be on the other side of the door. That's not my decision. I looked to his mom, who shook her head. There's no way they're both risking their lives. I already told you, you can't stop me. He went to move away, but I stopped him. The mother looked at him sternly. Move again, and I'll leave you in bed. Mom, why won't you let me do this? It's for all of us. It's for Alpha and Luna and the pack. No. Can I suggest something? The mother nodded instantly. Luna perks. What if he listens, and if he still wants to, he can, but only if his father finishes this successfully. If his father lives and it works, then he can. Otherwise, he doesn't. So I get to go in there, he said excitedly. No. You know this means a lot to him, right? I explained your side, but have you thought of his? He wants to show he is strong. He wants to prove to you how strong he is. He wants to do this for everyone who has helped him. I saw him the other day, thanking the doctor for everything. He saved my life, he said from behind me. You trust him indefinitely, which is why you would do this, right? I asked him. He nodded, and the mother knelt and hugged him. You are strong. You don't have to do this. I want to. Please, Mom, let me. She hugged him tight and nodded. She pulled back and pointed her finger at him. But only if Dad makes it out first. He smiled before thanking her and turning. She looked worried about him going into the room, so I walked beside him. I'll bring him to his father. She nodded. Thank you, Luna. I nodded. Don't doubt your mate. And trust the doctors. They saved my life, too. I would volunteer except I'm carrying 2 pups myself. I walked the boy in, and he rolled up beside his father. His father smiled down at him with a wink, and the boy winked back. The doc was just starting to go over it again, and I maneuvered through the crowd to reach Caden. He pulled me in close, and half an hour later, everyone filed out, signing their name if they were considering volunteering. They would show up tomorrow if they were certain after tonight. What happened out there? I explained it to him, and he hugged me. I would never let you volunteer, pregnant or not. I nodded. I know. With his face, mine sank. What? I wish I could volunteer. Show them that it works. I knew what he meant. It wouldn't affect him because he already has a fated mate, and he has no disease or illnesses. They trust your word. We all do. He smiled and carried me upstairs. His lips trailed down my neck. He kissed across my belly, and I laughed as it tickled. He looked up with dark eyes. So beautiful. I rolled my eyes, and he slowly moved back up my body. You're still flawless 7 months pregnant. Caden. He kissed my mark, and my argument flew out of my brain. Chapter 52. I let out a half-giggle, half-sigh as Caden's fingers traced down my bare sides. His lips left kisses on my jaw and neck as his hands went around to pull my back flush against his chest. I tilted my head back. I should have told you not to disrupt me. He chuckled. Half of me doesn't want to move you because you look so peaceful, and the other half of me can't stand you being so close without holding you. I like both halves of you. Good, because the latter half usually wins. I laughed lightly. I closed my eyes again for a moment before sighing and rolling over. Today's plans? See who is still on board with volunteering, then start the experiments by whoever wants to go first and so on, meeting with Daniel and Ben to see how they can help the doctors, and we go from there. I probably won't see you since I'm going to stay with the mates and children of those volunteering. Ugh, he groaned, and I kissed his chest. Don't worry, I'll find you for dinner. You better. He smirked, and I laughed before going to sit up. He held my arms, not letting me leave, and pinned me gently under him. Caden, I didn't tell you my plan before today's plan. The look in his eyes let me know exactly what his plan was before the plan was. The agenda seems pretty full, Caden. Maybe we'll only have time for one plan. He smirked. I guess the experiments won't happen until tomorrow then, babe. I laughed before his lips landed on mine. When he broke away to kiss lower down my neck, I tilted his face up. Maybe I meant the other plan. Maybe I don't care. I laughed, and he smiled widely before pecking my nose. I am a talented man, my beautiful little mate. I'm sure I can get both accomplished. I guess you'll have to prove it, sexy. His lips were on mine again. I have every intention of it. We had quickly grabbed breakfast, since after we finally left the bed, Caden insisted on a shower, which I really wasn't opposed to, and we were supposed to meet the doctors soon. I cleaned the dishes and was drying my hands as he came up behind me, holding a cup of coffee under my nose. That smells delicious. Yes, you do. I made coffee. Caden. I shook my head lightly. I meant the coffee. I know. The doctors are ready, or I would join you on the deck for one. Instead, I put it in a travel mug, with a few chocolates. I turned and kissed him. He was shocked at first before he cupped my chin and deepened the kiss. We are ready whenever you are, Alpha Luna. I pulled away when I noticed Caden wasn't going to. Thank you, Caden. Anytime, beautiful, if that's how you're going to repay me. I winked and pushed him out the door. Let's get this started so I can join the others quicker. Yes, ma'am. He grabbed my hand and we walked across the foyer. We had spent the night at the old Blackthorn pack house, since that's where the experiments were happening. Those volunteering either spent the night as well or were arriving now. The mates and children were told that they could gather in the lounge rooms, and then as soon as their relative was done, they would be notified by Ben or Dan, and they could go see them. I was planning on moving between the 5 lounge rooms throughout the day. We had the 2 main doctors, 15 of the next-level doctors, and over 30 nurses. We should be able to get through all the volunteers in 1 to 3 days. We would see how the first day went. Everyone was gathered in the ballroom currently, and Caden and I walked up the couple of stairs to the raised platform. As soon as Caden raised his hand slightly, the room went silent. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you in advance to those who helped set this up yesterday. Also, we could not have done any of this without the help of our doctors and the nurses. Claps went around before Caden cleared his throat. We would like to get in as much today as possible, so we want to begin quickly. Those not actually participating in the experiments are more than welcome to gather in the lounge rooms where my beautiful mate will be. If you have any questions, she will answer them for you. I will be with those who agree to have this experiment done. Before the doctors can do anything, you must give them your signed contract. They are the same as those given out yesterday, but if you do not have yours, there are extras in the waiting room. Caden paused as papers shuffled and agreements were heard. Caden paused as a few more entered the room, and Dan met them at the door and discussed what Caden had just said. Okay, we will be giving numbers to keep order. As soon as your number is shown on the screen, you may enter the room. However, you must be alone. There will be too many people otherwise. Again, he paused as people nodded. Without further discussion, anyone willing to go first, raise your hand. Out of the room of about 700, 200 to 300 being volunteers, about 50 hands went up. Caden asked them to follow Ben to the waiting room. Mates and parents hugged before a few tears fell, and goodbyes were given. Last glances happened, and waves were happening en route as those willing to go first left the room. Caden held me tighter, and I saw Dana and Jess in the room as I turned. What were they doing here? Baby, what's wrong? Dana and Jess are here. For who? I don't know. I don't know if they're just supporting me or here for someone they know. My mind rushed through the possibilities of them volunteering, but I quickly shut that down. Then it went into overdrive, and I started to worry. Would they volunteer? Don't panic, baby. Just talk to them. Find out what's going on. Don't worry. You wouldn't stop them from volunteering anyway. No, but I wish they had told me if they were going to. I never talk to them anymore, Caden. Hey. He turned to me. You're blending 2 packs, you're carrying 2 pups, you're working on designing a pack house with 4 floors, you're getting married, and you're Luna of this pack. It's weird how I always forget about our wedding. Yeah, but... No buts. They know you're busy. You make time for them just about every week, and with the new pack house, probably more often. They don't blame you at all. Trust me. What if they don't? My mind was going crazy, and I was starting to hyperventilate. Tell me this is hormones, B. You're shaking. He held me and soon pulled back to look at me, still having worry etched on his face. Baby? Thank you, Caden. I smiled and pecked his lips. Just hormones. He smiled and blew out a breath of relief. Shall we call up the next bunch? I nodded, and we turned to the crowd. Many people were holding each other and talking amongst themselves. I saw the young boy in the wheelchair and his dad talking. His mother had a tear on her face as she held her daughter. Caden began, if you would all like to grab your numbers before coming back here, we would appreciate it. Please don't all stampede towards the nurses at once, thank you. People slowly left the room, and 5 minutes later, a steady stream was coming into the room with numbers, and the remaining ones were leaving to get theirs. Caden held me close, and we left the raised platform. I'm going to talk to Dana and Jess. We can if you'd like. Thank you, Caden. He smiled and pecked my forehead. We were stopped a couple of times as we made our way through, but eventually got to where Dana and Jess were. Now there were 3 people, and one was holding a number. To be more exact, my mother was holding a number. Mom. She glanced at me, giving me a shy smile. Yes, dear. What are you doing here? I'm volunteering. I want to be tested. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't want you to stop me. I wouldn't stop you, I said as I hugged her to me. I would never stop you. She hugged me back. I thought you might not want me to. I trust the doctors. If they think it works, then I would get tested myself if I wasn't pregnant. No, you wouldn't. I ignored Caden as Mom spoke. And I trust the trust you have in them. I hugged her again. Thanks, Mom. Caden brought me into his side once she stepped back. He was a bit tense, so I squeezed his hand, hoping to calm him down. We caught up quickly on all of our lives, and I was glad to hear Jess and Dana had stopped their little dating mission to find Mr. Perfect. They had decided to let it happen naturally. Thank the goddess. We said goodbye. I told them I would find them later, and that Mom had to tell me before she went in before we left. I followed Caden's lead as we walked through the room and gave him a questioning look as he led me out the door of the ballroom. Caden. He shook his head once before we opened the office door. My butt was on the desk moments later, door locked, as he kissed me passionately. I gave in to the kiss and was about to question what this was about before he kissed my mark. His teeth slid up towards my ear, his voice a low growl. Pregnant or not, you would not do this. Why? Everyone else. Everyone else is not my mate. Cade. Blake. I pulled away. Why are you so against this? My own mother is doing it. I saw what happened to Ray and Cass. I pushed him back as I stood. I thought you said it was successful. My mom is going to die. Keep your voice down, he said, taking a step closer. No, I'll scream if I want to. B. I looked at him and fell to my knees as it hit me. He lied to me. No, B, I never lied. Let me explain. I looked at him with tears in my eyes as he came closer. You said you would never lie. You said you would always tell the truth. You said that when we barely knew each other. You promised. I put my face in my hands as the sobs racked my body. I had a hard time wrapping my mind around Caden lying to me. It just didn't make sense. I couldn't believe it. I felt a hand on my chin and jumped before moving back. Please, B. You lied. I cried harder. He tried to bring me closer to him, but I struggled against him. He wrapped his arms around me tighter to stop me from refusing, but I kept crying. You lied. I physically felt him flinch at my words. No, B. I promise I didn't lie to you. I promise I didn't. Please say you believe me. You lied. It came out as more of a question than a statement, and he made me look at him. I didn't lie, Blake. B, I would never lie to you. I will always keep that promise. I gave you my word. I didn't lie. Please let me explain. He hugged me tighter, and the tingles calmed me instantly. He rocked back and forth slowly, and I brought my hand up to wipe away the tears, but he put it back in my lap and wiped them with the pad of his thumb. Will you listen? Please, B? You're killing me. His strained voice made me look up. He looked pale and terrified. I nodded before breaking out into more sobs as I clung to his shirt. What's wrong, B? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my goodness, Caden, B, don't apologize. I forgot you left the room yesterday when the doc explained it all. I looked up at him. What did you mean by everything that happened to Ray and Cass? It's a simple procedure, but it's painful. Between the screams they made and how much they fought against it, I would never let you go through that. All their mates are going to be in pain. Do they know? They were told yesterday they would have to block their mate until the pain receded. That's why they won't know if they are dead or not. That's also why they go in alone. They soundproofed the rooms yesterday. Everyone knows it is painful. What about the little boy yesterday? I told his dad to tell him. I nodded before looking back up. All these people are going through the pain with the possibility of dying simply because we asked them to? He brought me closer and pecked my forehead. I told you, they would do anything for you. After a couple of moments of silence, I hugged him tightly. I'm glad you love me enough to withstand the bouts of hormone-induced crazes I have. He chuckled. I would withstand more. I looked at him. You're amazing. Not as much as you are. I rolled my eyes. We stood, and he held me close as we both calmed before we went back to the ballroom. Chapter 53. We walked out of the office after I had calmed down, and my face was no longer red. I walked up to my mom and pulled her aside. You know this is excruciatingly painful, right? Yes, Blake. I'm not trying to stop you. I paused and looked at her. I just want to know why. I trust you. Don't feed me a line of bullshit. I know you trust me, but why are you doing this? All of this. She looked down. Blake, your father, she quit, and I hugged her. Please, Mom. I just want a reason. She looked up with a tear. I want fated mates back. Your grandparents were so in love. You and Caden are so in love. And now that you're having kids, she looked up with a smile. I want to do anything I can to help them have fated mates. I want them all to have what you have. I messed up, I didn't have it, and I'll probably never have it. But if this helps everyone in the pack watch their children get it, the pain is nothing. If I could see Dana and Benjamin have fated mates as you have, she trailed off. I hugged her again. I always dreamed of this day. She nodded, and a faint smile crossed her lips. Do you remember the first time Grandpa told you about fated mates? I thought back, but nothing specific came to mind, so I shook my head. You ran into the kitchen and had tears streaming down your face. You hugged my legs and just kept crying. I asked what was wrong, but you didn't say anything. I put you down for a nap since I assumed you were just tired. The next day, you asked about your father and me. You asked if we were mates by fate, and I had just shaken my head, confused. You looked so sad and asked if you would ever have a fated mate. When I said no, you stormed upstairs and said you would never even look at a guy unless he was fatedly yours, as you said it. I remember I laughed because I thought you were just making a big deal of nothing. She paused, and I slowly remembered it faintly, but not the whole memory. I looked up to her and she smiled again. You lived by your words even if you don't remember saying them. You never dated, never even hung out with guys. I never thought about it until you talked about Caden and being fated mates. I know this has always been your dream, she paused. Blake, I could not be happier that you have a shot at your dream coming true. The one good thing you got from your father is your drive, and this could change all of our lives. She brushed my hair back. I'm so proud of you. I hugged her. I'm proud of you too. Her number came up and Jess and Dana came over. I soon left and Caden rushed up to me. You're crying. What happened? What's wrong? Who? Caden. He continued his onslaught of questions before I put a finger over his mouth. He stopped and looked over my face. I opened up my mind to him and the memory from my conversation with my mom, and he held me close. We're all proud of you, B. I know it's hormones making me cry, but I think that was the most motherly thing I've ever heard from her. I paused. What if I let her down? You've got this far. This is enough for her to always be proud of you. Everything from here is a bonus. I pecked his cheek, and he wiped my tears. I should let you get back to them. I'm going to start circulating. He held me close and placed his lips chastely to my forehead. I smiled against his chest. Dinner, babe. I'm holding you to that. I smiled and nodded. Of course, sexy. For the last 2 hours, I comforted families and watched loved ones weep as their relative walked through the doors to the hospital room, blocking their mates, hugging their families. It was overwhelming, especially with the hormones. I haven't needed to cry so much in my life before. I've been holding back my tears for 2 hours, hoping some strength would comfort others. Mom hadn't come out yet. She should be in the next few hours, though it takes roughly 4.5. The nurses and doctors were working straight through the night, taking a 4-hour nap and starting again for their next 12-hour shift. Caden said to take 7 or 8 hours, but they all agreed they would catch up afterwards. They were working shifts so that it was constant, and doctors were on at all times, constantly taking patients. I glanced at my watch to see that it was almost noon. I went to the kitchen and made some snacks with the help of a few older women. We put them throughout the lounge rooms, and I began circulating again. My feet were getting sore, swollen, and overly hot. But the pain was way smaller than what the volunteers were going through, so I refused to stop. The mother from yesterday was in the smallest lounge room with her son and daughter, and I crouched next to them. Is your dad in there? They all nodded before the mother spoke up. 3 hours ago. So he should be out soon. Don't worry. He's strong. Nobody has come out yet. It takes 4.5 hours, give or take. The first person went in only 4 hours ago. Don't worry, everything is going fine, or they wouldn't be taking more volunteers. She nodded, and the boy stood up. I'm not scheduled for 2 hours. If your dad comes out healthy, he will. He said the doctors have never disappointed him. I smiled. The love between a boy and his father was like no other. Then convince your mom. She looked to me. I've never felt so empty. He's never blocked me before. I promise he's all right. Caden would have told me otherwise. He told me half an hour ago that nobody had passed. She nodded. The doctors don't see any trouble. Your mate is perfectly okay. He's in pain, the little boy said. A lot of pain. Yes, he is. I said quietly. You don't have to do this if I am. His mother had one tear trail down her cheek. He's risking his life for them. He wants them to have fated mates. He wants them to be endlessly loved because he doesn't want them to feel alone when we die. I nodded, and she started talking to me via the link. He cried last night, Luna. I've never seen a male wolf cry unless their mate has died. It killed me. I didn't even know what to do. I just lay with him, and soon we were crying together. He didn't want the kids to see. I nodded. I wrapped my arms around her. He wants to be that father you can all rely on. The strong man who doesn't cry. He's your anchor, all three of yours. He tried to hide it, but I heard him. I walked in and rushed over, terrified that something was wrong. I pulled away, and she brought her kids closer. He'll be out before you know it. And then my son goes in, and we do it all over again. He still has time to change his mind. Or we'll already have an accurate sample, and he won't need to. He won't change his mind. He's the strongest little boy I've met. Don't doubt either of them. She nodded and kissed both of them on the forehead. I love you too. I love you so much. I walked away as they got talking and started to move around again. For hours and 23 minutes. The time since the first volunteer went in. I went to the kitchen and brought out more snacks. The first volunteer, Vince Frohl, would be done any moment now. If he didn't make it, the next families would be in more grief knowing that so far 1/3 had not made it, but if he did live, then 2/3 made it. The latter had better odds. And a pack member had survived. Which was a better benefit. It had been almost 4.5 hours as I made my way over to the door. This side had so much emotional pain I couldn't even comprehend it all. The other side was filled with physical pain, unequaled physical pain. I almost cried again, thinking of my role in causing both sides of the door the amount of pain they were in. The lounge rooms were at the highest tension possible as everyone waited for the first volunteer. I was just about to walk through when Caden's scent hit me. I held back my tears, but I knew I looked like I was on the brink of breaking down. These hormones were not helping in the slightest. Caden walked out and brought me into his chest before clearing his throat, catching everyone's attention instantly. I went to pull away as he started speaking, but he held me tighter and started anyway. We are privileged to call this pack our own, Blake and I. We asked you to go through, or wait as a relative goes through, extreme amounts of pain, just based on our word. I cannot put into words what we feel. We cannot thank you enough. Nor can we voice our appreciation for Vince Frohl, who was the first to go through this experiment. Claps went around but soon died down. However, just minutes ago, when he woke up healthy, I tried my best. Everyone listening cheered. Everyone except his family, who froze before crying with joy. A tear ran down my face as I watched them. Mrs. Frohl, his mate, doubled over in joy, hugging their children tightly. Caden let the pack celebrate the life and hugged me tighter. Silence. He commanded gently, and silence followed. The family of Vince is more than welcome to see him. He is in the waiting room, completely healthy. The family quickly scurried over but stopped at us. His mate hugged me. Thank you earlier for the... No. I hushed her. Thank you for supporting him and us. Go see him. I'm sure he wants nothing but... She smiled at me before one last hug, and she rushed out. Another tear fell, and I wiped them all away. Nobody has any conflict so far, and the doctors do not see any on the horizon, but if so, you will all be made aware. Thank you. Caden finished, and everyone made their way back to the lounge room. I looked to the door, wondering if Mom was okay, before I turned to go to the families once again. I'll let you go, bye Caden. He kissed my lips before holding me tight. You should nap, B, you look exhausted. I'm worried. I'll catch some sleep later, Caden. Once all the volunteers' families knew whether they were celebrating a life or mourning one. Have you eaten? I've had some of the snacks I put out throughout the day. Which was true. Something solid? I'm not hungry. B. Caden. Please. Not now. Blake, you're carrying 2 pups. You should be eating and sleeping and... Caden, I would never put the pups at risk. You know that. I'm sorry, B. He hugged me. I'm just worried. I know you are. He hugged me. How are the families? Staying strong so far. The good news helped. It's not so tense. He pecked my forehead. We're still on for dinner, right? Yeah, sexy. How's it on your side of the door? He seemed to really think of how to word it. Experimentally, it's going well. I nodded before looking down. Did you see my mom? He nodded slowly. I stayed with her until... Until what? I pushed. B. Caden, don't lessen the blow. Until what? Until she passed out. How bad was the pain? She screamed for about 40 minutes before she passed out. Like many. Few stay awake the whole time. She's perfectly fine, I keep checking, but she hasn't woken up. I nodded. I'll see you for dinner. I turned to leave. Mom went through all of that just so that my pups could have fated mates? Everyone was going through it all for a chance at the next generation, having fate guide them? Caden brought me back to reality. Blake. I should be with the families. B. You are in the same position as they are. You need some comforting, too. I'll talk to Dana and Jess. He stopped me by carrying me to a closed, empty room. I held back my tears, thinking of the pain Mom went through, the pain everyone is going to go through, simply because we asked. Caden, we should be. Shoo. Just let me hold you. He brought me against him and rubbed my back slowly. Just relax. You've been so strong for everyone. Take a minute for yourself. I shook my head, but he just kept holding me. Soon, I was crying quietly into his shirt. You're not alone, B. I'm always here for you. Caden, they're all suffering simply because we asked them to. I know, B. What can we do for them? You're doing all you can today, but you mean afterwards, don't you? I nodded. What can we do for them as a thank you? He kept rubbing my back silently. I don't know, B. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Caden. He kissed the top of my head. Are you sure you're ready to go back? I nodded. Dinner. Yes, Caden. We'll have dinner. Should I come find you or? I'll find you. He didn't want me past the door. Okay, we should get back. He tilted my face up, and his eyes ran over my face slowly. After this is over, you're not leaving bed for days. Caden. I know, I'll let you get back. I was going to say you had to join me in bed for those days, but okay. His lips stopped me. I wrapped my legs around him as he picked me up. The next thing I knew, my back hit something hard as my hands ran through his hair. He pulled away as I took in gulps of air, and his lips trailed down my neck. He kissed my collarbone as I moaned, and he growled back. Caden! I gasped as his lips attached to my neck. I would definitely have a mark. He nuzzled my neck and kissed my mark. I tucked my face into his neck. I miss you, B. Me too, Caden. I miss you too. He placed his forehead on mine, and I slowly opened my eyes. I looked down, laughed, and he gave me a confused look. Our pups made this awkward. My belly is separating us from our usual position. I'm sure it won't be the first time. I laughed and nodded before we went our separate ways. 53 hours. I have not slept in 53 hours. I was starting to yawn at least 20 hours ago. Caden and I had had dinner twice now, being more than 2 days. All those who had done with the experiment were home and recovering with their families. We had extra guards on rotation since the pack was in a weakened state due to how many males had undergone the procedure. There were 12 people yet to come out, no more than 5 hours left. The doctors were starting to catch up on sleep as their last patients left. After 150 volunteers had gone, Caden, Ben, Daniel, the doctors, and I decided that the sample was plenty big enough and had told everyone they did not need to volunteer any longer. However, nobody had given up. Not a single volunteer left. Everyone who gave their word when we started continued with the experiment. Within the first 150 people, 3 had died. I had such tremendous guilt for each of them. I had told the families and let them grieve. 2 families took it fairly well, considering I had asked them to. One family had yelled at me for almost 20 minutes, blaming me for their loss. After a couple of hours had gone by, the volunteer's mate had come back to apologize, but I didn't let her. It was my fault after all. I had asked them to volunteer. She insisted, but I hugged her, comforted her as best I could, and helped them all home. I still can't get the guilt off my chest. The 3 had one thing in common. They all had sickle cell anemia. The doctors described it as having odd-shaped blood cells. Apparently, it is common in werewolves. I didn't understand the biology lesson behind that one, too high above my science level, but after that, they tested the volunteers for the condition before continuing. For were sent home due to the condition, without experimentation. I walked into the second lounge room. Your maid is waiting for you, I said to the last family in this room. Healthy as can be. They all hugged me before rushing out to the clinic. I smiled and looked down. The pups were getting restless. 5 hours, I reminded myself. I made it this far. I grabbed a yogurt and coffee and sat in the lounge chair. But then I heard the door and put my snack down before going to the clinic. Another volunteer made it. I was overjoyed every time it happened, as if it were the first all over again. All 342 volunteers, not including the 4 sent home, were done. It had taken an hour longer than I thought. I put the list of the names of those 3 volunteers who died due to their sickle cell anemia condition in the office and started cleaning up the lounge rooms. I felt a tear roll down my cheek as I picked up the little boy from the wheelchair's hat. I would have to return it to his mother. I put it in the office as well and continued to clean. I had just finished and was going to start the dishes when an all too familiar voice sounded behind me. Cupcake. I turned with a smile. Hey, Daniel. How's my soon-to-be married to an ass friend doing? I laughed. Just tired. I'm surprised he didn't drag you to bed once this ended. I'm kind of shocked too. Where is he? Haven't seen him in hours. Not since dinner, whenever that was. Blake, have you slept since this started? I shook my head. But. No buts. That's not good for my nibblings. Nibblings. Non-gender word referring to niece or nephew. No way. Even Sammy Googled it. I laughed. Okay, Daniel. Where's Sam? Lying in my bed waiting for me to. I don't want to hear it. I cut him off. He laughed. Bring her food. Oh, okay. I thought if you're anything like your brother, I knew where that was going. I have a little decency. Plus, she promised me that she would come after. He winked, and I shooed him out of the kitchen. He left laughing. I leaned against the counter and rubbed my eyes. I was exhausted. I decided to let the dishes wait until after I had at least 8 hours of sleep and started on my way up the stairs. Halfway to the top, Caden came jogging down. There you are, baby. I've been looking for you. I figured I would clean up the lounge rooms before catching some shut-eye. He picked me up, and I fell into him, cuddling closer. You should change first, babe. Then you can sleep without having to wake up again. I nodded and expected him to put me in the closet, but he sat me on the bed and started to strip me. I shook my head, but he smiled and nodded. I was too tired to argue, so I just let him do whatever he wanted and was soon in a loose shirt and shorts. Thanks, Caden. He chuckled and picked me up. Come on, babe. Hold on. Caden, just lie with me, I said as my eyes started to close. 1 minute, days, sleep. I caught some of it as I dozed in and out of consciousness. I just nodded, heard his slight chuckle, and curled closer to his chest. He was moving, but I had no idea where to. The bed was right here. I missed him, though, so I let him hold me. I didn't care where we were going. Caden's POV. She had bags under her eyes, red tinges to them as if she had cried or was holding back tears. Her hair was in a messy bun. Her feet were swollen, her body limp in my arms from exhaustion. And her eyes had little life in them for the brief moments I saw them open. Still beautiful, that would never change, but I should have made sure she slept and ate more. I hated that I didn't. But her arguing is extremely hard to deal with. She was well past tired, but too stubborn to have stopped for a nap in the last 2 days, no matter how much I persisted. Especially when those volunteers didn't make it. I know she took it hard. I felt guilty, but B felt as if she had killed them herself. I was hoping to give her a much-needed break from it all for a few days. I had told the pack to take a few days for themselves to be with their families before I held a meeting for everyone, and we discussed our next step, where we were on the fated mate front, and what we would tell the council. Paul already knew and approved of it, but we would have to tell him the result. But for the next 3 or 4 days, B and I were getting some alone time. I had packed enough clothes for both of us. They were in my car, since I figured she wouldn't be awake enough to drive. And I had asked one of my late mother's old friends to stock the fridge and cupboards with food before turning on the water. She had happily obliged, and I had thanked her multiple times. After the 40-minute drive, in which B had shifted into a position where her head was on my shoulder, I carried her into the house and laid her in the bed. See, Cad, Den, she said, exhausted in a sleepy voice. I hushed her gently before kissing her forehead. I'll be right back, beautiful. I unpacked the car and changed before climbing in beside her. She curled up into me, and I ran a hand through her hair. I love you, B. Sleep tight. She had a faint smile cross her lips before I fell asleep too. Chapter 54. I slowly opened my eyes and rolled over. The bed was empty. I looked around and sat up instantly. I wasn't in either pack house. Then it hit me, I was at the cabin. But how and when I got here was not in my recollection of thoughts. I smelled Caden faintly in the air and more dominantly beside me and curled up to his pillow. I was exhausted. 50 hours with no sleep was past my limit. Not to mention 7 months pregnant. I refused to move as I stayed with my head on Caden's pillow, his scent filling my nose. The best smell ever. My eyes slowly closed before I heard him. Beautiful. I nodded, and he laughed lightly. Still tired, babe? I nodded. Come join me. I miss you, sexy. I heard his low growl before his shadow fell upon my face. I turned and looked up at him, and he smiled a goofy grin. I miss you too, beautiful. What are you smiling about? You look much less tired and stressed than yesterday. I nodded. Are you going to join me? His eyes scanned over the bed. Are you going to make room for me? I pretended to think. I really was taking up most of the bed before I turned and lay on my back. His eyes grew darker as he straddled my legs. Is this where you want me? I shook my head. He moved higher up, his eyes darker again. Here, baby? I shook my head. He moved higher up my legs, eyes dark. What about here? I shook my head before he bent down. Where do you want me? He whispered lowly in my ear. I knew my eyes were shining emerald, and I wanted him so bad. But I also wanted to tease him. Naturally. I kissed up his neck, nibbling his earlobe. In the kitchen, frying bacon. He froze before looking down at me. He suddenly burst out laughing and threw his head back. His laugh was contagious, coming right from his stomach, a deep, guttural laugh. I tilted my head to the side, and he ran a finger down the side of my face. You're perfect. I shook my head before we got off the bed. You're not supposed to leave this bed for 3 days, B. Caden. You didn't sleep for 50 hours straight. I'll catch up on sleep. I need food. He chuckled. I'll bring you breakfast in bed. I want to move around, Caden. He groaned. We can get cardio in later. He winked and I shook my head. Nope. But I'll let you make breakfast for me. He sighed and agreed. Fine. I finished washing the dishes when Caden wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his hands on my baby bump. I would have washed the dishes, baby. There were 2 plates, Caden. It took 5 minutes. Still. He paused. I filled the tub for us. Did you? Yeah. He kissed up the side of my neck. My body was buzzing from his touch. I turned, and he caught my lips with his. He pulled away a moment later, and his eyes scanned my face again. You still look tired. Don't worry, Caden, I'll sleep later. That's what you said for the past 2 days, baby. He kissed me so I couldn't argue. As long as we go to bed early for the next few days, I'll stop mentioning it, okay? I smiled. Thank you. He suddenly turned, his hand holding mine. Bath time. I laughed and followed him, seeing as his grip on my hand gave me no choice. So, what do you want to do today, beautiful? I don't know. How long are we staying? Not including last night, 3 days. What about the families? The survivors? Those who lost someone? Shouldn't we be there? I told everyone to take a few days. We'll have a get-together and get down to business then. Everyone needs family time, B. Don't worry. I nodded, but I wanted to see the 3 grieving families. B. It's okay, we'll stay, I'm not arguing, Caden. He paused, and I looked up at him behind me. I was leaning on his chest, sitting between his legs. Babe, it's not your fault. I remained quiet. I asked them to go through this. I told them the doctors knew what they were doing. They took my word and went through all this pain, unimaginable pain, just to never see their mate again. Their kids again. I held back my tears and tried to focus on Caden's heartbeat to calm me down. B, none of this was your fault. A moment later, he turned and looked at me from the side. B, I looked to find him staring at me worried. He moved to see me better, and a second later, his thumb swiped across my cheek, wiping away a tear I didn't know I let fall. He moved and turned me so I straddled him. The fact that he could still move me so easily, 7 months pregnant with twins, was crazy. Blake, you're scaring me. Sorry. He held me to him, and I breathed in his scent, letting him calm me. My breaths were soon even, and he had his hand running through my still damp hair. Don't apologize, beautiful. He paused. You do know it's not your fault, right? I paused. Caden, I gave them my word and told them to do this so their kids could have fated mates, but now their kids have no father. They won't get to see their kids with their mates, their grandchildren there. It's not your fault. I asked them to go through this. I told them the doctors were sure about this. I did it. I started it. It's not your fault. But It's not your fault. But it is. It's not your fault. I asked them. It's not your fault. I told their families. He tilted my face up to look at him. No. It's not your fault, he said in a final tone. How can you say that? It's the truth. We asked them to take the chance. We told them there were 2 outcomes and a ton of pain during the experiment. They knew the whole truth. We told them we trusted the doctors and asked them to take our word for it. We did not guarantee they would live. He paused. I know it sounds harsh, B, but they knew they could die. They knew that was a chance, but they did it for their kids, who are alone now. They took that chance. They died so their children could have fated mates. Caden. I would die so our children could have what we have. I looked up at him. His face was serious. As I thought about it, I knew I would die so our children could have what Caden and I have too, but I hated thinking about it. Me too. Which is what they took a chance on. But they refused to let their mates do it. As would I. B, they thought all of this through. That's why we gave them a night to think. I hugged him. I love you. He looked at me weirdly, went to speak, but I kissed him square on the mouth. You're going to be the best father ever. Can I ask whether you're changing topics or? You have so much patience. You'll sit here as long as you need to convince me of something. I love that about you. Without it, I would go insane with some of my thoughts. He gave a sad smile. I'm just glad I can convince you of some things. Caden. There was something off about him. Yeah, B. His voice sounded different. What's wrong? Nothing. Caden, don't close me off. Please. I could see his inner turmoil. He doesn't want to talk about it, but he knows I want him to be open. I see it often, but usually he opens up. If you don't want to tell me, that's... I gasped as he picked me up. He walked across the small cabin and stood me in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Caden, you're beautiful. You look at yourself in the mirror with such a biased view. I don't even know how. I don't know how you don't see what I see. I was going to turn and ask him why he was saying this now when he continued. When I first saw you, I almost died. I literally couldn't breathe. You were, are, and will always take my breath away. Everything about you. From your long, tanned legs to your emerald eyes. Even pregnant. You think your stretch marks define you as ugly, but I see them as proof that you're really blessing me with 2 little miracles. I've never been around kids, to be openly honest with you. I'm scared as hell I'm going to mess up, but I know you'll keep by me. You'll be the best mother anyone could ask for. Your loving arms, beautiful smile, and honest words give comfort to everyone in every situation, and our pups will be so lucky. I'm so lucky. Hell, I cried, and you still comforted me. B, you are flawless inside, and it's reflected outside. You're absolutely perfect. So gorgeous, and you do the sexiest little things out of nowhere. I would never change a thing about you, even if I could. The fact that you love me out of everyone is so crazy. He glanced down my body before his eyes met mine. I've always thought you were beautiful, but your stubborn side has never allowed you to see it. I convinced you 2 minutes ago that the families don't blame you for a loss of a relative, but you won't believe me that you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen, and will ever see. He paused and looked down. I don't get it. Caden, I said softly, and he looked up. I could talk until we both die, but you would still not see yourself as I do. I don't know how to convince you. Why can I get you to believe anything except that? I looked down. Do you think you're the most handsome guy I've ever seen? The hottest man? The sexiest guy I could imagine. He looked taken aback. No, not even close. You deserve so much better than me if that's what you're looking for. But you are. Even back when I felt like a prisoner, I thought so. You're the most handsome guy I've ever seen, and yet you still look hot and sexy as hell. How you pull off all three is a mystery to me. Even with your lumberjack beard. I added the last part lightly. B. You don't believe me either, I said as I looked right into his eyes. He looked down. Blake, there isn't a single guy who even compares to you, and yet you think I deserve someone who looks better? Not to mention that you put up with me and my hormones. And you're patient with me. You do everything for me. You're not perfect. Nor am I. But we're perfect for each other, and that's all that matters. I don't want anyone else. He pulled me close. I love you, Blake. More than I ever knew possible. I love you too, Caden. After a few seconds, he pulled back. I wouldn't complain if you believed you were beautiful, though. I shook my head and rolled my eyes. It's a good thing we changed that punishment for swearing, though. We would have spent these few days apart. That's what you think. I laughed. Can we leave the bathroom? Do you believe you're beautiful? I believe you see me that way. He shook his head but led me out of the room. We'll get there. Come on, beautiful. We ended up deciding on a hike, so I went to the bedroom and changed. I looked in the mirror, standing in my bra and panties. So many people look so much better. I shook my head and rubbed my tummy. But it was so worth it for these two. I threw shorts and a loose shirt on and put my hair up in a ponytail, the front braided back. Caden knocked at the door, and I opened it. The moment it was open, he chastely pressed his lips to my own. He pulled back with a goofy grin. Ready, beautiful? I nodded. Everything good, Caden? He nodded, goofy grin still very present on his face. You're worrying me. His smile dropped. Why? What's wrong? You're smiling. And that worries you? He chuckled. I didn't think my smile was that rare. No, it was just a weird smile. Even I laughed at how that sounded. So my smile is weird? No, Caden, just that one was. What was it about? He paused. Nothing. Are you ready? I nodded slowly. Part of his mind was blocked again. I wasn't prying, but usually I don't have to. It was weird and unusual. Everything okay, Cade? Of course, beautiful, he said happily before pulling me into his side. I felt like deja vu just occurred since the last time he blocked part of his mind and acted all happy afterwards, too, when he did all that paperwork. He stopped at the door and grabbed a small cooler. You packed a cooler? He looked at me with an of course I did face. Why? What's a hike without a picnic lunch? A hike. Okay, smarty, but it's a better hike with lunch. Whatever you say, sexy. He opened the door and motioned me through. After you, my beautiful mate. I shook my head and walked through. An hour later, he veered off the path and I followed along, having no idea where we were going. I had stopped paying attention a while ago as we laughed, talked, and just forgot the rest of the world. He turned and started walking backwards, facing me. Hungry yet, beautiful? Not really, why? Good. Good. That's it? Why so mysterious today? Ugh. How about a swim? I could hear the waterfall and got excited about having a picnic by it. I didn't bring a bathing suit, I said slowly. That's okay. He smirked. I laughed and shook my head. 10 minutes later, we both jumped in the water. Naked. Caden won, needless to say. I dunked underwater and held my breath for a while, clearing my mind of the last few days, before I was suddenly pulled to the surface. B. What? I asked, looking around, feeling exposed. He stared at me in shock. You, I thought. What, Caden? He pulled me close. I thought you were drowning. I was so scared, B. I laughed. Caden, I just dunked my head for a few seconds. It's calming. I used to do it with Grandpa. Just clear my mind and then go back up to the surface. Your mind went blank and you were underwater. I'm sorry to scare you, Caden. I didn't think about it. He nuzzled my neck. He let out a huge breath and seemed to shake off his past scare. I felt guilty over that. Let's swim, he said a moment later, and I nodded before following him over to be nearer to the waterfall. It was beautiful. A natural wonder. Like you, Caden said. I let it go and enjoyed the feel of the water over my skin. The last few days flew by, mainly because we had spent so much time asleep. Caden's fault. I don't want to leave, Caden. I feel like we just got here. We can stay another day. No, I should comfort the families and you should. One day won't hurt. I shook my head and we put our suitcase in the car. He opened my door and I climbed in before he jogged back to the house. Caden? Just a second, babe. I forgot to shut the water off. I turned the key on to get the radio to play and rolled my window down. I froze as part of his mind blinked again. 2 minutes later, he came out of the cabin again, with his weird smile faint on his face. It was starting to worry me. Was everything okay? He climbed in and turned the car on. Everything okay, Cade? Yeah, why? I glanced at him before telling myself to just forget it. He would tell me if anything was wrong. Nothing. Never mind. Are you sure? Yeah. I stared out the window and tried to rid my mind of everything except Caden beside me. As long as he was okay, then everything else would be too. We reached the pack house all too soon and immediately got to work. I entered the office as Caden brought our stuff upstairs. He had insisted on doing it alone again, weird, so I figured I would start on funeral arrangements. I had been sitting for about an hour and Caden had not joined me in the office yet. I had probably gotten about 20 minutes of work done, and the rest I was just worried about Caden. He seemed to believe me that I would not be disgusted with him interrogating anyone. I assumed his blackouts would be done after that passed, but even now he was holding something back. I trusted Caden more than anyone. I wasn't worried about him hiding anything bad or something. I was worried about him. I didn't want him to go through anything alone. Whatever this was clearly bothering him, and he hadn't said anything to me. I looked down inside. I slowly opened my eyes and couldn't stop the smile that crossed my face. The engagement ring sparkled in the light from the lamp. He was going to be mine in every way. I just wish he knew he didn't have to hide anything or go through anything alone without me. I wish he knew I was here for him. Always. And then he gets those incredibly happy smiles for seemingly no reason. I sighed. I needed to trust him more. He knew I was here for him. If he wanted to talk, he would. I rubbed my face and picked up the phone. I was contacting the families to start preparing funeral arrangements. I should have been done by now, but I was worried about Caden. He said he was just dropping our stuff off upstairs. What was taking so long? And a large part of his mind was blocked. I had decided to let it all go and started dialing. I was about to type the last number when Caden walked in. I put the phone down. He had that overly happy smile. I rubbed my tummy as the pups kicked, and I swear his smile got wider. I stood up, and he raised an eyebrow at me. B? I slowly brought my arms around his waist. I hope he knew just how much faith I had in him, how much trust one had in him, and how much I loved him. I rested my cheek on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. B? His voice rumbled through his chest, and I smiled. I love you, Caden. More than I even knew was possible. I will always be here for you. He pulled back and held my face. What's wrong? I gave a small smile, then shrugged. I just think you need to hear it. I don't tell you enough. You tell me every day in everything you do, beautiful. He rubbed my tummy gently. But I love you more. I shook my head slightly. Did you unpack everything too? No, would you like me to? No, I just never mind. B, is everything okay? It just took you a while to bring our stuff upstairs. Everything okay? Yeah, baby. Everything is fine. He said with a weird smile. There seemed to be more to that comment, but what? I felt clueless. I nodded. Gosh, I hope he opens up because I'm going crazy with worry. I turned and rested my hands on my tummy as I walked towards the desk, but he put his hands on mine, stopping me. He interlaced our fingers briefly before he played with my ring finger, more specifically, my engagement ring. Thank you for those few days, Caden. You always make time, so I'm not too stressed. Don't thank me, beautiful. Everyone needed time. Yes, but I would not have thought of going to the cabin, a picnic by the waterfall, hanging candles by the hammock. That's why we're together. We fill in each other's gaps in thinking. I laughed before turning to peck his cheek. Then you definitely drew the short straw. I have a lot of gaps. He shook his head, and we decided to work. Chapter 55. I grabbed the little boy's hat and started my walk to their house. Caden said he would come, but I didn't think it was necessary considering he was dealing with other things. She opened the door before I got to the porch and brought me into a tight hug. I hugged her back and then knelt to hug her daughter. Her mate came out of the living room as we made it in the door. I held the daughter on my hip, and she put her cheek on my shoulder. She was adorable. Are you having a pup, Luna? I smiled. I'm having 2 pups. Her eyes widened. That is so cool. I thought mommies only had 1 pup at a time. I'm having twins. Wow, she said excitedly. Alpha is going to be a daddy. Yes, he is. And you'll be a mommy. Yes, I will. I want to be a mommy when I'm older. Don't worry, you have plenty of time, sweetheart. She smiled, and I put her down as a sound at the stairs caught my attention. I smiled widely as their little boy came running down the stairs. Hey, Luna, he said happily. Hello. How are you feeling? Better than ever. I was only in my wheelchair for the day after the experiment. I can walk. That's amazing, I said excitedly. He could go back to playing his sports and living like a little boy does. His mother was beaming. They both pulled through. You have a strong mate and a stronger boy. I know. I'm lucky. I nodded and looked to the boy. Close your eyes. He instantly shut them. Luna. I placed the hat I carried here on his head. Okay. He took it off his head and held my leg in an awkward hug briefly. Thanks, Luna. You're welcome. It was in a lounge room. I thought I lost it. Yay! After catching up over a cup of coffee, I made my way back to the pack house. The funeral arrangements were all made, and the funerals would happen tomorrow. The meeting last night went smoothly, and the pack seemed pretty ecstatic overall about successfully getting fated mates in future generations. Paul, the head counselor, had cried during the meeting when he found out what Caden and I had done with the pack. He had been so overjoyed. He immediately went back to the pack house and, during the phone call last night, told us that everyone was ecstatic. They thought it was a lost cause up until now. Caden and I couldn't be prouder of our pack. They were truly amazing individuals. And our pups would get to grow up with all of them. Caden kissed my neck as his arms wrapped around my waist. He took a deep breath and sighed. You smell amazing. I chuckled. You're not too bad yourself. The doctor just told me that you're progressing well, my 8-month pregnant fiancé. I smiled. He always brings up the wedding. The appointment this morning went well. He said they were growing faster than normal, though. He said they were developing along quicker than normal. But they were healthy, right? Yes, Caden. I would have told you if anything was wrong. I know, beautiful. So, what are we doing today? The funerals are tomorrow, and the meeting went smoothly. Yes, it did. I think we have a few hours to ourselves, babe. What if I invited 2 others for dinner? I'm up for anything. Even cooking? He chuckled. Even cooking. So we can cook dinner for Daniel and Sam? Because I miss those 2. As much as I hate to admit it, I miss them both too. I smiled and pecked his cheek. I laughed at Daniel's lame joke. We took out a deck of cards and had played 2 rounds of euchre so far, but I had partnered with Daniel and Caden with Sam, since otherwise we could tell each other which suits would work, etc. Sam and I had lost twice before we switched. She didn't really understand the game. It was her first time playing. But Caden was his usual patient self, and she was slowly getting the hang of it. We played one last hand, and Daniel stood up with his arms up. Victory. Yeah, because you euchred your mate. Sam said with a laugh. All is fair in love and war. She raised an eyebrow. I guess we know where you're sleeping tonight. Baby, Daniel started. She gave me a hug and headed towards her room. She was kidding, right? Daniel asked us both. I wouldn't blame her for making you sleep on the couch. Cupcake. I did it so we would win. I shrugged. He sighed before leaving, calling out, Sammy baby. It was a game. I didn't mean it. Caden laughed, and I hugged him. I guess we both do it. You both do what? I asked. Fall for your mad fronts. I laughed. I guess so. It's because we care. I think it's because Daniel wants to be a lot closer tonight than the couch allows, I said with a chuckle. You bet. I looked at him. Is that the only reason you do it? He looked taken aback by my mad front and panic crossed his face. I want to hold you, but... So me being mad doesn't matter. Beautiful, I always want to hold you. And you know I hate seeing you mad. I only do it. I know, Caden, I said with a laugh. Women. He rolled his eyes, knowing I had only faked this mad front. Damn right, I said with a smirk before taking his hand and leading him up the stairs. What would you ever do without us? Well, there are a few things I could never do without you, he said as he turned me and walked me backwards towards the bed. A few. More than a few. Really? He nuzzled my neck, and his lips left sporadic kisses on my neck and jaw before his tongue pulled my earlobe into his mouth. Definitely. His voice was low and his eyes were dark. How about I show you? I wouldn't complain. Oh, I know. He chuckled against my skin, and I pushed his chest lightly. Cocky are we today? He laughed and looked me straight in the eye. Damn straight. Before I could say anything, his teeth gently grazed my skin, and I moaned in pleasure. The things this man does to me. His hands ran up my sides before slipping my shirt off over my head. So beautiful. And mine. So very, very mine. He growled before kissing the mark for the umpteenth time. I was still reeling in pleasure, but he didn't give me a chance to calm before his lips met mine. The funerals had been 3 in a row, the pack staying for all 3, and the council members all showed up. Paul had said a thank you to the grieving families, and then to the pack as a whole for undergoing the experiment so voluntarily. He thanked Caden and me and left with the 2 doctors. He wanted them to teach more doctors across North America and eventually overseas in Europe, and further so that fated mates would be the norm again. I couldn't believe my dream was happening. A massive pain went up my side, and I doubled over. I'm okay, Caden, I'm fine. Where are you? Our bedroom. I forced myself to breathe and tried to calm down. Not even 5 minutes later, and after another huge wave of pain, he was carrying me somewhere. I held onto his waist as he carried me bridal style down the stairs with amazing speed and carefulness. I squeezed his waist and held my face tight to his chest as another wave of pain happened. I rubbed my tummy as the pups moved. Before I knew it, I was lying on a table in the doctor's office. What is happening? What is wrong? Why is she in pain? Caden all but yelled at the doctor. Caden, I grabbed his arm to calm him, but instead squeezed it tightly as I held my breath through another wave. She's going into labor, the doctor said calmly before sitting me up and rubbing my back. The pups are progressing well. They should be healthy and stable. They're strong, Alpha, Luna. Don't worry. I nodded, but Caden was freaking out. We're going to be parents. I nodded. Yes, Caden, that's how this works. Holy shit. He was ecstatic for a moment as it all really clicked, then he looked over at me. I love you so much, beautiful. And the pups. You're going to be the best mother anyone has ever had. No, I was cut off as I tried not to let Caden know how much pain I felt. Don't block me, beautiful. We're in this together. Please, baby, you're not alone. The contractions are getting closer together. I didn't catch the rest of what the doctor said before he laid me back down on the bed and Caden kissed my forehead. I love you. I'm right here. Chapter 56. I slowly opened my eyes, and Caden was sitting there staring at me. The moment my eyes adjusted, I could see the joy permanently etched on his face. His whole demeanor was calm and happy. Good morning, beautiful. I smiled. Good morning, sexy. I sat up and looked down in a panic. What's wrong? Caden asked, worried. My stomach was so much smaller, not gone, but smaller, and I felt an emptiness inside me now that they were gone. I really just gave birth to 2 pups last night. I saw them briefly before they had to be put through tests and procedures to make sure they were healthy and stable, since they were more than 3 weeks early. Caden grabbed my hand, and I looked over at him. Have you seen them? He nodded, and the worry dropped from his face as happiness took over. They're beautiful, like their mother. Healthy. He nodded. The nurses fed them an hour ago, and said there were no complications. I exhaled the breath I didn't know I had been holding. How are you feeling, babe? I shrugged as I looked down again. Yesterday I was 8 months pregnant with 2 pups, and now they were just gone. How weird is that? B? Caden spoke quietly. I'm okay. What's wrong? I looked to him confused. Nothing. Then, it's just weird. I literally had 2 other people in me yesterday and now. You get to hold them, Caden said, looking over my shoulder. I looked to where he was looking and saw 2 nurses carrying our pups, both wrapped in blankets. I smiled and Caden rubbed my shoulder. You did amazing, B. They're worth it. Alpha. Luna, the older nurse said respectfully. They held both pups out and Caden climbed on the bed beside me. We each held one, and I looked at the tags on their small ankles and wrists. The first one, our beautiful little girl's tag read, Riley Blue Lake of the Bluethorn Pack. I brought her to my chest and held her tightly. I pressed my lips to her forehead and looked to Caden. The joy in his eyes as he looked down at our handsome little boy was incredible. Damien Blue Lake of the Bluethorn Pack. I smiled. Our combined pack, Bluethorn Pack, and their father's last name. Will your last name change now? Why? Well, you're no longer Alpha of Blue Lake but of Bluethorn. I guess the 3 of us will have to change our last names. I guess so. And then yours will only change one, my fiancé. I smiled and his widened. I love you, sexy. I love you more. Riley stirred in my arms, and I looked down. I love you both too. Just sleep, beautiful. I can't get comfortable, I complained. He chuckled, and I glared at him. Why do you find this so funny? A week ago, you weren't complaining, and you were carrying 2 pups. Now you're back to how you were, and now you're uncomfortable. That seems backwards, B. I shrugged and rolled over. I'm not back to how I was. How could he say that? I still have stretch marks, probably always will, and I no longer have a flat stomach or fit into any of my clothes. He brought me to him. It doesn't happen in a day, beautiful. Stop criticizing yourself. If you had never lost this weight, you would still be beautiful. Forget about it. I saved my breath and didn't argue, but I didn't believe him. I weighed more now than before, had stretch marks, my chest wasn't as lifted, my skin wasn't as clear. He kissed my mark. You are beautiful. I rolled over and tucked my face into his chest. Please say you believe me. I love you, Caden. Good night. We'll get there. Good night, B. He held me closer, and we fell asleep. Luckily, our pups had fallen asleep half an hour ago and not woken up since. Our pups. It was so natural and so weird to say at the same time. I closed my eyes and snuggled closer. As long as he was here, it didn't matter how I saw myself. He loved me. And that's all that mattered. I woke to the sound of the pups crying, and Caden brought me closer as I went to stand up. It's still dark. The pups are crying. He groaned before sitting up. I'll go, you need sleep. No, Caden, I'm used to getting up. Rather than them crushing my bladder and me needing the toilet, I'm changing their diaper. He kissed my nose. I couldn't go to the washroom for you, but this I can do. How about we each take one? He laughed, nodded, and we went to their room, off our room. Hey Damien, SHHHH, it's okay. Don't cry. I hushed him, and he slowly calmed as I laid him on the changing table. 5 minutes later, Damien was asleep again, and I looked over and couldn't help laughing. I covered my mouth and silenced myself, but the sight was so laughable. The alpha of a combined pack, the man who brought fated mates back, the man who interrogates people, fights off rebels, and creates plans and strategies for war, is stumped by the diaper on his daughter. Don't be mean, B. Wouldn't think of it, sexy, I said sarcastically. He narrowed his eyes as he turned his head and then held up Riley, who started to cry again. I walked over, laid her down gently, fixed her diaper, and rocked her to sleep. You're a natural, babe, Caden said as we leaned over the side of their crib. Motherly instincts. My fatherly instincts haven't kicked in yet, obviously. I chuckled quietly. A sound happened in the hallway, and Caden put me behind him as he took a stance in front of our pups and me. I recognized the voice and laughed. The protective father instincts obviously have. He led me out of the room and kissed me. I will always protect you. All of you. I smiled and hugged him. I know. But promise me that you'd protect them first. He didn't respond, and I pulled back to look at him. Caden. He didn't meet my eye, and I raised an eyebrow. Caden, if it's them or me, you protect them first. B, his tone told me everything. Caden. I'm serious. I know. B, please see this from my side. My wolf will always protect you first. That's how I'm wired. You're my other half. If you die, I die. So if I protect them and you die, I die anyway. If I protect you and then them, we all live. Not if they die when you're protecting me. He sighed. I know. What? What kind of response is that? B. My wolf will not give me a chance to argue if you're in trouble. He will protect you first. Always. I knew this would be another thing I would not change, but I didn't have to agree with it. I turned and crawled into bed. He slowly got in, and I felt him staring at me. B, he said quietly in a hurt tone. I don't like it, Caden. I know, babe. I don't ever want anything to happen to them. But my existence is to make sure you live. I love the pups with everything in me, but you're mine. My mate. I rolled over. His voice was so full of hurt. Then we need to prevent anything from ever being near them. I have every intention. I smiled sadly, then my smile grew. We're a family. Yes, B, we're a family. The barbecue tomorrow will be fun. Yes, your family sounded excited to meet them. And shocked it was so early. We fell asleep talking, and I couldn't have been happier with my life right then. My perfectly imperfect mate. And our 2 children. With fated mates in the future. And a combined pack. Life was good. I glanced at Caden. Life was perfect. Say hi to Grandma, my mom said to the pups for the millionth time today. She kept saying it to them as if they would respond. They barely held their eyes open, but Mom was adamant. Originally, it had been our close family members and friends here at a barbecue, but then word got out to the pack, and everyone had slowly filed in to see their Alpha, Luna, and children. It was cool how much they cared. Our pack was awesome. I'll go get some snacks, babe. I nodded and got talking to Dana. Or Auntie Danes, as she told the pups. Like they would remember. She's crazy. Caden's POV. I ran up to the office and checked my emails. I was paranoid someone would cancel or say something wouldn't work. The venue was picked. I had chosen all the details. Dana was going to go shopping with B to choose a white dress. The honeymoon was booked, and I had told her family the day so that they could book it off work and keep their schedules free. So far, no hiccups. My emails were good, so I went back to the kitchen. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. My mate was going to be mine out of everyone, in every way possible. She went from hating everything about me to blessing me with pups. She was my own little miracle. I walked out with snacks and put them down on the table. I looked over and stopped. I literally had to catch my breath as she stood there with the moonlight on her face, the fire dancing in her beautiful, bright eyes, and the faint smile lighting up her face. She looked like an angel. My angel. A true gift from heaven. She turned, and her smile widened. I met her by the fire and placed my lips gently on hers. Her hands ran up my abdomen to my chest before she pulled me closer. I pressed her lower back lightly to bring her closer, and one of my hands made it to the back of her neck as I deepened the kiss. I pulled away, and we caught our breaths. You're beautiful. I missed you, sexy. Then I won't let you go. Good. He chuckled. I love you. I love you too. We each held a pup and sat in the chairs around the fire. I rested both pups in my lap as Caden stood up. He came back a moment later and held 2 marshmallows over the coals before taking Riley and handing me a s'more. Eat up, beautiful. I smiled. Sometimes I think I'm going to wake up and this will all be a dream. He suddenly kissed me. Good news, you're alive and conscious. I laughed. What did kissing me do to prove that? It's like pinching your arm. It wakes you up. Really? Yep. What if you just kissed me in my dream? If we were dreaming, I would not have stopped at a kiss. My cheeks flushed, and he chuckled. Chapter 57. Caden's POV. 6 months later. I looked over at Blake and smiled. She looked so peaceful sleeping. With my arm around her, resting on her already flat stomach, and our legs intertwined, I couldn't think of a more perfect morning. Although tomorrow morning we'll have a better view outside. Why are you staring at me? When you sleep beside the most beautiful woman on earth, you find you pick up the habit of staring. She rolled over to face me better as her eyes did a 360-degree turn. I chuckled. So, what are our plans today? Feed the little rugrats, then send them to your mothers, so we have today to ourselves, my beautiful little fiancé. Well, some of it. And if all went well, I wouldn't be able to call her that anymore, I thought, suppressing my smile. And what are we doing today, sexy? I rolled her over so she lay on my stomach and pecked her lips. That's for me to know and you to find out. I hadn't told her anything about the wedding. It was all a surprise, including the fact that today we would go to sleep married. Hopefully. She got quiet and I grew worried. Is everything all right, babe? Yeah, of course. B? She seemed to think about how to say it before talking, a long pause hovering over us. You're secretive lately, she said quickly before ranting in one breath. I trust you, and I know you aren't doing anything I would disagree with or something like that, but I'm worried about you thinking you can't talk to me because everyone needs someone to talk to, and if I can't be that person for you, then I have no idea how to be a mate. And eventually you are going to. B. And I know that you don't like talking about. B. Anything personal, and you like to hold things inside and think them through, but Blake, thought that I had given you enough time or space that you would come to terms with whatever this is. Listen to me. And eventually open up, but it feels like you think you're alone, and you are not alone, Caden. I am here for you. Take a breath. I love you, and I want you to be able to open up to me. I thought we were past this. I don't want you to think you. Blake, please. Can't talk to me because I can listen. I promise I will listen, but I am so worried that there is something going on and that you are dealing with it by yourself when we should be sharing the load like mates do. I gave up on my attempt to get her to listen and grabbed her face before pressing my lips to hers. Soon our tongues collided, and a moment later she was breathing heavily as I pulled away. She began to speak, but I held a finger to her lips and rested her cheek against my forehead. There is nothing wrong, beautiful. I felt guilty that she was so worried about me. I thought she had been worried about the pups all this time. But there is nothing wrong. My life could not get any more perfect. I have the two most incredible gifts from you, our pups, a true blessing. And I have the most breathtaking, loving, beautiful, honest woman on this earth as my fiancé and mate. I could not dream of a better life. I would not change a thing. Nothing is wrong. Please believe me. I could feel her tension fade as I talked, her telltale sign that she was believing me, or starting to. We are perfect. There is nothing wrong. In fact, today is one of the best days ever. Please say you believe me. You would tell me if there was anything, right, Cade? I smiled. Of course, beautiful. We're mates. She looked up at me and soon tilted her head far enough for her lips to be about an inch from mine. I love you, Caden, with my whole being. I know my eyes lit up. Those 3 little words are what I live for. I love you more. I closed the distance and put my lips on hers. I heard Damien cry and then Riley started to be pulled away with a chuckle. Feeding time. And then we are alone for a while. And then the wedding, reception, and then a week and a half to ourselves. I thought you said all day. Aren't they spending the night with Mom and Danes? Well, I'm sure we'll run into some other people at some point. I didn't think you'd let me leave the bed today, so running into some people sounded out of the question. As tempting as that sounds, I want a wedding ring on her finger. Does my fiancé want to spend all day in bed? She giggled her adorable little laugh as I ran my finger up her sides lightly. Well, sexy, I think we're pretty good at killing time within these walls. Well then, we can spend all day tomorrow wrapped up in each other on a mattress. Just thousands of miles away in another room. We'll have to pick up Ryan Dames eventually, though. I might be able to convince your mother to take them another night. It wouldn't be hard. She loves having them over. Wait until they're 16. I chuckled as B laughed. So gorgeous. She went to get up, but I gave her a lingering kiss first. Rye or Dames? I'll let you take the one who needs a clean diaper, she said back in a playful tone, and I opened the door to their room. Meanie. She smiled. You bet. I walked back into the kitchen after loading Riley and Damien's bags into the vehicle. I had packed them since we didn't know they would be gone for 10 days rather than one night. And I wouldn't be able to find an excuse that would cover this one. Bea was standing there smiling and talking happily to Riley, making silly faces and periodically saying boo to Damien, who would then smile and squirm. I don't know how long I stood there admiring my soon-to-be wife, making faces at our two pups. They truly were a miracle. Her eyes were always so bright when she was with them. I thought I had the world with just the two of us, but now I know we were missing this. The long, restless nights, dirty diapers, endless worry, and everything else we put up with is more than worth it for these two rascals. She sat them both down on the floor, and they played together oddly, since they couldn't move much at the half-a-year-old stage they were in, and I instantly wrapped my arms around her waist. I love you, my beautiful fiancé. I love you too, she said slowly, confused as to why I was smiling like I owned the world. I love you more. More than I ever knew possible. I squeezed her tighter before she tilted her head to look up at me. I pressed my lips to her forehead, and she closed her eyes with a smile. I gently bit her neck and wrapped my arms closer around her as she leaned into me. My mark. My mate. She was mine. And nothing could top that feeling of euphoria. Caden, she moaned lowly, and I kissed it gently, my lips resting on the sensitive skin. Are you ready to head out? She glanced down at our pups. Yeah, sleep tonight would be great. And for the next week. That is, if we actually get any time for sleeping on our honeymoon. I can't promise you that will happen. She blushed, and I chuckled. Don't laugh at me. I don't get how you can't talk about us, Not in front of the pups. Making love, I corrected myself. When you've had twins. You've been pregnant and still can't talk about making the pup. She smacked my chest lightly. Don't start with me, mister. I growled and kissed her hungrily. Caden. No, use the other word, then we definitely won't sleep tonight. Mister? She laughed. You're such a boy. You're a boy. Nope. My wolf freaked before she turned in my arms. My man. Damien is my boy. I smiled. He's our boy. She nodded, and we packed up the kids before buckling them in the car seats in the back. It was too much work in the sports cars, so we got something safer and more appropriate, as Bea said, for when we're with them, so like always. I refused to drive a van, SUV, or some small, slow car, so we agreed upon a truck. I walked around the tailgate to close the tonneau cover before opening Bea's door. She climbed into the passenger side, and I walked around before we set out onto the road for her mother's place. 15 minutes later, Riley and Damien were asleep in the back seat, and I let go of Bea's hand to walk around the truck. I opened her door and lifted her out. Caden, I can get out. Bea, I can lift you out, I mocked. She rolled her eyes, and I pecked her lips to keep her from arguing. Lifting her was just an excuse to have her in my arms in any way I could, which I think she knew, but that's okay. We each grabbed a pup and met her mother by the front door. Blah. Mom, Bea whispered. They're asleep. Oh, I'm so sorry. Her mother whispered before we walked inside. We put them down in the cribs in the room she kept for them and met in the living room. Thank you for watching them, I said to her mom. Anytime, Caden. I love watching them, you know that. It is still appreciated. She nodded, and I spoke to her through the mind link, trying not to make it obvious. I packed what I thought was enough for a week, but I could have been wrong. I also made sure to. Don't worry, Caden, I'll take care of them. And Daniel is in charge, but Zeke is always available. If anything goes wrong, I am immediately told, let me have a week without worry, and if anything seems odd or off in any way, shape, or form, Zeke and Daniel are told immediately. He has a heads up. Got it. Zeke is the bodyguard, and Daniel is Alpha for the week. Yes. Thank you for this. She nodded with a smile, and I focused on Bea's conversation with Dana. They were talking about a shopping trip they went on. It soon ended, and Bea hugged her mom, thanking her for watching them for the night, even though it was a lot longer. Thank you for packing for her, Dana. I would have messed up. You wouldn't have packed her any clothes, and she would have spent it mad. I suppressed my laugh. True. Don't worry, I packed lots of bathing suits and skimpy clothes. She winked, and I chuckled. He gave me a weird look, and I smiled at her. Okay, we're going to head out. Her mom nodded. Dana questioned me quickly. Wedding at 7 p.m.? 5 for hair and makeup? I nodded. He gave me a questioning look, but I simply smiled and took her hand. Come on, beautiful. We left, and I felt myself slowly getting more excited for this afternoon. I glanced at her ring finger to see the lonely ring, hopefully accompanied by another later today. Okay, you can open your eyes, I said to Bea as I let go of her hand. Her jaw dropped as she looked around the bathroom. Rose petals scattered, a warm bath with bubbles, the novel she had been reading beside the tub, dimmed lights, vanilla-scented candles around the room, and soft music playing. You, Caden. I stopped her from rambling incoherent sentences with a chaste kiss on her lips. She smiled at me, and I brought her in closer, turning her so she could see the bathroom, her back to my chest. Caden, you didn't have to. I wanted to. No, Caden. Yes, babe. I bent slightly so my lips left a trail of gentle kisses down her neck before my teeth marked her for the millionth time. I kissed the mark gently a moment later, and she slowly brought her breath back to normal. I ran my hands up her back and rested them on her shoulders, starting a slow massage. She made a soft sound before stopping herself when she noticed she had done it. I chuckled before slipping her shirt over her head and continuing the massage. Her head soon tilted forward as her whole body began to relax. I dropped her bottoms. Babe, step forward. She picked her head up slightly. Step out of your pants, beautiful. She did so with confusion, and I chuckled again. I could feel her whole body buzzing. She had no idea about anything except right here, right now. And she deserved it. The pack house had been built, and I had been moving everyone and organizing security as Bea helped everyone in ways I could never do, while taking care of the 2 pups as I ran over the land with Zeke, Ben, Dan, and our trained wolves. We've both been exhausted and worked endlessly, so she deserves not to think for a while and just relax. And what better day than our wedding day? I dropped her bra on the floor along with the rest of her clothes and guided her closer to the tub. Her eyes blinked open a couple of times, and I couldn't stop the smile. She looked so peaceful and relaxed. I picked her up and placed her in the water. Too hot? Too cold? Perfect, sexy. I smiled and made sure her feet were over the edge at the other end as she lay out. Just relax, beautiful, I said as I knelt at her feet, slowly massaging one foot. You don't have to do this, Caden. Does it feel good? She nodded with a smile, her eyes half closed. Enough said. 5 minutes later, I switched feet, and she stirred slightly before relaxing completely again. Once I finished both feet, I placed them in the water. Are you joining me, sexy? I'll be right back, beautiful. Do you have to leave? We never get time alone, she said, still only half aware of her surroundings. I know. I'm sorry, beautiful, I promise I'll make more time for us. This week will be all about us. What about the pack? I understand we're both busy. I kissed her to stop her thoughts. I promise, beautiful. I walked out of the bathroom before jogging down the stairs. I carried the tray upstairs and, seeing the time, cursed myself mentally. I took way longer than I thought I would. I had to talk to Dan about my suit for later today, and then Ben had a couple of questions, and I didn't want to postpone them because that could cause problems I don't want. Especially today. I tapped on the door lightly and heard her stir in the water. Sexy? Yeah, beautiful. I didn't think that would take so long. Will you join me now? The water's pretty cold, though. I can add warm water after draining some of the cold if you want to stay in. But I did make lunch. I'm not really hungry, Caden. We just had breakfast. Please? For me, I said, including my pouty lip, trailing a finger down my cheek to resemble crying. She laughed with her bright smile and nodded. I brought the tray into her view, and she rolled her eyes. It's a good thing you don't cook for the pups. Are you insulting my cooking? Me? No, we both laughed, and I handed her a bowl. I think you should join me in the tub for lunch, she said as she moved forward. Her, in the tub, completely relaxed, without the pups to interrupt us, was something I could never miss out on. I stripped and drained some of the water before adding a bit more hot water. Better, beautiful? She nodded and grabbed my hand, urging me into the tub. I climbed in behind her and she leaned against my chest. I've missed you. I'm sorry, beautiful. It's not your fault. Life just gets hectic sometimes. I didn't make time either. You were taking care of the pups. Don't say it like you don't help. We'll just make more time next week. And today. We will. I promise. She snuggled up to me, and I sighed in contentment. This was life. Where are we going? I told you, B, it's a surprise. Ugh. She groaned playfully. 10 minutes later, she sat up further. Isn't this the beach parking? Yes, beautiful. I didn't bring my bathing suit, Caden. I looked over at her with a slight smirk, and she shook her head immediately. Caden. This is a public beach. There are children. Don't worry, B, that's not my intention. She gave me a disbelieving look, but remained silent as I cut the engine, opened her door, and helped her out of the car. What are we doing if we're not swimming? I didn't think you were into tanning on the beach, sexy. Aren't you funny today? I shook my head. Just trust me, babe. Please. She nodded. Always. I pressed my lips to hers, and she immediately kissed me back. I love you, Blake. She looked confused for a second. I love you too, Caden. I kissed her again before leading her up the path beside the trees. Blake's POV. Caden seemed extremely quiet today, yet incredibly happy. And a bit nervous, but I had no idea why. It was driving me crazy, but I was trying not to show him I was worried. I leaned my head on his shoulder as we walked, and he put his arm around my waist, holding me close. That was also like the 4th time he had randomly said he loved me, which happens, but usually only once in a while, not 4 times in a morning. He slowed and looked both ways before leading me left, away from the beach. Caden. One moment. He trailed off as his mind jumped all over the place. He led us further before turning me around to face him. I love you, Blake. I always will. You are the very breath I take and the one who makes everything worth living. You're who I want to see every day from sunup to sundown, the person I could tackle anything with, and the one I would die for without hesitation. You are my life. And you have my entire heart. Always. Forever. Your smile brightens my day, your laugh is like music, and your voice is like a song I want to play on repeat. You're everything. You're my whole world. And I love you more than everything and everyone combined. Almost a year ago, I proposed to you, and the fact that you're still wearing my ring makes my day. But B, will you marry me? Of course, Caden. Today? Her eyes went wide, and her jaw fell. Today? Yes, B. Will you marry me today? Like this afternoon. Caden, I haven't thought about any of this. It's all ready, I just need a yes. I have no idea what I would do if she did not say that 3-letter word. I live for her. She is literally my world, my breath, my universe, my... Yes, yes, yes. Of course, Caden. I hugged her to me. I let out a huge breath of air and kissed her hungrily. A moment later, when we pulled apart, she looked up at me. You didn't have to do this alone. I would have helped. You told me when you said yes that you hated planning things like this. Yes, and I do, but I didn't mean for you to do it all. Caden, I'm sorry. No, beautiful. Don't apologize. I kissed her again and then chuckled. But keep your expectations low. I'm sure it's perfect. Dana, what about shoes? Are you going to wear heels in sand? Good call. So barefoot is acceptable. Anything is acceptable, you're the bride, Blakey. Dana had everything I needed ready. There was a pack stylist who did my hair and makeup, well, 3 of them. She had the dress I had looked at briefly in the wedding shop a month ago in my size and ready to be worn, and she had things I would never have thought of ready to go. She handed me flowers and opened the door to the room I had been in. Daniel stood there with a big smile. Ready to be my sister-in-law, Cupcake? I laughed and nodded. Thank you, Daniel. He waved it off. Don't mention it, Cupcake. The real question is, are you ready to live with my brother for the rest of your life? I chuckled. We're already in it for the long run, I said as I motioned to my neck. Your loss. He joked, and he led me around the corner. I stopped and almost lost my breath as I absorbed the view. Not too many, but enough flowers were scattered around the beach. Soft music played. Chairs were seated in rows with green ribbons across the back of each one. The theme seemed to be green and silver as those colors were scattered all over, accenting the beach beautifully. There were green flowers in a row with silver decorative balls between them, lining the aisle. Daniel took a step back and Ben and Danes each had one of our pups as they walked down the aisle, tossing out flowers gently. I smiled at the sight. The sun had started to set, and the water was glistening in the background of the small canopy that had been put up. And the best, most handsome, attractive, and extremely sexy of them all stood in his suit under the canopy. Ben and Danes took their spot as maid of honor and groomsmen after giving Mom Riley and Damien. Sam was also at the altar as a bridesmaid. The sight was absolutely perfect. I looked to Daniel with a smile, and he lifted an eyebrow. Ready, cupcake? I nodded with a smile. I had never smiled so much in my life. It felt like it was permanently placed there. We slowly walked up, and Daniel hugged me before standing beside Caden as best man, and I took my place in front of Caden. You look breathtakingly beautiful, B. I looked down, saying it, and I scolded myself before looking up to Caden. Thank you. Caden's eyes almost popped out of his head. Did you just? I chuckled. You look extremely handsome, Caden. He smiled, and we turned as he started reading from his book. I felt Caden's eyes on me the whole time, though. Caden? Remember when I said that those 2 words would be the best day of my life? Yes, I remember. It was true. You look beautiful, as always. You may now kiss the bride. And he did. I smiled against his lips as Daniel gave a wolf whistle when Caden didn't pull away. He took my hand, turned to the pack, and smiled before leading me down the aisle. A limo had pulled up, and we climbed in before it sped off down the road. Chapter 58. I rolled over and glanced at Caden. His eyes were on me as he curled me closer to him. I snuggled closer and glanced out the window at the end of the bed. The sun was way up since we had slept in. It was after 2 in the afternoon, but I wasn't complaining. I could spend the rest of my life curled up with this man, my mate, and my husband. The sun was bouncing off the water outside. Caden had rented a small cottage on a beach, with most of the walls made of glass and a balcony leading right to the water. It was attached to the dock. It was absolutely stunning and extremely surreal. It's beautiful. It's all right. I glanced up at him. I'd take your face over that in a heartbeat. I rolled my eyes, which he chuckled at, and stretched out slightly. Last night had been a crazy night. We fell into bed right after Caden gave me a tour of the house, which ended at the master bathroom, where we relaxed in the tub, and then the bedroom, where we enjoyed each other's company. Again. And this morning we woke up only to go right back to bed afterwards. Again. What do you want to do today, beautiful? I rolled over so I was lying mostly on him and trailed a finger down his chest. I think this is a good place to start. He smiled slowly. Can't argue with that, my beautiful wife. I smiled at that, and he lifted my hand. He kissed my knuckles. I've waited so long to see both of these on your finger. I still feel bad about not helping you plan it. When did you find the time? I've been slowly working on it since I proposed, but Sam and Dana and Dan, even Ben, helped me with it. Plus, you did some of it. Don't feel bad. I'm glad you liked it. Liked it? Caden, I can't imagine anything more perfect. But I didn't do anything. Remember the times I randomly asked you questions? Like your favorite color being green, your favorite love song. I thought those were the most random things. I should have connected the dots. I'm glad you didn't. A couple of times I thought you were going to, but I changed your mind quickly. Well, thank you, Caden. It was absolutely breathtaking. The sight was more beautiful than anything. That's what I think every time I look at you. I rolled my eyes. Do you know how happy I was when you said thank you? He said quietly. I nodded. All I felt from you were waves of happiness. I had no idea it meant so much to you. Not only that, but the fact he had done it all for me and had been looking at me as if there was nothing else in the world. I truly felt it. Caden, in that moment, I felt like the luckiest girl alive. I felt like the most beautiful girl ever. The fact that you had done everything and you were looking at me like, not just the moment, B. You're always that beautiful. Well, I believed it. You make me believe it. He kissed me deeply. Life goal accomplished. I rolled my eyes and he picked me up. Caden, what are you doing? Putting you in the tub while I make breakfast. No, Caden, I'll make breakfast. You did all of this, and you planned the whole wedding, and got my mom to look after the pups, and it hit me how much he does for me and how little, if anything, I do for him. You deserve it. Take a break. Caden, you deserve it too. Let me make breakfast, just this once. Please, beautiful, just relax in the tub. No, Caden, I don't do anything for you. Yes, you do. No. Name 3 things I've done. Nothing. You do everything every day. B, it's okay. No, it's not. I felt a tear slide down my face and Caden's whole face fell. B, what's wrong? You do more for me than you realize. B, I felt another tear slide down my face and Caden picked me up. I cried into his shoulder for a second before his hand caressing my back calmed me enough to stop the tears. I'm sorry, Caden. I have no idea where that came from. I glanced up to see him with a face that looked like he was a bit excited. Caden? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, beautiful. Don't apologize. Everything is okay. He tucked my hair behind my ear and left for a second to grab one of his shirts. He buttoned it up on me and threw jeans on. Let's go make breakfast. Together. Caden. Usually, he freaked out over me crying. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy he's not worried, but this was abnormal. Caden? Is everything okay? You tell me. Are you fine? Upset still? No, but... Exactly. His smile stretched, and he picked me up, spinning me in a circle. I heard him take a big breath in as he inhaled my scent, and then it clicked. Pregnant. We were having an addition to the family. You smell amazing, B. I should have noticed before, but today we were just lying in bed, and I noticed you smelled different, and then your breakdown was so rare and random. B, are you pregnant? I didn't think so until right now, but I think you're right, Caden. He kissed me passionately and lovingly, and when we pulled away, he had such a big smile I couldn't help but laugh. And the doc said you wouldn't be as happy this time. I'm going to be an extremely happy man every time, B. Then his face fell. Are you sure you want to go through it again? We never talked about it afterwards. Oh my goodness, B, I'm so sorry. I laughed and placed my finger to his lips. 9 months is nothing for another pup. Plus, who could say no to a man as happy as this that he's having your kid? That would be like ripping the sun out of his world. I love you, B. I can't wait for another pup. You're such a good mother. I love you too, Caden. Now we really need to take advantage of this week, because a year from now we'll have 3 interrupting us. I'm sure we'll make time. Good thing we set aside extra bedrooms for our family in the new pack house. Caden had taken all the rooms on the top floor for us. The pups were in one right now, we had the biggest one, and there were 3 more rooms. Are you planning on getting me pregnant enough times to fill all those rooms, mister? Keep using that word, and we'll have to build more rooms, babe. I laughed, and we got to making breakfast. Together. The week was amazing. Caden and I laughed, talked, swam, and made millions of memories throughout the week. We never really had the chance to hang out like friends, since this all started due to my father. I shook my head as I stepped out of the bath Caden had run for me. Since it was our last night, he insisted we go out. The fact that this entire relationship had started out as forced, truly insane what a year and a half will do. Avoiding him and sassing him constantly in my trapped mind, then deciding to give him a chance, then falling for him quicker than possible, to being so undeniably in love with everything about this man, my husband and mate. It really was a roller coaster of a ride with him to get here. My father, then his parents and council, and then being pregnant with the twins, joining 2 packs, and then possibly having fated mates back. I can't imagine going through it with anyone else and coming out as strong as Caden, and I did. Sure, we disagreed, but everything was so smooth, and we figured everything out. And now we were pregnant with another pup. And we would get stronger through this pregnancy too. I looked up as Caden's eyes met mine in the mirror. Yes, my beautiful wife, my mate and my love, we will get stronger forever. I love you, B. I love you too, Caden, more than anything. His smile lit up his whole face, and he wrapped his arms around me. Soon, I fell into his chest as he kissed my mark. Again. I would never get over the feeling as he held me close. Caden, we don't have to go out. It's our last night here. Please, B. I could see it meant a lot to him. Of course, Cade. I just figured you might want to hang around here. He shook his head. I could see he had been planning this for a while and felt bad that I didn't do anything like this for him. Where do you want to go? It's a surprise. Just dressy casual. I'm sure Dana included a nice dress or something, yeah? I asked her to. She did. I'll put it on. Thank you, beautiful. Anything for you, Caden. He kissed me chastely before pulling away and closing the doors between us. I blow-dried my hair and was about to put it into a nice bun, but then left it down. I know Caden likes it down, and with the pups, I hardly do it anymore, if ever. I looked through my suitcase for the dress I had seen and pulled it out. It was a flowy green dress, coming to the middle of my thigh, and was fitted from the ribs up. It was a halter top and had a string with a flower on it and a note. It was the green dress I had been wearing when I met Caden. Two very different circumstances, with the very same man. How lucky I was. Blakey, congratulations on your wedding. I'm so happy that you are living your dream. Caden is great to you, and I'm ecstatic that you two met, no matter the circumstances. He deserves the best, and I'm honored that you two found each other and included me in your wedding. The last year has been a battle for you two, but you're the only two who could have done everything you two did and do it so flawlessly. Don't worry about the pups. Mom, the pack, and I love them lots and would never let anything happen to them. They're safe with us. So enjoy the time you two have to yourselves. We all know you love birds, don't get enough of it. Love ya, sis. Dana. I smiled and placed the note on the nightstand. That was something I wouldn't get rid of. Maybe the pregnancy was hitting me fast, but a tear slid down my cheek. I went to put the flower on the note, but instead found a clip and clipped the front of my hair back with it. It matched the dress perfectly. I put on some foundation, blush, mascara, eyeshadow, and eyeliner, nothing extreme, but I still wanted to try a little harder for Caden tonight. I dug through my suitcase, knowing Dana would not have forgotten to pack shoes, and found nice sandals with a 3-inch heel. They also matched the dress, and I smiled. Thank goodness for that crazy gal. Dana always had my back, and I knew she would not let anything happen to our pups. I added product to my hair to make sure my curls didn't turn into frizz or anything, and sprayed myself with some perfume, just a light smell, knowing that Caden would smell it anyway. I turned at the sound of knocking and made sure I looked okay for him with a once-over in the mirror. Caden would still have to change since he let me have the room to myself for a while and opened it before turning to grab my purse. I'll let you have the room, I cut off when I looked up to him. How did I manage to keep this man? He had on a dress shirt, a green tie, dress pants, and I could smell the cologne he added. He looked so handsome, with his stubble giving him a nice rough edge to the look. And he was mine. I took a step closer as he held out his hand, one still behind his back. Blake, we have gone through many things, but I have never properly asked you out on a date. And I apologize for that. Every woman should be properly asked out. I know it's a little late, but I guess better late than never. Before I could speak, he showed his other hand, carrying a bouquet of green and white flowers, and I smiled with a laugh. Blake, will you go on a date with me? I pretended to think, but could see his nerves start, and I laughed. Of course, my sexy husband. He quickly brought me in for a deep kiss, and when we pulled away, his eyes scanned my body. Is that the green halter top dress you had on in your father's office the day I met you? I looked down and smiled at Dana's choice. Yes, Caden, it is. And you look even more beautiful than the day I met you. Blake, I had to hesitate to speak because you steal my breath every time. Caden, I made eye contact and stopped myself before changing my mind. Thank you. He smiled and hugged me tightly. I love you, B. You're my whole world, and what a beautiful world it is. I smiled into his shoulder, and when we pulled away, he wiped the tear from my cheek. Sorry, I got your suit wet. Don't apologize for crying. I don't tell you often enough. I don't think you could tell me any more than you do. But it was weird how just the way he looked at me actually made me feel a lot more beautiful than I did a year ago. And I would forever feel this way, thanks to him. Shall we go on our date? I smiled. Let's go. Caden had taken me to a fancy restaurant, and we had gotten many looks from the people in there before we left. Apparently, laughing is a crime. We had gotten to reminiscing and had laughed over the course of dinner many times. Eventually, we just took our dessert to leave. Now I was holding my heels in one hand and his hand in my other as we walked along the beach. Are you cold? No, it's perfect weather outside. It is absolutely perfect, he agreed and then slowed our pace before turning me to face him. Will you close your eyes, beautiful? I nodded and shut them, feeling him turn me back around. We walked a little further, turned a corner, and walked a bit further again before I felt him stop and then felt him in front of me. I'm undeniably lucky to have you, B, he began, and I looked down. I couldn't see his face, but I felt the truth and happiness in his words. Every time I look at you, I'm reminded of it. You're strong and caring and beautiful and gentle and loving and warm. You're my sanity in this crazy world, and if I never got to be anywhere but on Pac Land, I would never complain, as long as you were by my side. He tilted my face up. Show me those emeralds, beautiful. When I opened my eyes, I looked at nothing but his face. There was light behind it, playing off the angles of his face, highlighting his jaw and the light in his eyes. His face did not have a smile, but a genuinely, truly content face. But his eyes shone with joy, and that made me smile more. Caden, I never tell you, and that's wrong of me, but I don't have the words as you do. You mean more to me than anything else in this world. I hated that you made that deal with my father, but now I cannot imagine my life if you hadn't. Then let's not think on it, B. We're here now and forever after this. I smiled, and he moved to my right before my face broke out into a smile. Caden, it's gorgeous. It took me a second to look around, but the sun was setting on the horizon, the sky and water combining, and he had laid a blanket out with our dessert on a shared plate in the middle. A small stereo was sitting there, the area surrounded by candles. You're my every breath, B. I wouldn't think twice before giving my life for you. Caden, you know I told you I would never lie, and that's the truth, B. I've told you before, and I'm going to say it again. My life does not end when I stop breathing, it ends when yours does. You're my world, my sunshine, my oxygen. Without you, I have no sun, no air, no life, and no love. I love you with everything in me, Caden. I love you more, beautiful. He took my hand, leading me to the blanket and crouched down to click the button on the stereo. I looked out over the ocean, dropping my heels on the sand inside the candles. The view was amazing and the sun shone directly out, making it feel like we were the only two on the planet. It was like a beam pointed right at us. A slow melody started, and I listened to the lyrics. Baby, last night was hands down one of the best nights. That I've had no doubt. Between the bottles of wine and the look in your eyes and the Marvin Gaye. Then we danced in the dark under September stars in the pouring rain. The beat was a nice, slow rhythm and I swayed to the song. I felt Caden join me as the next verse started, and he started a slow dance, singing the words in my ear gently. And I know that I can't ever tell you enough. That's all I need in this life, your crazy love. If I never get to see the northern lights, or if I never get to see the tower at night. Oh, if all I got is your hand in my hand. Baby, I could die a happy man, yeah. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. I knew he was only singing the lyrics, but I also knew he chose this specific song. Baby, that red dress brings me to my knees. Oh, but that black dress makes it hard to breathe. I chuckled as he switched the words that red to any and black to green. You're a saint, you're a goddess, the cutest, the hottest, a masterpiece. It's too good to be true, nothing better than you. In my wildest dreams. And I know that I can't ever tell you enough. That's all I need in this life, your crazy love. if I never get to see the Northern Lights? Or if I never get to see the Eiffel Tower at night? Oh, if all I got is your hand in my hand. Baby, I could die a happy man, yeah. The sun is making your eyes shine. They're beautiful, V, he added before continuing his singing. I don't need a vacation, no fancy destination. Baby, you're my great escape. We could stay at home, listen to the radio, or dance around the fireplace. And if I never get to build my mansion in Georgia, or drive a sports car up the coast of California. Oh, if all I got is your hand in my hand. Baby, I could die a happy man. You know I could, girl. I pulled back to see him completely at ease and gently grabbed his cheeks, bringing his lips down to mine. Right before they touched, I stopped. This is the best date I have ever been on, Caden. This is the first date I've ever been on. I pulled back. Really? He nodded. Yeah, first of many with a beautiful lady. If that lady agrees to more. I can be pretty persuasive, V, he said as he started with kisses down my neck. Don't I know it? He chuckled, and we lay together on the blanket. He turned and looked at me, legs tangled, his arm across my belly. And to think this started with a forced mating.
I can find myself at the edge of my seat right now. The ultimate moral of this story is never underestimate what can grow from the most unwanted beginning. True love doesn't always arrive with fireworks or free will. Sometimes it arrives in chains. But when two souls choose each other anyway, they don't just break the chains. They build an empire of love that lasts forever. Thank you for listening to this story. See you in the next story. I bet you also like yet another rejected trope werewolf romance story. This is Mystical Whispers. We'll get lost in the whispers.